Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke-Margolis Institute for Health Policy. On behalf of Duke and FDA, I'd like to welcome you to today's meeting on scaling innovative clinical trial approaches, challenges, progress, and opportunities. This is a joint convening from a collaborative program between the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research and Duke-Margolis. I'm very excited both to welcome everyone in the room and our many virtual attendees to the meeting today. We're going to focus on progress on clinical trial innovation to improve the efficiency and timing of drug development. The meeting is going to highlight C3TI, CDER's Center for Clinical Trial Innovation, and a range of its activities and other related activities, such as the C3TI demonstration and its emerging priorities. You'll hear in more detail about how C3TI is bringing together a broad range of perspectives and relevant expertise across CDER and across the community, and we really appreciate the efforts of all of the CDER staff that have participated in bringing together this workshop with so much going on at FDA. This workshop comes at a really important time, 2 years to the date about that FDA established C3TI. I think it's fair to say that the interest and urgency of improving the efficiency, speed, and productivity of clinical trials and the clinical development enterprise in the United States has never been greater. And that's led to increased activities in a range of important initiatives in this area, both within and outside of FDA, to advance that goal, as well as increased interest in learning from all of these efforts about how we can do better. On the FDA side, the advancements include guidance documents, pilot programs, collaborative efforts towards international harmonization, and ways to implement innovation within and across review divisions and inspectorates. This has been paired with use and growing interest in approaches that complement and refine traditional randomized controlled trials, including pragmatic, decentralized, point-of-care studies, including the incorporation of digital technologies and other tools, and leveraging real-world data from an increasing range and quality of sources to facilitate integrating research into routine clinical care. These are important and unprecedented opportunities, but as you'll hear, since we're continuing to face real challenges in implementing these reforms routinely and at scale, there is a lot of interest in building on the activities to date to increase adoption of valuable innovation in the design, conduct, and analysis of clinical trials. So, as we go through the activities of C3TI to date and many related initiatives to address these challenges, we want to anchor today's work in practical insights on how these promising directions in clinical trial innovation can become clearer, easier, and scaled up, and how each of the diverse organizations and perspectives involved in the clinical development enterprise can take more impactful action towards the shared goals of clinical trial innovation. We'll cover a range of opportunities to raise confidence in innovative approaches, to simplify operationalization, to strengthen organizational readiness, and align incentives. We'll also consider ways to progress from individual studies and pilots to more reusable, routine processes and infrastructure. Workshop sessions today will cover lessons learned from promising C3TI efforts, from efforts to clarify ways to reduce costs and clarity of benefits from adopting innovative approaches in clinical trials, to how to address persistent challenges and ways to make innovative trials as much of the culture of drug development as traditional trials remain today. So we'll hear from agency staff, industry sponsors, academics, CROs, patient perspectives on strategies to bridge policy with scaled implementation and broader adoption of innovative trial design and conduct. So just a few details before we get started. We have a few slides to discuss. On the screens, a short note about our commitment at Duke-Margolis to academic independence and free exchange of ideas. You can find out more more about our policies on the links on this slide. As I mentioned, we're convening this workshop under a cooperative agreement with the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. The conversation today and the discussions and analyses, insights that follow from it, while supported through a cooperative agreement, are not a federal advisory committee. We're not going to be making specific consensus recommendations or taking other binding actions. This meeting will be a success if we have a clear and frank discussion about the most important critical issues around scaling innovative, more efficient, and informative approaches to clinical trials, enabling faster progress together toward goals that we all share around advancing biomedical innovation. I also want to note that I'm an independent board member for Alignment Healthcare, Cigna, Johnson & Johnson, and advisor for Arsenal Capital and Blackstone. Okay, on to more logistics. We have a lot of remote participants today. Thank you for being with us. Just a few additional reminders and logistics here. For any of our virtual attendees, if you're having any trouble with the Zoom link today, please use, assuming you can get into Zoom, use the Q&A function on Zoom to email our event staff at the email that we've listed on the screen. If you can't get into the Zoom, that email still works, and we'll work to rectify the issue. And last, we encourage all of you to use the Duke-Margolis website for more information to help you get the most out of today's meeting. Right now on the website, you can view the agenda, a discussion guide with background context, and a speaker bio sheet with information on all of our distinguished speakers. Shortly after the meeting is completed, we'll post a recording and the slides used today for your future reference as well. And we definitely want to hear from everyone to help make sure today's discussion, the follow-up from the meeting, are responsive to your concerns and benefit from your perspectives and ideas. Please let us know if you have any questions or comments. And yes, you all are doing the right thing. Take a picture. We will be showing this periodically throughout the day, and you can use this Slido code to submit any questions or comments. Using the Slido Q&A function. We'll also be passing these comments along to the moderators of each of our sessions to work as many into the discussions as we can, and it's very helpful for us and FDA just to have as many comments and feedback from all of you who are participating today as possible. And like I said, we'll have the QR code displayed again during each of the Q&A portions so that you can rescan throughout the day. Okay, in terms of the agenda, we've got a full day. We're going to start with a presentation to provide an overview of C3TI, its mission to improve efficiency in drug development, and its portfolio of programs to promote clinical trial innovation. Following that presentation, we'll move to a first fireside chat to discuss C3TI initiatives, including the C3TI Demonstration Program's 3 main project areas. Over the past couple of years, we'll hear from a group of panelists about the successes, challenges, opportunities to accelerate progress across the clinical trial innovation landscape from their perspective. After this initial framing session to kick us off, we'll move to our first topical session of the day on innovation in practice from design to implementation. In this session, panelists are going to share their experiences implementing innovative clinical trial approaches, factors that have enabled implementation, benefits such as resource optimization, faster study startup, and streamlined protocol development. Then we'll have a brief break. After that, we'll reconvene for our second session of the day on addressing constraints to operationalizing clinical trial innovation, where panelists will discuss real and perceived barriers that may discourage the adoption of innovative approaches and what has been tried and done to rectify these barriers. We'll highlight 4 key areas: global regulatory alignment, reducing regulatory uncertainty, inspection approaches, and operationalization, and all with a look towards how we can make more progress in the near future. After session 2, we break for lunch. There will be information about the lunch options available nearby. Then we'll go to the afternoon portion of the workshop with session 3, Scaling Culture Change for Innovation. We'll consider strategies for fostering organizational cultures that enable success in innovation, how to best advance these strategies, and what else might be done to help. We'll hear from our panelists about effective change management practices, training programs, capacity building models, and other insights. After a final short break, we'll get to the last session of the day on next steps and priorities for clinical trial innovation. This is a chance to reflect on key themes from throughout the day, and any additional insights as a basis for both immediate next steps and long-term priorities for advancing clinical trial innovation. Throughout the day, we're going to hear from a wide range of experienced panelists and perspectives on all of these important topics. But again, clinical development is challenging and important team sport. We want to hear from all of you with any questions or comments that our panel discussions bring to mind. So let's get started. I'd like to turn to Meghana Chalansani, Meghana, who is Associate Director for Clinical Trial Innovation in the Office of New Drugs at CDER's Drug Evaluation at CDER, to provide an overview of C3TI initiatives and kick off our discussion on where C3TI is and related clinical innovation initiatives and where we can go from here. Meghana, thanks for being with us.
All right, I'm just going to make sure I can advance my slides. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the kind introduction, Mark. As Mark noted, I'm Meghana Chalansani. I'm the Associate Director for Clinical Trial Innovation in the Office of New Drugs in CDER, and I want to thank you all for joining us today, those of us here in person, as well as the many joining us virtually via Zoom. As Mark noted, C3TI launched on April 15th, 2024, almost exactly 2 years ago today. And the presentation, during this presentation, I'll provide an overview of our work over these first 2 years, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions throughout the day today here and incorporating what we learn here today as we move forward. So for years, CDER has championed innovation, and our activities to foster and support innovation span drug development programs, therapeutic areas, and disciplines. And in early 2023 and 2024, we sought to understand the impact of these efforts through interviews, listening sessions, and a public workshop with both internal and external stakeholders. Based on what we heard, CDER recognized an opportunity to enhance the implementation of our innovative efforts and maximize the impact on drug development, and we launched C3TI. The feedback from stakeholders was clear and consistent across 3 key areas. First, there was a perception of internal silos. External stakeholders sought assurance that FDA pilot programs and review teams are aligned and sharing lessons learned. Second, there was a gap between guidance and implementation. Stakeholders needed more examples and resources to help bridge that gap between FDA guidance and real-world implementation. And third, there was a desire for enhanced communication pathways. Stakeholders wanted additional opportunities for communication with FDA about product-specific innovative approaches. And so C3TI's goals are directly responsive to this feedback. As you'll see our goals listed on the right side of the slide here, we're focused on facilitating collaboration across CDER, enhancing engagement and knowledge sharing, and increasing engagement with drug developers through structured opportunities. C3TI is a center-wide initiative and priority. We collaborate with and have support from a team of leaders and experts from across CDER, including the Office of the Center Director, the Office of Compliance, the Office of Medical Policy, the Office of New Drugs, the Oncology Center for Excellence, and the Office of Translational Sciences. Many of these leaders and experts are here today on panels and in the audience, and more joining virtually, and I'm truly grateful for their partnership and commitment to C3TI. Over the next few slides, I'll share how we're putting those 3 C3TI goals into action. C3TI facilitates collaboration across CDER through its innovation forum, internal outreach, and a network of champions. Our innovation forum is truly central to this effort. It connects CDER's innovation programs and experts quarterly to share updates, facilitate discussion, and encourage alignment. Forum participants lead programs and have expertise in areas like AI, complex innovative designs, trials with decentralized elements, DHTs, model-informed drug development, rare diseases, and real-world data and evidence. This collaborative approach ties directly back to stakeholder feedback we received around coordination and knowledge sharing across the center. To extend the reach of these conversations, we share updates and resources from the Innovation Forum through our internal newsletter, C3TI Connection, which goes to all CDER staff. In addition to the C3TI Connection, we also leverage other internal outlets, such as staff meetings, to further promote awareness and engagement. Another key mechanism for facilitating collaboration across CDER is our network of C3TI champions, who play a critical role. Our C3TI champions represent offices from across CDER, as you see on this slide. Our champions serve as liaisons for their respective offices. They convene regularly to engage and exchange insights and lessons learned. They provide subject matter expertise to C3TI programs and activities, and they represent C3TI at external events. Enhancing engagement and knowledge sharing is another C3TI goal, and to advance this goal, C3TI presents at events, hosts listening sessions, and convenes public workshops to improve transparency and strengthen engagement with external stakeholders. Since our launch, we've given over 65 external presentations, hosted 6 listening sessions with organizations representing various perspectives across the clinical trial ecosystem, and by the end of today, we will have hosted 2 public workshops. C3TI Rounds is a speaker series that provides an internal forum for our experts to discuss case studies and experiences with clinical trial innovation. We've held 5 sessions with external guest speakers and 4 sessions with FDA speakers, covering topics like specific FDA reviews of innovative clinical development programs, registry-based randomized controlled trials, and quality by design and critical to quality assessments. We average about 650 attendees per session, which speaks to the strong internal interest in these topics. And one thing that I especially appreciate about these sessions is how they reflect the multidisciplinary, cross-cutting way that C3TI approaches all of our work, bringing reviewers, our policy experts, and inspectors from across the center together. So for example, in our conversation with Dr. Adrian Hernandez, shown here in the screenshot, on integrating trials in routine clinical care, we had experts from our Office of Medical Policy who led the development of our guidance on this topic, participating alongside Dr. Hernandez and our clinical reviewers. More recently, we had a rounds on critical to quality assessments where we had our inspection colleagues as well as a clinical reviewer joined by industry panelists who had direct implementation experience. To round out our engagement and knowledge sharing efforts, C3TI centralizes CDER's clinical trial innovation resources, improving communication and access through its webpage, newsletter, and knowledge repository. We have both internal and external versions of the knowledge repository, Compass, what I call iCompass and eCompass, and the external version, or eCompass, now has over 60 resources available across a range of innovative areas, as you see listed on the slide. Our third goal, increasing engagement with drug developers, is addressed through C3TI's demonstration program, which expands structured engagement opportunities between CDER experts and drug developers. Our current project areas include Bayesian statistical analysis, selective safety data collection, and streamlined trials embedded in clinical practice. The demonstration program emphasizes enhanced communication throughout development, with review teams part of this process from the very beginning. When we receive a proposal, the review team is the first to assess it and provide their recommendation to the C3TI team on whether to accept or decline into the program. This ensures alignment between C3TI and the review teams throughout the process. The program also recognizes the importance of timely engagement. We know that engaging and getting feedback requires time in a drug development program timeline, but we also know that speed is critical. So we've structured the program to be responsive. We accept project proposals on a rolling basis, provide preliminary comments on the innovative trial elements with our program acceptance correspondence, and we design tailored engagement plans to support the critical milestones such as protocol development and study startup. So it's really early engagement when it matters most. A guiding principle for the C3TI Demonstration Program is sharing lessons learned. We want to use the program to develop and disseminate case studies that support both drug developers and reviewers in applying innovative approaches. Our Bayesian statistical analysis project is led by experts from our Office of Biostatistics. We have 2 proposals accepted and currently in this program. And then for each of our demonstration project areas, in addition to the trials in the program, there's other work underway to support broader adoption of these approaches, including guidance development, case studies, hearing directly from sponsors on their experiences implementing the innovative approach, and educational outreach. Our selective safety data collection project is led by our experts in the Office of New Drugs. While we don't currently have a trial in the program, we're working on broader initiatives to support adoption of SSDC approaches. This includes updating review templates to streamline the assessment process, developing case studies to provide concrete implementation examples for reviewers, conducting a tabletop exercise to understand the sponsor perspectives and their experiences and areas of uncertainty, and to sharing best practices through our various engagement channels. Next, our STEP project is led by leadership from the Office of the Center Director and the Office of Medical Policy. We also have 2 work streams, internal work streams that are aligned with this project that are led by experts from our Office of Scientific Investigations. As you can see as listed on this slide, we did accept 1 proposal into this program. However, the sponsor did withdraw this proposal, citing organizational changes. And this proposal that we had accepted did include an SSDC component, actually, as I should mention. Similar to the other demonstration project areas, in addition, we are using guidance development, a tabletop exercise in this space as well, our various other C3TI activities such as our rounds and external engagement to really promote awareness and broader adoption around this topic area. I will note that our 2 work streams here, the internal ones are very complementary to this effort, and they kind of are thinking about addressing regulatory and operational considerations and thinking about it from that perspective. Now, to almost wrap up here, turning to how we're evaluating C3TI and kind of refining our approach. We're continuously monitoring and tracking metrics across our activities to assess impact. At the end of last year, we launched a focused evaluation on the C3TI Demonstration Program to address a clear challenge we observed. While industry expressed interest in C3TI's demonstration program, submissions to the demonstration program were lower than anticipated. And so we really wanted to better understand the factors encouraging or discouraging sponsors from moving forward with proposals. Between January and February of this year, we had an evaluation team conducted interviews with experts from 6 pharmaceutical companies, ranging in size and scope to capture their broad range of perspectives. And the evaluation confirmed that industry is genuinely interested in clinical trial innovation and values early input from FDA expert teams. However, we heard clearly that speed to market and regulatory predictability remains the primary priorities. Anything that appears to slow or complicate that critical path is viewed as a significant barrier. It was further revealed that while awareness of C3TI is high, the conflict arises in perception. We found that participation can be misinterpreted as a risky added step due to a few key areas of uncertainty and concern. And those are the type of things that we're going to be exploring further throughout our workshop conversations today. But I'll just give a brief preview. First, sponsors are wary of potential internal silos and uncertain about resourcing at the agency. We heard the need for assurance that our demonstration program and review divisions are aligned, how they're different, from the other pilot programs, for example, and a better understanding of how standards and practices across clinical trial innovation oversight will scale across the center. Sponsors find it challenging to translate high-level guidance into real-world trial implementation. There's a clear need for concrete examples and case studies. There's a lack of clarity around the specific engagement opportunities and specialized communication offered by participation in the C3TI program. And then most importantly, for these innovation efforts to be really viable, they need to ultimately be accepted by global regulators, not just the FDA. And so C3TI's intent has always been to bridge these gaps, and so we're looking forward to taking the findings from this evaluation as we think about the next iteration of the demonstration program. And that's a perfect segue into my next and last slide about what's next for C3TI. And so looking ahead, we do plan to continue and enhance our current portfolio of activities to drive collaboration across CDER. We're developing training programs informed by an ongoing C3TI needs assessment, and we're going to incorporate the evaluation findings that I briefly previewed to strengthen the demonstration program. We're looking to expand our internal and external outreach efforts. And then as we move through our workshop today, we want to hear from you on what you agree with, where you disagree, and what specific changes you think are more likely to increase engagement with C3TI and increase C3TI's impact. And so we're committed to integrating the insights from today's workshop discussions to inform our future priorities. And so with that, thank you. I'm now going to turn it back over to Mark to lead our fireside chat, and I'll also ask the other fireside chat participants to join us on stage.
Thank you. Thanks, Meghana. And yeah, other participants, please come on up. It was a great overview of what's been going on over the last couple of years and looking ahead to how to increase impact and guide some of our discussions today. So let's turn to some of those further discussions and framing right now about C3TI initiatives and how to advance the clinical trial landscape. Yeah, with the seating arrangement, Russell, I'm looking at the back of your head, but you may want to, if you can like scoot around a little bit, we may be able to make this, thank you for the alignment there. So I'm very pleased to introduce our panelists, Janice Chang, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Transcelerate, Deanne Perouin, who's Acting Director for the Office of Medical Policy at FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, and Russell Rothman, who's Professor of Internal Medicine, Pediatrics, and Health Policy, and Senior Vice President for Population and Public Health at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Along with all that, Russell also serves as the Principal Investigator of the STAR Clinical Research Network. So I want to just start with some initial opening reactions from each of our additional panelists on stage to build on Meghana's comments. Janice, do you want to start us off?
Sure, great. Thank you again for having me here, Meghana. A great setup for us, and welcome to everybody. My name is Janice Chang. As Mark said, I lead a nonprofit organization called Transcelerate. Maybe just some opening remarks, and I know we have some great questions that we'll dig a little bit deeper. But from my perspective, where we are, and I know we're going to be talking a lot about challenges, but let me start off, because we're at the beginning of the day, take a moment to celebrate and recognize the momentum we're seeing, right? I think Meghana shared quite a bit of the progress through CT3I we're seeing over the past 2 years. But really, from a medical discovery perspective, just even the last 5 years, we are at a really exciting time. We're seeing new options to treat cancer patients, rare disease patients, infectious diseases. And I think we should be really proud of the progress and excited about the progress that we're making as an industry, as an ecosystem. All that said, yes, we have tons of challenges that we need to continue to tackle. We're seeing that certainly patients are really anxious to, they're seeking new investigational treatments, and they're waiting too long, and much too long in my opinion, and that too many of them that don't have access, still don't have access to clinical research in a timely manner. And we are seeing that certainly, we all know the stats, right? Still 5% of eligible adults participate in clinical research. And we continue to see, for those that participate, roughly 20 to 30% dropout before trial's completion. Those are not great stats for all of us. We have to take some action to address that. Now, what I'm excited about is, even in the last 2 years, I believe we're seeing greater alignment across the ecosystem that we have to improve access of clinical research. I really believe that's something that has really progressed, particularly in the recent years, that alignment. So what are we going to do about that? I think that some of the work that Meg and I had talked about really has demonstrated progress for us as an ecosystem, particularly as Transcelerate. We have participated in some of the tabletop exercises. And for me, it's really being able to come together and having open conversations with regulators, not just with FDA. In our role as Transcelerate, we have global interactions with many health authorities, but really to have an opportunity to tackle some of those operational challenges early on, right? And really start to incorporate them into design elements. And the STEP program, for example, that Megan and I talked about, those are aimed to really tackle pain points around access, participation, and representativeness. And so those are real progress that we should continue to foster and move forward. Certainly at Transcelerate, we are very, very supportive. I should also call out that the global health authority discussions that we're having, so not just only agency, we are seeing in earnest, particularly in the last year, FDA, EMA, PMDA, and quite a few other European-based health authorities are really leaning into really wanting to partner with organizations like ours to make meaningful changes when it comes to evidence generation and evidence acquisition to support clinical trials execution. So I really feel like the timing is right now for us to take some action. We can't afford to not take action. We're at an inflection point for me in our industry as an industry. We have to lean in. We have some of the tools, right? We know what the tools and the frameworks that are available to us. We know the regulators are leaning in. And certainly I think from an industry perspective, we need to look at it from a call to action, not just about efficiency. It really isn't about that. To me, it's about the sustainability of our ecosystem. How are we going to continue to sustain as an industry, as an ecosystem, and continue to stay true to how we deliver value to patients? So I'll end there, but I really think that the timing is right for us to really adapt as an industry, and I look forward to digging a little bit deeper on some of those actionable changes that we can make.
Thanks, Janice. Appreciate your experience and emphasis on cross-industry collaborations. We'll come back to that. Russell, can I turn to you next?
Sure. Thank you, everybody. Good morning. So I'm Russell Rothman, and as Mark mentioned, I'm the Senior Vice President for Population and Public Health, and I'm also a practicing primary care physician. I spent yesterday in clinic. And I lead our STAR Clinical Research Network, which is part of PCORNet. And through that, we've been involved in many large pragmatic trials in recent years. So the adaptable trial, we were able to electronically identify, contact, recruit, e-consent, and follow 15,000 patients to evaluate optimal dose of aspirin. We assessed outcomes through EHR and claims data and patient self-report. We're currently doing the preventable trial funded by NIH, which is comparing statins to placebo for prevention of dementia. We've currently recruited 11,000 patients. It's the largest trial of patients 75 and older. And in Active 6, we did a decentralized platform trial. We tested 5 repurposed medications for outpatient treatment of COVID. Again, electronically identified patients. We assessed eligibility electronically. We assessed outcomes by patient report. We mailed drugs to people's home or placebo. And we used a Bayesian analysis in that study to look at probability of benefit for all of the drugs. So in all of these trials, we were able to use EHR and patient report. We did selective safety outcome assessment because these were mainly repurposed drugs or drugs with known side effects. And we've done other studies now. We're using a lot more AI and other tools to pull not just structured data from the EHR, but also unstructured data linked to registries, linked to tumor tables, linked to claims data. So I think the technology is there. I think the technology really is there, and our challenges are really around culture and regulatory. And, you know, as the outsider looking in, I really think there's opportunities on sort of both sides to come to the middle. I think for industry, there's still a lot of experience in doing the traditional trial, and there's still a lot of regulatory concerns and legal concerns with how studies are done. And I think on the FDA side, there's still a little bit of expectation of, you know, we want the perfect assessment, or how are you going to show us the validity of that outcome that you pulled from the EHR, and so on and so forth. So I think C3TI is really a great vehicle for us to explore these things and really push forward. And lastly, I'll just say, as like a practicing primary care doc who was in clinic yesterday, you know, it's busy, it's messy, and you've got 20 minutes, you've got your access to open evidence, hopefully up to date, you've got real-time clinical decision support, but you know, you're also navigating with your patient, you're negotiating with them, they're worried about side effects, cost, insurance coverage, there are multiple comorbidities, and so we're looking for what works in the real world. Like, we want those pragmatic studies that really show, you know, what's gonna happen out in primary care when we're navigating, you know, the messy real world, what's going to work and not work, that I have access to, and that I can hopefully work with our patients to agree to try. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much, Russell. And next I'd like to go to Deanne.
Hi, thanks. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to join the fireside chat. My name is Deanne Parawan. I'm the acting director in CDER's Office of Medical Policy. Just over the past 2 years since C3TI started and was established, a lot has changed. And I truly believe that this is an exciting time for the agency and CDER. Just, you know, over the past year, we've been given an increased opportunity to challenge ourselves and look beyond the traditional ways we look at clinical trials, and consider ways that we can use the current innovations and technologies like AI and digital health technologies to improve the efficiency of drug development. So just tying in Janice, yeah, it's the right time. And yes, Russell, we need to think about how we can leverage what's out there now. And I think even with all the great efforts, I know there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. Just first, I want to just assure sponsors and other interested parties that CDER offices do talk to one another. Most of our schedules will show you that we talk to one another and can confirm that. So just highlighting that, yeah, when proposals come in for the program, and even requests for listening sessions, we like listening sessions through C3TI, they are reviewed by a multidiscipline review team from different offices. And we welcome those requesting meetings to also suggest other FDA invitees to participate. And also, we ask that you do share your material in advance. I think this will give FDA an opportunity to review the provided background material and to potentially invite others who could participate in the meeting so that we can have a fruitful conversation. And another thing that Magana highlighted was that you guys want examples and you guys want case studies, and we cannot agree more. And in September of 2025, in the RWE space, CBER and CDER provided tables on our website, our FDA.gov website, where RWE was used in regulatory decision making. So we are continuing to work internally to figure out how we could share more examples of innovative approaches. And we need your help by participating in pilot programs such as C3TI. I do agree that we need to do a better job at promoting and encouraging participation in not just the C3TI program, I'm throwing in a plug, but other programs such as the Advancing RWE program. We need to help make these pilot programs more appealing to all involved, highlighting how participation can be mutually beneficial and reviewing them. It can be mutual and identifying ways to lessen the time spent putting the packages together. That's some of the feedback we've heard, and reviewing them. We should ensure that we are giving the necessary feedback to advance their program, and if their programs aren't accepted, why? And so we've heard that a lot as well. We welcome two-way communication channels, and they need to stay open. So I just want to highlight what Magana mentioned, that if you have ideas on how we can better encourage participation in our pilot programs or other topic areas that we can consider in our C3TI program, we welcome them. The only way that we can push the needle forward is to keep an open mind and stay willing to listen and learn from one another. Another plug, we welcome feedback. We do have a public docket open for our digital health technologies, so we welcome comments there, and consider also how the comments there can also help to inform our C3TI program. So thank you, Mark.
Great. Thanks, Deanne. Thanks all of you for the opening comments, building on Meghana's initial presentation discussion. And maybe Deanna and Megan, I can stick with you all to build out on the comments you already made. So we are at the 2-year mark. Congratulations on getting this far. You've pointed out some of the activities, many of the activities that are underway, and really appreciate the effort to solicit some feedback and now today and beyond try to act on it. As you look across the last couple of years, any particular surprises, things that have gone bigger and better, things that have been kind of unexpected concerns, and how is that changing your approach to driving the program forward?
Sure. I'm happy to take that first, and then Deanne, I'm going to turn it over to you. I think one thing that's been particularly striking is, we've all acknowledged that gap between conceptual acceptance and that operational implementation. Like, that's where we are, that's where we need to move the needle. And we've also had conversations around what are some of the pain points or areas of uncertainty that have kind of prevented the needle from perhaps moving as fast as at least I would like, and how fast many of us would probably like it to move. But the what, kind of how to chip away and address those pain points, it's challenging. I think that's where we're all here, we want to do it. I think we're still figuring out the how, and I'm hopeful that the conversation today will kind of further help inform that how. But it's interesting because, so for example, the 3 project areas within the demonstration program, Bayesian, Selective Safety Data Collection, or SSDC, and the STEP, when we first launched C3TI, they were all at very different levels of, we can call it maturity, right? So Bayesian as a methodology, around for decades. More recently, we issued FDA guidance on it, draft guidance in January, but perhaps the agency had not issued guidance, but as an approach, as a methodology, it had been around for decades. Then you have SSDC on the other hand. FDA had first issued guidance on that back in 2016. And then there was an ICH E19 guideline that was finalized in September 2022, followed by our final FDA guidance in December 2022. All of that before C3TI existed. And then you have STEP, which is, there's a lot that kind of fits into that, a range of different pragmatic approaches, right? We had some relevant guidance related to decentralized elements. We had some increasing experience there, particularly from the pandemic years, but they were each very different. And yet across the board, we saw significant uncertainty around implementation. Even with that FDA guidance in place, even with some real-world evidence, and even when FDA had signaled through C3TI and other efforts that these are approaches that we want to see employed in drug development programs. Now, to Janet's point, I don't want to just list the challenges. There has been progress. We're seeing conversations and interest from sponsors in therapeutic areas where perhaps we had not seen necessarily some interest in some of these innovative approaches, from companies that we know had not necessarily previously engaged in some of these areas. So there is progress, but what we still know is that bridging that gap between conceptual acceptance to broader implementation, we still need to kind of gain more experience on how to do that. How do we get those first few experiences? How do we gain more traction at that very start to kind of propel this to all move forward? And as I mentioned, we're really trying to use all the tools that we have in our toolbox at the agency, from guidance to ICH to engaging with sponsors to kind of, engaging folks externally. But perhaps there's more that we can do, and that's what we kind of really want to figure out. What more, would be helpful? What are we perhaps doing that is not, as helpful, and so forth as well? And just kind of working across the ecosystem to do this.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with you. And the policy, the guidances that we've put out, they reflect our current thinking. And we know that with emerging technologies changing, current thinking changes as well. And so I really think that, it's striking that balance between being responsive now and still trying to figure out how to future-proof to some extent, where we can. So that's where we honestly really do appreciate feedback from stakeholders, because I think together we want the same things, right? We want to take care of the patient, as Russell said, and we care about our public health. So I agree there are those challenges and successes, and I think together we can come up with the best way for us to start to tackle this. Thanks.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, hopefully a quick follow-up. So you talked about some of the distinct issues in each of these three areas. So Bayesian statistical analysis, you're right, that's been around for a while. I remember having a sort of an initial briefing on this when I was commissioner, and that was a while back. But there is new guidance out recently that's gotten a lot of attention and seems to be adding to that sense of, okay, FDA is clearly committed to this, and more clarity about how it will be implemented. The selective safety data collection and the streamlined trials embedded into clinical practice. I get some of that's newer, but these all three seem related. I mean, Russell talked about how it's easier to do, essentially, and pull together different real-world-based clinical trials in routine clinical practice if you can leverage Bayesian methods and sort of bring together insights and information from across the different arms or activities or designing the next round. It's certainly easier to do safety data collection if there's a strong base to build on already. Anything else you'd like to add on how maybe to pull these three areas together? I was going to go to Deanne and Meghna first, but then I'm coming to you next, Deanna, so don't worry.
Well, maybe I think the first thing is, I think sometimes folks think that when you're thinking about innovation that you have to do everything at once. So maybe don't pull them all together necessarily, right? It might not always be what makes most sense for a specific trial, right? And so, but I think just taking that as also input, right? You can incorporate what makes most sense for the trial without, for example, in SSDC, also thinking about the EHR data, or when you're thinking about STEP, it doesn't have to be decentralized along with DHTs, along with AI, along with the streamline. Like there's a lot there. We know that. It's intended to be flexible so that you can kind of think through what makes most sense for your trial, for your context of use. That was the intention behind that kind of larger umbrella, I guess. But really think about what makes most sense and don't feel like in order to be innovative, you have to do it all, I think, because we don't want one to be a barrier for all of it, right? So I think that's one thing. And then I think it's also bridging from kind of like exploratory kind of use of some of these approaches, right, to trials like really for regulatory decision making. I think bridging that, I think we're gaining a lot of great experience from a lot of trials, but really using these innovative approaches in those late stage preclinical or post-clinical development to kind of see how it comes through all the way to like a labeling change, for example, and things of that nature. Those are the type of experiences and case studies and examples that we're hearing would be really helpful at this time, right, to move the needle, and so kind of putting a call to action on that front across the board.
So, Deanne, anything you'd like to add?
Well, I was looking at Janice because she was going to jump in there when Meghna was talking, but I think you honed in on a good point there where we want examples, but it might be examples of different aspects of that innovation, right? And I think that's what's important for everybody to realize, that we're not going to have that one perfect example that considers everything there. I think it's going to have to take pieces of, like what it means to your specific trial or your specific study, and just trying to build on that. And, you hear this all the time, it depends, and it really does. And so, we welcome you guys to come in and ask, is this feasible? Will this work? And I think programs and listening sessions that, C3TI or other CPIM, I think there are opportunities for everybody to come in and share what their thoughts are on how they want to move something forward.
Okay, really want to go to Janice, but I also want to remind people that if you have thoughts or comments on this, maybe we can put the QR code back up. Please do send them in, and we will try to work those into this and the subsequent discussions. So you have thought a lot about spreading this across industry and done a lot on that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. And maybe just kind of going back, tying the two questions you asked about. For the STEP program, when we had the conversation analyses within our member companies as TransCelery, there were definitely two, I would say, there was definitely acknowledgement of operational challenges that we just need to sort out as sponsors. But there were two perceived regulatory concerns, right? One is, will the policy level advice really get translated consistently across different divisions? And I'll come back to that. And the second one is around just this increased variability we're seeing. And so will greater heterogeneity really allow us, will affect the size and our ability to meet primary criteria? So I wanted to kind of call out some of those specific challenges that from an industry perspective, we're giving a lot of thought to. But where I would just bring it back to the basic, I think we haven't had the opportunity to have the right conversations. And to your point, division leaders do talk. I mean, at least that's my experience, and we're seeing that. And one of, Mark, you asked the first question, what were some of the surprises that as I reflect? Through the tabletop exercises, as we participated, and certainly from an industry perspective, we have wide representation from our member companies. But I will be really honest, I was really surprised genuinely, both by agencies' genuine interest to understand and the diverse representation across agency. We have over 22, and many of you are probably in the room here virtually as well. Just a genuine opportunity to lean in and have that conversation. So yes, there are perspectives across different stakeholders across the ecosystem, but I really want to just acknowledge the opportunity to have the right conversation in the same room and to be able to de-risk, right, some of those concerns so that we don't limit our ability to innovate for the sake of patients. I just wanted to acknowledge that. That was genuinely one of my surprises reflecting on the past 2 years.
Yeah, and you've been involved in these tabletop exercises to sort of get those discussions going, and it's a simulation, it's not reality, but it actually does help make those connections across divisions, getting a sense of how things would be dealt with across the agency, where that's important. Could you say a little bit more about how those have played out, and have they helped reduce this uncertainty, and is that something you'd recommend building on?
Yeah, and thanks. Absolutely. If I could be so honest, I also think that, again, thanks to C3TI's facilitation, I think sometimes we're seeing even leaders amongst agency learning from each other. I consider these as tabletop exercises with real learning labs, right? We're all just sitting in the same room learning on how we can progress. Maybe the challenge for me now is, again, I mentioned that we're seeing interest and appetite across different health authorities. I would pose an interesting challenge to see as we think forward, how could we perhaps lean on FDA in your active, I do believe you're leading by action. Kudos to agency, you're leading by action in this space, but how could we galvanize perhaps and foster opportunity to have multiple regulators to have this similar learning lab conversation?
Great, thank you. Russell, you've been spending a lot of time, not on tabletops, but actual implementation of trials that seem to me to be reflecting all of these priority areas. Real-world implementation, Bayesian analyses, and trying to simplify and make more consistent with real-world data collection and practice, the safety data collection. Some thoughts about moving forward from your standpoint?
Yeah, I agree with Meghana's comment. I think that we've seen a lot of interest from industry in more the post-marketing space and the implementation science space, which is great, and we want to do more of that work as well. but would love to see more opportunities to work with the FDA and really figure out how we can operationalize and do more at the phase 3 level of these types of pragmatic trials. And as the outsider looking in, I feel like, you know, we hold sort of the old standards up as like our gold standards, but they're imperfect too. I mean, I think we have to acknowledge that all research can have some level of bias, some level of limitation. And so, you know, as we adapt these newer approaches to evidence generation, you know, they're going to have their warts and issues too. And that's okay, as long as we acknowledge those, we monitor those, we measure those. But I think if we're going to move the field forward, we have to really innovate and let those things move forward and allow them to be used in a regulatory fashion.
Oh, I'm jumping. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. And I think as we move things forward, we also have to think about that risk-based approach to doing so. So I think that's something that, you know, all stakeholders need to think about as well. Thanks.
Yeah, the old standards may not still be the gold standards. I guess it depends on being fit for purpose, another familiar term. I do want to mention the other term that you hear a lot, which is risk aversion. You know, there is a whole infrastructure built up around the traditional way of doing trials. That's the way product developer companies are organized. That's the expectations that they're familiar with, even though those, as Russell just eloquently described, those approaches are not necessarily, and maybe generally these days, the most efficient or effective ways of answering questions at various stages in clinical development, including pivotal phase 3 or additional, it seems like really important is studies in real-world context, maybe comparative effectiveness, things like that. Those seem very hard to do under the traditional kinds of approaches, but that's where all the infrastructure is. So how do we get from, I see the value of doing the individual pilot studies, getting those out there. I see the value of the tabletops and definitely leveraging the C3TI infrastructure, which seems like has proven some real value in bringing together FDA leaders, especially if people, like Deanne suggested, get some details in to FDA ahead of the meeting so that they can fully engage staff across the agency and get clearer guidance. But this is about restructuring in the end to get to scaling. Maybe, Russell, could you start with how to move forward on that?
That's a big question. Yeah. I do think there's, as we sort of touched on when I talked about all the different projects we've done, there's a lot of commonalities, right? There's a lot of common methods that we're developing and using now in terms of like how we electronically identify and contact participants for research, how we pull and validate data from electronic sources, how we embed a trial into clinical care and maybe randomize at the point of care. And so I think we need to think about how we pull that all together and generate some standards or some operational tools that could be used more widely across all these new pragmatic approaches.
And Deanne and Meghana, is this something that can fall within C3TI? Some of these issues seem to maybe go a bit beyond even FDA, like real-world data standards that are primarily driven by CMS and ONC rules and things like that. Or thoughts about how to get to more scale-up?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're certainly right. There's a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and they're all kind of all over the place a little bit. I do think, you know, within the agency, there's certain things that we can do and that we are doing, right? And I think to move from awareness to being able to apply this knowledge, which is what it takes for that implementation or being able to review these innovative elements, for example, it requires a different level of kind of training and capacity building and gaining that experience, right? So I think we're really trying to understand how can we promote both internally and externally more consistent application of that knowledge, right, for these innovative areas. The other thing that I've been thinking a lot about is, you know, the use of AI in the design of conduct of trials. We're going to hear a little bit more from Chi in a later session today about how we're seeing that at the agency, but we're receiving a lot of submissions, and it's kind of worth thinking about why there's more rapid uptake with AI compared to some of the other innovative approaches. Bayes, SSDC, these are cool too. So what's really like different about the conditions that have enabled the adoption, the broader adoption already, frankly, right, of AI in this space compared to some of the other innovative approaches, and perhaps there's some, you know, some nuggets from that area that we can apply here as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like you look across the board at AI, a lot of the early applications have been sort of administrative, you know, help in doing current processes more efficiently because, you know, everybody kind of knows how to do them, but they've taken a lot of human effort in the past and bring that down. It does seem like there could be some useful AI applications. Russell, I think you kind of alluded to this, that you're building this into the pragmatic trials, which again hit 2 or 3 of these main C3TI goals to help with AI applications to change processes and do something new to make data more comparable and valid. Any thoughts about kind of bridging the AI for admin help to AI for advancing this initiative gap?
Yeah, I mean, AI is moving so fast, but I do think we're using it more and more to extract and validate data, but also even for monitoring. So for monitoring of a study over time, for collection and validation of data, and even for long-term monitoring. So I think we really need to embrace AI in what we're doing because it's here to stay. And I also just want to mention, when we talk about embedding into clinical care, we need to also think about how the clinical care environment is rapidly changing too. I mean, people don't just come to the doctor's office anymore for their care. They're getting their care through 8 different methods. They're doing, you know, online telehealth. They're doing on-demand care. They're
using open evidence or ChatGPT or
Dr. ChatGPT, right? And they bring me the 20 pages of questions. So you know, we need to think about when we're doing trials also in meeting patients where they are. So, you know, everybody's got phones. Everybody's got wearables. I mean, we have more novel ways to collect data than just like making someone come into a clinical research center for a blood test and a survey. Like we really need to push that paradigm about where is research done and how is the data collected.
Yeah, I just reminded of some CMS announcements in the last couple of weeks, including creating a new class of Medicare providers that are digital forward and that as part of their conditions of payment are being required to get valid measures of cardiorenal metabolic risk factors, behavioral health status of patients, and it's leveraging that interoperable data, wearables. There's still validation to do to you know, bring to the very important points here, but the world is changing. Janice, what's next for Transcelerate to bring together industry perspectives to help advance these efforts?
Yeah, thanks. It just kind of prompted me to think about a couple of things. One is, as we talk about AI, and I knew we weren't going, it wasn't part of like the prep, but I knew we were going to touch on that. Maybe let me bring it back to from our lens as an industry, and I really do believe it's something that can't be overlooked. We have to really almost double down on data interoperability, right? And without real commitment to around development and adoption of data standards, which, by the way, I believe sometimes there's a space that have duplicative efforts and causes some confusion. But in order for it to really unleash the power of AI, I think data interoperability is so important. And then really, I think that data standards, commitment to develop and adopt data standards, which will enable data interoperability, which will then enable trusted AI technologies, which I think that's where I know that something continue to be a core focus for us as sponsors, as Transcelerate at least. And I love what, Russell, you mentioned, meeting patients where they are. Something that hasn't been brought up, and I want to kind of maybe put a asterisk around it. We as an ecosystem, or certainly as an industry, really need to evolve our way to select and investigators, ways to support investigators. We have to move away from the traditional methodology, right? Because if we don't, our ability to really reach and better serve the underserved populations and communities. It would, not just here within the US, but also globally. If we don't evolve in that space, we're simply not gonna be able to achieve our goals. I just wanted to kind of flag that because that is so important. And risk aversion is only part of the challenge, Mark, as you said. It's our ability to continue to scale up and repeat. And we have a lot of tools, we have a lot of use cases, and I come back to, we've done some demonstration projects that have shown us success, but acing that practice test is only gonna get us so long, right? So far. You can't learn how to ride a bike by just watching somebody learn how to ride a bike. It's time to get on that bike ourselves, guys. So maybe I'll stop there for now.
Well, there is so much interest in generating evidence that's relevant to different kinds of populations, different care delivery settings, and Russell started out talking about that and highlighted some of the early PCORNet, sort of network approaches to do it. So much interest in leveraging new ways of delivering care. I mentioned sort of digital forward apps and supports to work with clinicians. That is where people are headed, and I know this wasn't, we deviated a little bit, as you said, from like the prep, but that's, that's a questions, comments that are coming in, and that's the world we're living in now. I hope we can come back to some of these issues in the remaining sessions. That was exactly the point of this kickoff discussion. But we have a few minutes left, and I just wanted to go through the group, maybe Russell, starting with you, of any other points that you really wanted to make to help fulfill this goal of moving from some examples, some promising guidance, some steps forward over the past couple of years with C3TI and clinical trial innovation to this next step up to address the challenges that we've talked about this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I just would reiterate, I think the North Star here is we really want to improve care for our patients and populations. And so, we need to make the leaps. Like we need to embrace this innovation, take on some risk, because the world is moving very rapidly, and this is our opportunity to really jump in and work with the FDA to move the field forward and try to do these projects more efficiently, but also more embedded in the real world, so that we can get new drugs and new approaches, new care delivery approaches out to market to really improve care for people and their families.
And Russell, as you're implementing these network trials in real world settings, anything at the top of the wish list that could come back to C3TI soon?
Anything. We'll come
so many
work
choices,
with us.
right?
Yeah. No, we would love to leverage PCORNet, which is a national network we've built now. We have electronic health record data on over 50 million patients seen in the last year, and well over 130 million that we have electronic health record data on. So there are networks out there to help do this research here in the United States.
And you've got it in Adaptable, you brought down cost per patient to something like $1,000 per patient, which is like amazing in U.S. clinical trial standards, but seems like based on what you all are just saying, there are a lot more opportunities to do that, but we haven't worked through the validity of AI-enabled, real-world data collection and standards. AI isn't going to magically replace missing data or anything like that, so some issues to work out there. Yeah, so people try, but again, seems like some real opportunities for next steps with C3TI. Deanne, anything you'd like to add before we wrap up?
Thanks, Mark. I think just some points just based on the conversation here. First, I have to talk about AI because, we did. And I just want to let everybody know that we do have an AI guidance out that does provide a risk-based framework. So just wanted to mention that there. In listening to just the discussion, I openly recognize that FDA has work to do. CDER has work to do. And I want folks to know that we are willing to take it on. We challenge ourselves as well to see where we can move the needle forward. And so together, I truly believe we can get there. We can get some movement. I think, we are committed to flexibility, and I think that's one piece that we had talked about earlier as well, is we need to be flexible. So we're committed to being flexible, but we still have to ensure that we maintain the regulatory standards that are expected of us as an agency. So again, just highlighting that we are committed and we understand and we hear you. So please engage us early and engage us often.
And to get to that question about uncertainty, and does this apply across the agency, and is it going to apply around the world? You are involved across the whole center
ICH
with global connections, and just need to take advantage, and let's keep building out that infrastructure.
Yeah, let's learn from one another.
Great. Janice?
Yeah, great, by the way. For me, maybe I look at three future opportunities. I think one, and Deanne, thank you for emphasizing the sentiments from agency. I do see FDA could potentially play a pivotal role when we think about again, fit for purpose data acquisition infrastructure, right? When you think about having agency play a convener role to have the right conversations across HHS and other stakeholders, because I think that's where we need to move as an ecosystem. Secondly, opportunity to strengthen, I would say, incentives, right? Again, how do we truly embed clinical research into part of routine care, but how do we strengthen the incentives? And we've seen some successes and momentum in the oncology space, so let's do that across different disease areas. And last but not least, in the spirit of AI, it's great to hear that we can learn together. I think that we will, I think there's opportunity for, again, not just industry or Transallerate or other parts of the ecosystem to really partner with agency as we look to streamline the implementation and adoption of technologies in that space. At the end of the day, as Russell, you said it, we have to innovate for the sake of patients. And patients don't care where innovations happen. They just want it to happen, right? So we have such an obligation to just, like I said, stop watching people ride that bike, get on that bike ourselves, and take some action. So.
Thank you. And Megan, you get the last word.
I didn't want the last word. I would have preferred to go first. I certainly want to echo all the perspectives that my co-panelists have shared up here. I completely agree. At the agency, we recognize that we have a unique, visibility across what's happening, right? Across pipelines, across therapeutic areas, what's working and what's not working, that we have this unique expertise. And honestly, all of my colleagues, we at the agency, we take that responsibility of scientific leadership very seriously, and we're very passionate about it, right? But we're in a unique position where a lot of our day job is being reactive to what we're seeing, right? When we're thinking about the protocols that are coming in and things of that nature. And the reality is, it's easier when you have a clean slate to start thinking innovatively and thinking about what makes sense. When you already see something that's pretty fully baked and you have a very short turnaround time, it's more kind of, hey, this is, these are the critical things, like yes, no, but it's a little bit late in the game to suggest an innovative approach or to do something completely different after it's already made it to that step, right? And so, it kind of goes back to, I know you hear it from us all the time, but I'm not really sure it's sinking in, but come engage with us early and often. Or other things like, we do talk to each other. It was very intentional to have both policy and clinical, on this very panel, or to have our other FDA folks throughout all the other sessions today, to really kind of communicate that we talk to each other. Or so often we hear, well, we think FDA is not going to accept this. And I was like, well, did you ask? We respond to our emails. There's ways to ask us, right? So I think it's a lot of myth busting is still a lot of the primary job, both for C3TI, I think, and regulators generally so often. But we want to, be very active, shepherds here, very active leaders in this space, but we can't do it alone. We need sponsors to engage with us. We need CROs, vendors, there's so many more players as the innovation kind of keeps expanding, right, in the clinical research ecosystem. Russell, the one point I disagreed with you is twice you said you're on the outside looking in. I think you're pretty close to the center. The only person more in the center is the participant, the trial participant, and the patient themselves, right? And so I think think kind of really keeping them as our North Star.
Yeah.
But I think we're really looking forward to the conversations today. We've had a lot of dialogue about what the pain points and the barriers are. What our goal and our hope for today is that we're really moving from conversations about what the pain points are to where have we seen progress, what more can we do. So I really hope we're having actionable, action-oriented conversations and dialogue throughout today.
Yeah, thank you all for a great discussion to frame that. So this does come back to that uncertainty, risk aversion. So I think you all framed it very well. Product developers can keep doing things the traditional way, which is going to be expensive, time-consuming, face the challenges that Janice described very eloquently around not reaching very many patients and very many settings that are relevant to how much impact those products are going to have in the real world, payment and delivery conditions, and going to miss out on a lot of the new ways of integrating data and leveraging AI validly and fit for purpose to do that, and the methods too. Or you can spend some time engaging early, whether it's limited steps like asking questions and getting feedback before you design that very costly study, or as is becoming clearer, and hopefully today will make even clearer, how can you use this C3TI cross-center infrastructure? How can C3TI make that infrastructure better? We talked about some connections elsewhere in HHS that matters, CMS, ONC, et cetera, and make it better from a global perspective. So thank you all. I think we're really teed up for a great follow-on set of discussions today. And I want to thank those of you who are joining us who have had some suggestions about AI and new issues that they wanted to bring up here and in later sessions. So keep those comments coming. Thank you all very much for a great opening session. With Jane Perlmutter and the next panel on innovation in practice from design to innovation. Come on up. Don't be shy. Nice to see you. This is the iPad that has the...
Right, that's what they told me. Thanks a lot. Okay, I think we have everyone here. First of all, thanks so much. Do I do the slides? Okay. I'm Jane Perlmutter. I'm the moderator for this session, and I'm also going to get to say a few things. Right. Oh, whoops, next one.
Next one.
Oh.
There we go.
And there are our speakers. I'm actually a patient, a cancer patient, and a long-term advocate. And I thank the convener so much for inviting a patient to moderate this session. And I thank the speakers in the last session to emphasize that we don't do innovation just for its fun. I think the people who are coming to this session like to do innovation. It is more fun. And we don't do it only for efficiency, but we do it to actually get things to patients that need them. And actually, Janice also made a point that I'd like to make, that we don't have enough patients in trials, and we have too many patients that drop out of trials. So when we think about innovation, we should also think about trials that are going to be attractive to patients and keep them in the trials. So I'm hoping that our panel will talk to all of those points. Let me introduce the panel. Each of them will get to say some things, and then we'll chat. I think first, our back row is Katie Donahue, who is the director of the Division of Rare Diseases and Medical Genetics at FDA. Then we have Mark Levinson, who is the Deputy Director of Biostatistics at CDER. Moving right along, we have Mikhail, whoops, I lost your last name here. Sorry, Suman from Boehringer Ingelheim, who is the Senior Global Clinical Program Leader. And we have Mikhail Dieter Haring, who is the Executive Director of Biostatistics at Novartis. And last but not least, our AI expert, Chi Lu, who's Associate Director for Innovation and Partnerships at the Office of Clinical Pharmacology at CDER, and is going to talk to us about some AI stuff. So we have a couple of industry folks here who actually are part of some demonstration projects, as well as some FDA folks. First, we'll hear from the industry partners about things that they've done, and then we'll let each of the FDA folks talk to us, and then we'll have an open discussion, and feel free to give us your questions. And I need to run the slides, I think. So our first speaker is Mikhail.
Yeah.
And you can just say next if I don't move along fast enough.
Yeah, of course. First of all, really great to be here, to be part of this great discussion, great meeting. I would like to share our example of implementing streamlined elements in clinical trial design. And this example is IMpactMI trial. IMpactMI trial is a phase 3 trial. We conducted it to evaluate efficacy and safety of empagliflozin in patients after acute myocardial infarction. It was randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trial conducted from 2020 to 2023 with results presented in 2024. The regulatory objective of the trial was to generate substantial evidence to get it approved for indication, reduction of heart failure hospitalization and all-cause mortality after acute myocardial infarction. And this trial enrolled 6,500 patients with myocardial infarction and increased risk of heart failure, randomized to patients to empagliflozin or placebo, and primary endpoint was heart failure hospitalization, all-cause mortality. And could you click once again? So, unfortunately, the trial did not meet primary endpoint. However, one of the components of primary endpoint, heart failure hospitalization, demonstrated meaningful reduction, which was consistent with what we observed in other clinical trials of empagliflozin and for other CGLT2 inhibitors. So, 2 streamlined elements we used in the trial. 4 buckets of streamlined elements were implemented in the trial. Streamlined approach to data collection, to visit patients follow-up, endpoints verification, and eligibility criteria. Within current discussion, I will focus mainly on data collection and patient follow-up elements. So, in terms of streamlined data collection, we implemented selective safety data collection here. What this meant for IMpactMI trial? We collected safety events only, serious adverse events leading to treatment discontinuation, adverse events of special interest. In terms of laboratory data, we did not collect laboratory data during patient follow-up. We did it only in certain countries where regulatory authorities requested assessment of clearance creatinine over a time. And we did not collect ECG data. We did not perform physical examination, vital signs assessment over patient follow-up. And here it's also linked to the topic of efficacy endpoints, because efficacy endpoints were all based on hospitalization and mortality. And concomitant medication was collected only within first 6 months, and after 6 months, only open-label treatment with CGLT2 inhibitors was collected. So you can see that it was very economic, minimalistic way to data collection, minimal information. And this enabled to implement more streamlined approach to patient follow-up. Visits were quite rare, about 1 visit per 6 months, and predominantly remote visits. It was mainly phone contacts of investigator with patients and use of patient web or mobile application. So, key point about all this streamlined story in IMpactMI trial, why we decided to do it and what enabled us to do it. First of all, the timing when we designed EMPACT-MI trial. At that point in time, empagliflozin was already approved for indication for treatment patients with type 2 diabetes. And we had very comprehensive clinical development program for patients with type 2 diabetes behind, including glucose-lowering studies and including large-scale cardiovascular outcome trials, empiric outcome in patients with type 2 diabetes and established cardiovascular disease. So meaning that we had quite solid evidence already on efficacy in cardiovascular disease and very solid base of safety data about empagliflozin. Moreover, at that time, we had ongoing clinical trials in patients with heart failure with reduced ejection fraction, heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, and in patients with chronic kidney disease, which had to be completed before EMPACT-MI trial. So altogether, this meant that we already had quite good evidence on safety and efficacy, and we are about to generate additional evidence from other trials. So to the time of approval of empagliflozin for patients with acute myocardial infarction, we would have complete picture. And this enables our way of thinking whether we can streamline something, whether we make the trial more efficient, whether we can reduce burden for patients and for investigators. And this brought us to understanding that we may try to do something innovative here. This was also a kind of boosted further by the fact that we initiated the trial at the year of COVID, actually. It was 2020. And for us, when we started our designing activities around the EMPACT-MI trial, COVID was, yes, at the very, very beginning, let's say. And this is why we are kind of keeping in our minds that we may need to consider something, because traditional clinical trials in this scenario most likely would not work. And then we started the trial at the end of 2020. And this trial was conducted in mainly remote setting, let's put it this way. So overall, it was the factors which triggered our decision to run streamlined clinical trial. So this is our example, and yeah, happy to discuss it further.
Thank you so much. So we saw one example with selective safety data collection, and now I guess Deidre is going to talk to us a couple of examples about Bayesian use.
Thank you. I should use the microphone. Thanks a lot for inviting me to this meeting. I'm very happy to be here and think it's a very important topic. So I brought 3 examples from Novartis. I'm a global group head of biostatistics and neuroscience in Novartis. I brought 3 examples from our shop on innovative designs and options. So here you see on the left-hand side, clinical trial design. In the middle, you see a Bayesian supportive subgroup analysis in a phase 3 setting. And on the right-hand side, probably the most innovative, rethinking a disease using AI. I brought for each of them 1 slide to just introduce it, and then 1 summary slide to kind of bring the advantages and the challenges across these 3 areas and summarize it. Next slide, please. So I hone in on the trial design, the Bayesian trial design. This is in a pediatric setting, so that's a rare disease. It's very difficult to do trials in pediatric patients with MS. We recruit, on average, 1 patient per 1 year per 1 center across the world, having all the global centers. It's really, really challenging, so these trials cannot be big. So that makes you think maybe about the placebo-controlled trial, because then it can maximize treatment effect size, but that's a problem because it's also a vulnerable population. So if patients acquire disability, that's irreversible. They lose brain volume, they have irreversible changes, and so we really don't want to expose them to a placebo or to something that we think is a suboptimal treatment, but what then, right? And we have, at the moment, the situation is really not really acceptable, right? We have 20 approved therapies in adults for 3 decades, some of them, and we have only 1 globally approved therapy for pediatric MS. So how can we be more efficient? And so this trial uses a Bayesian trial design. It uses extrapolation from adults, because at the time we start pediatric development, we typically have completed the phase 3 programs. We have an established benefit risk. So instead of thinking of pediatrics as totally different, we think of what can we learn more, what do we need to acknowledge, what gaps do we need to acknowledge to actually treat them. And so it has an element of extrapolation, and it has also this non-inferiority idea in this case. So we have this one approved therapy that I mentioned, Gilenya, which has shown in a randomized controlled traditional setting that it can reduce relapse rates. That means the times when patients have acute neurological symptoms by more than 80%. So it's really much more efficient or efficacious than an interferon. And so in the new trial, we show that the new trials or the new medications are similarly efficacious to Gilenya by a margin that's wide enough to be efficient, but small enough to be certainly better than placebo or interferon. That's the concept of this. This trial has been ongoing now, and we have this year received a message from the DMC that we can stop it at the interim for efficacy, so we will stop and read this out this year. Next example, please. So here, this is the patient subgroup analysis. That's maybe a smaller innovation, but still I think it's very relevant. In all of our submissions, we have subgroup analysis, and typically subgroups are relatively small. You have some subgroups that are clearly underpowered. Sometimes you also have chance findings, most likely with wide confidence intervals. And so a Bayesian analysis is a possibility to actually shrink everything a little bit to the overall effect, and also to borrow some strengths across the different subgroups and to stabilize estimation. Finally, it also has the advantage that you can actually have a probabilistic interpretation of the posterior distribution. So you can ask a question, what's the probability that, for instance, patients aged more than 40 years do actually benefit from this therapy, which is not very clear from the frequentist analysis here. Can you just go forward and backwards a few times? No, just back, please. And now back and forth again. So you change between Bayesian subgroup. Well, maybe you want to give.
Do you want the further one?
Yeah, you see it's frequentist subgroup analysis, and then so I just want you to change back and forth between the two slides. No, just. Can you try it again? Yes, now. Sorry. Okay, the intention was that the graph should actually move, and you see the Bayesian subgroup analysis at the moment, exactly now, frequentist. And so if you do this a few times back and forth, then people can appreciate what the differences are. So basically, by using a prior distribution that's from the overall trial result, you can shrink everything to the center of what's the average result of the trial. Especially that's influential where you have very few patients in a subgroup, but it's not very influential when you actually have a lot of patients in a subgroup. It also reduces kind of these wide confidence intervals. You see this for patients aged 40 and above. So this is the second thing. Again, this is ongoing. We will have a readout of the phase 3 program. We will use this, and this is part of the C3TI program here. And my last example, please. That's maybe the most disruptive. It's an AI-based reclassification of multiple sclerosis. It's called. It's in fact a data-driven approach. So MS is just one example. I'm working myself in MS, that's why it's about MS, but you could also think about other diseases. So MS has been categorized into subcategories or indications at a time when there was almost no data available. And so this initial classification of the disease into relapsing MS, SPMS, PPMS, that's from a time when there was no data available, based on a survey amongst physicians how the patients present themselves. And so it's purely the clinical presentation, and the authors recognize that there is no biological basis of this. And so after 3 decades of research, we see that there is nothing fundamentally different between these indications. All the biology is actually across these different subtypes, admittedly with different frequencies between them, but there's nothing really distinct. And what you can see in the upper right corner is now we have the consensus definitions, but the regulators deviated from these consensus definitions, creating their own indications based on benefit-risk assessments of drugs. And the FDA did that in a different way than EMA, both of them kind of deviating a little bit from the consensus definitions. That creates a very, very complex situation for us as sponsors to conduct global trials in an efficient way. All of these are now considered distinct indications, but actually they may not be. So if we could acknowledge this relatedness, we would probably gain a lot in terms of efficiency, but also in terms of targetedness of what we do, because in our medications we target the biology and not a clinical label, basically. And so the last slide is just summarizing these three examples, and maybe it's a good way to discuss these things. You can see on the left-hand side the trial design. I talked about it. It's about ethical and efficiency of the pediatric development here. And the main challenge is reaching global alignment for the innovative trial things. In the middle, it's about the subgroup analysis, and the main thing is reaching alignment about the use of patient statistics, but particularly the choice of prior. And on the right-hand side, of course, if you could acknowledge the biological similarity between these different subtypes, maybe it would be possible to run one phase 3 program and then do subgroup analysis to show that the effects are similar to in a predefined way or so, instead of requesting a separate phase 3 program in each of these sub-boxes. And basically the main challenge here would be, or from my perspective, would be how do we actually learn from data? We have now the methodology and the data are available. We have thousands of patients who have been exposed, participated in our trials, to actually rethink how compatible is the classification with the actual data from patients. How can we learn in a structured way and harmonize this globally? So these are my examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, 2 years ago when C3TI was initiated, AI hardly came on the screen, but now it's in every single session. So Shi Li from the FDA will tell us a little bit about what she and the FDA is thinking about it and what's likely to be C4.
Thank you so much, Jen, and good morning, everyone. It's really exciting to see the excitement about AI in the first session and also from this session. And I feel extremely honored to be here to share my own learning on the use of AI in clinical trials. Let's go to the next slide. I would like to start with a picture on the number of AI-related submissions at the CDER FDA by year, because the picture is worth 1,000 words. And when it comes to the rise of AI in drug development, FDA has been pretty proactive. Actually, we have been tracking the AI-related submissions at CDER for about 10 years. And we have observed a very rapid increase of AI-related submissions at CDER in the past 5 years. As you can see from this graph here, before year 2020, the AI-related regulatory submissions at CDER is very minimum. Most of the years, it's single digit. And then in year 2021, there's a very rapid increase of AI-related submission that increased to over 100, which is about 10 times as compared to the year before. And then between 2021 to year 2024, we have seen a steady increase of such submissions each year. And last year, such submission is about 500. And overall, this increasing trend is very consistent with what we have been seeing with the broader adoption of AI in medical field. Next slide, please. And in our landscape analysis, we also summarized the type of analysis of the AI application and also its objectives. In terms of types of analysis, AI has been commonly used for outcome prediction, which includes prognostic prediction and treatment response prediction. Very often, the sponsor will propose that we'll use an AI algorithm to predict, for example, patient's prognosis or treatment response, including both efficacy and potentially safety, based on the baseline characteristics of the patients, the lab values, and the treatment he or she receives. And another type of common type of analysis using AI is for covariate selection and confounding adjustment. And actually, our OB colleagues are having collaborations with researchers from Berkeley using targeted machine learning to try to do covariate selection, and they're publishing a lot. We have also seen AI has been used for pharmacometric modeling, for detection of an anomaly, and also for analysis of novel type of data, for example, imaging, videos, or voices analysis. And we have also seen AI used for real-world phenotyping or natural language processing. In terms of objectives of using the AI, AI has been shown to be very powerful tools for drug discovery and repurposing. From a regulatory perspective, the sponsors are not required to tell us whether they use AI for drug discovery or repurposing, but we do see sometimes sponsors tell us that either the target or compound that under development were based on AI research. And AI were also very often used for drug toxicity predictions. And for example, very often sponsors use AI and try to predict the drug safety profile based on its chemical structure, the physical chemical properties, or affinity to certain targets. And it's very interesting to note that in recent years, we're starting to see more and more those AI-based NAMs that stands for new approach methodology that is used to reduce, replace, or refine animal studies. And another common type of AI application in drug development is for enrichment trial design. Generally speaking, there are 3 types of enrichment strategies: reducing variability, prognostic enrichment, and predictive enrichment. And we have seen AI proposals for all 3 types of enrichment strategies. We have also seen sponsors propose to use AI for patient risk stratification and risk management. And they have also proposed to use AI for dose selection or dose optimization. And AI has also been proposed to monitor and sometimes enhance adherence to the dosing regimen of the investigational drugs. And they have also been proposed for synthetic control or digital twin generation. And actually, the most common application I've seen so far is using AI for endpoint or biomarker assessment. And of course, they are also used for post-marketing surveillance as well. So next slide, please. In the previous 2 slides, I talked about the regulatory submissions by the sponsors proposing to use AI. Here, I also want to share with you one example. Actually, FDA has used AI or machine learning for regulatory decision-making. And this is in 2022. FDA issued emergency authorization for the use of anakinra for the treatment of COVID-19 for hospitalized adult patients. And this actually was the first time CDER used AI machine learning for regulatory decision-making. And in this case, it was to identify a patient population for drug therapy. So here's the background. So the clinical efficacy and safety data to support anakinra for this indication was mostly coming from a phase 3 randomized controlled trial called SAVE. And in this trial, patients were selected based on a biomarker called SUPA. And SUPA is a biomarker for inflammation and immune status. And in this trial, every patient were required to have a SUPA level higher than or equal to 6 nanogram per ml. However, the SUPA assay was not available in the US as a commercial assay. So if we are gonna issue this emergency authorization, how can the healthcare providers identify which patients should receive this treatment? And it was the pandemic. Patients are dying, and it is really important for us to make this potentially life-saving treatment available to the patients. So we took an innovative approach. FDA decided to use machine learning to identify a combination of patient characteristics, including commonly measured lab values and other factors, to try to identify if we could develop alternative methods to identify a patient population that is aligned with the phase 3 trial, SAFE-MORE trial. And we used 2 different machine learning methods to develop a method which is a scoring system that can help us identify patients who are likely to have SUPA value higher than or equal to 6. And we developed this scoring system using the data from SAFE-MORE trial, and then we did external validation from the data from an independent trial called SAFE. And this developed and validated scoring system consists of 8 criteria. If the patients can meet at least 3 out of these 8 criteria, he or she is very likely to have super level higher than or equal to 6 nanogram per ml. And this patient identification method has been ultimately incorporated into the anakinra EUA fact sheet in section 1.1, patient population identification section. Let's move to the next slide. In December last year, FDA qualified the first AI-based drug development tool. It was called AIM-NASH, which stands for AI-based histological assessment of NASH. And this tool can be used in MASH clinical trials, and it could help standardize the histological assessment and reducing the time and resource needed to the MASH drug development. And actually, there's a lot more. There's many other additional exciting things at FDA or in industry related to AI, but I don't want to go over my allocated time, so I will save it for panel discussion. Thank you.
We could definitely have a whole session on AI, and I'm sure we will next year. But our next speaker is also from FDA. Mark Levinson is Deputy Director of Biostatistics. You know, I'm a cognitive psychologist by training, and I used to study human learning, and I thought, and I often say, everybody is a Bayesian, naturally, but the exceptions seem to be biostatisticians. But over time, I've met more and more Bayesian statisticians, and I'm very happy to meet Mark, and I think he's going to tell us about a lot more that are coming on board.
Yes, first of all, I think we're growing the Bayesian statisticians, so I think you'll have more friends in statistics now. Yeah, so I'm actually currently the director of the Office of Biostatistics, and our office has touched many of the programs we've already heard about. I'm not going to present any detailed examples, but I'll talk about some of my programs and hopefully have some reactions to what we've heard in this panel and even the previous panel. Yeah, so my office leads the Complex Innovative Design Program, the CID program that we heard a little in one example from Dieter. I think that's a very useful program as we promote innovation, and it's one of several programs like that. We also heard about the Advancing Real-World Evidence program in the first session, and there's Model-Informed Drug Development. There's a number of these programs that come out of our PDUFA program that I think are very effective in promoting innovation. So let me focus first, well, mainly on our Complex Innovative Design program. So this program, which will still be going throughout PDUFA 7, and we'll have a different, perhaps some variation of that in PDUFA 8. This program enables sponsors to have additional interactions with FDA to work out complex designs that might be more challenging to address in our typical meeting program. And we've seen them on our website, or a number of examples you could refer to. I think there are 6 examples now, but we've seen a range of examples that I think are very promising innovations. We saw the example for borrowing adult data for pediatrics, which is almost a no-brainer. I mean, the alternative is just to use a lot of sort of qualitative reasoning. This could really make it a quantitative exercise and really focus on what assumptions you're making. There will be an upcoming guidance on Bayesian statistics for this pediatric extrapolation, so that will hopefully come out in draft this year. And I think, as you already heard, we already have a draft guidance out for a couple of months on Bayesian statistics more generally in drug development. There are many uses of Bayesian statistics. We've heard a few of them. We heard 2 in Dieter's presentation. Other examples might be borrowing external control data or using it in a hybrid trial where you both have randomized internal controls and external controls. And it's a very promising design because you have the ability to compare these internal controls to external controls. And the Bayesian methods, and some non-Bayesian methods as well, can do this very effectively because they not only can look at baseline information, which is traditionally how we match external controls using things like propensity scores, but it can adaptively use post-baseline information, which I think is a big step forward because it gives you a better idea of what these patients are like. So we've seen adaptive trials in complex innovative designs that do complex adaptations to select doses, even to select endpoints, which I think is very promising. Which probably brings me to the rare disease domain, which maybe you will talk more about perhaps, but we're seeing a lot of innovations in rare diseases by necessity. Limited patient populations, unmet needs. So we are, within the review programs and within our demonstration programs, we're seeing a lot of innovative ideas in rare diseases. And I think that brings us back to some of the points we've already heard, that in rare diseases there are limited patients, but in general it's hard to get patients in trials. And anything we could do to reduce patient burden, perhaps make trials more patient-focused, will be improvement for all. I'll talk more about some of the successes and challenges, I think, in the rest of the session, but I'll cede my time here.
Okay, so we will now turn to specifically rare diseases with Katie Donahue, who is the director of the Division of Rare Diseases and Medical Genetics, probably the area that needs the most innovation the most, because it's rare, but it's also so many unmet needs, so we're anxious to hear.
So, Jane, thank you. And it's my fault. I was traveling overseas and did not get my updated bio and headshot to the conference organizers, but I am the former director of the Division of Rare Diseases and Medical Genetics. No. I'm still at the FDA. I'm in the Office of Immunology. But so much of my interest in innovative trial design really stemmed from that frontline work in the trenches of rare diseases, and how are we going to get a clinical trial designed and launched and therapies approved for patients that are suffering now with these diseases. And so I was asked to speak to a couple of specific examples, and there are two adaptive designs that I would love to see more widely adopted in rare diseases, but outside that too. And I'm especially interested in the next panel to hear about what are some of the specific obstacles to implementing these. Because from where I'm sitting, this could do so much to de-risk drug development, particularly for rare diseases. So two of those strategies are adaptive randomization for dose, and we have a specific example of that from the Office of Immunology in the Complex Innovative Design Program, so you can look on the website and get details. But the bottom line is that you would, randomize patients to 1:1 to 1:1 to one of 3 dose levels or placebo. And then as the trial progresses and enrollment continues, you would randomize more patients to the more effective dose. So still 25% are getting randomized to placebo, but as the trial progresses, new patients are getting randomized to the most effective dose. And so that adaptive randomization, I think, is a really powerful tool because it lets you do 2 things with one trial, which is often what we're trying to do in rare diseases. We want to do 1 trial. We don't have patients for 2 trials. But this lets you do your dose ranging and test your hypothesis about efficacy in the 1 trial. And from where I was sitting, inadequate dose ranging was one of the single biggest risk factors for a failed rare disease trial of an otherwise promising therapy. There was just so much urgency to get it into the trial and get it across the line that sometimes there wasn't enough dose ranging to identify what is going to be an effective dose. We just sort of pick a number and go. And I would love to see investors, kind of put their money where their mouth is. I'm sure these trials are more expensive to do and more complicated and maybe take a little bit longer, but I've got to believe investors are leaving money on the table by backing trials that don't have dose ranging instead of backing trials that actually build in some adaptive dose ranging. It's just got to de-risk a program if you know that you're going to have most of your patients on the most effective dose. So that's one where I would really like to hear more about what the obstacles are to implementing that, particularly as we're seeing more and more drug development rely on one adequate and well-controlled trial. I don't want to see a bunch of failed programs because we didn't get dose ranging. So that's one that I'm interested to hear, and I'm available for hallway conversations if you have horror stories that you want to share in private and not in front of the whole group. I really do want to know. The other one that I think is potentially really powerful in rare diseases and other sort of understudied diseases is adaptive duration, which I know is complicated to operationalize, but again, I would like to start seeing more of that. So in this one, you would basically, randomize patients, and then you would specify some interim analyses, and you would say, if we've got a clear win at 6 months, the trial's over, everybody crosses over to open label extension. And this gives patients assurance that if it's a highly effective therapy, they're not signing up to get randomized to placebo for a year or 2 years, right? It gives them assurance that if this is a real winner, they're going to get access to it quickly. But conversely, it de-risks drug development for sponsors, because often, if this is the first clinical trial that's ever being done in patients, we don't really know. We think we know the rate of the disease based on natural history, but the natural history of these rare genetic diseases is changing under our feet, right? Like as diagnostics change, we're starting to identify patients earlier, we're identifying more patients, and so what we think we know about the natural history is mostly wrong by the time we do the first clinical trial for that disease, and you end up with patients who are going to have slower progression. And so I've seen sponsor after sponsor after sponsor get burned with picking a 1-year trial just sort of arbitrarily, and then not really having enough duration to show that we're genuinely slowing progression of disease if the patients who enrolled end up having a slightly more benign course, right? And so by arbitrarily picking that time point, you're locking yourself into a failed trial. So again, if you have interim analyses where you can say, okay, we're going to measure at 6 months, we're going to measure at 1 year. If we're still not seeing a clear win, we're going to maintain randomization. And again, it gives patients some assurance that they're not being, deprived of a highly effective therapy. Like if you still can't tell the difference between placebo and treatment, then there's not so much harm potentially in being on placebo for a longer period of time. But it does give the sponsors enough runway to actually demonstrate effectiveness and not just, we finished our trial, we crossed everyone over to open label extension, we analyzed our disease, and it's a bust, and now we've used all our patients in that one trial, and there aren't any more that we can enroll or randomize. So that's harder to do, and it is a lot to ask of patients, but I do think it would do a lot to de-risk rare disease drug development, particularly when it's like the first clinical trial for an indication, and there's just so much uncertainty. We talk about, it's like building the plane while you're flying it, But I would love to see investors back those kinds of approaches, because I do think it de-risks drug development for them. So I'm sure it costs more. I know it's harder to do, and that's probably why we're not seeing as much of it. But I've got to believe they're leaving some money on the table by not insisting on implementing some of those approaches in order to de-risk drug development. So those are the 2 examples I'll share, and happy to discuss more and hear especially what the obstacles are, because they're real.
Thanks so much, and that's really a great lead-in. I've gotten the opportunity to now talk about what I view as the most innovative trial, and I've been lucky enough to been involved in it for over 20 years. So bear with me, I'll go fast because we have a lot to discuss. But how many of you are familiar with the I-SPY trial? Very briefly, this is an early-stage breast cancer trial, and cancer is becoming really a rare disease. It's maybe the most common disease, but with all the biomarkers, each specific subset is a rare disease. And some of the things that Katie talked about, response-adaptive trials, are exactly what we put into this very innovative trial back about 15 years ago. So this kind of summarizes it. I'm not going to go into the details. Anyone that wants to know everything about I-SPY, I'm happy to talk to you about it. It was the first in so many different ways, and here I just needed to sort of brag. But here is what is really most important. Innovation is not a one-time thing. You have to continuously innovate. And over 20 years, we've learned how to make trials more and more patient-centric. And we started out in about 2015 with a response-adaptive trial where instead of varying doses, we had different drugs for a particular indication, and each time we had an early endpoint. Each time that a patient got to that endpoint, we readjusted the probabilities that people got those different drugs. At that point, I said, well, we don't really just want to adapt across patients, we want to adapt within patients. And now I-SPY 2.2 is a sequential multiple assignment trial, a SMART trial they call that, and we are actually adapting treatment to patients depending on how individual patients are doing. So lots and lots of innovation. This was one of the first Bayesian trials, and there's Bayesian in so many different ways. And here are some of the examples of the things that Bayesian statistics did for us. Probably most importantly is that we were able to share knowledge across the control group. We had a single control group for multiple different agents, and that meant that patients had the opportunity to get an investigational drug at a higher probability than they ordinarily would, which is something that's really very important to cancer patients. We are now actually working on our endpoints to make them even more patient-centric. So innovation is great, it's for patients, and we need to make trials patient-friendly. You know, in the last panel, a number of folks said, get to FDA early and often. One of my advocate aphorisms is talk to patients early and often. And you can get to patients before you get to the FDA to figure out what's important to them. And you can get to patients every single day. We've had over 30 patient advocates embedded in the I-SPY trial. We're on calls every week with the investigators and influencing everything they do. And they're all thinking about patients because we're part of the team. There are other examples of innovation. Some of them are mentioned here. I'll particularly bring you to some of the ones at the bottom. We talked about selective safety. We have an interesting approach that we're using for safety. But what we're importantly also doing is embedding a lot of patient-reported outcomes. Really important because the drug companies are especially interested in serious adverse events, but patients are really interested in tolerability. And when you report out and advertise and market a drug, patients want to know, particularly cancer patients, what are some of those perhaps life-altering but not life-ending side effects. You know, if a grade 2 diarrhea that you're living with is something that a patient would want to avoid. We actually have, with some help from FDA during COVID, we worked on some tools to actually integrate the clinical trial system with the EHR, which I think is related to the SCT project. So lots of things that are related, although quite frankly, until I was invited to this meeting, I didn't know anything about C3TI, and I don't think any of the other investigators did, but we do talk to the FDA relevantly often. We were asked, and I'll ask the rest of the panelists to talk about some of the challenges and solutions, and I have a few here. I'm going to give a readout to the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative. I know there are some folks in the audience. You know, they actually had a project that I was involved in probably around 2016 for selective safety monitoring. They also had a project, one of the first projects, on a single IRB of record. And that's one of the things that we learned that I'd like to share with you. If you're doing multi-site trials, having a single IRB of record is absolutely critical. It really changed things. You know, this is a platform trial. We've had over 40 amendments, and we have over 40 sites. Having 40 IRBs commenting on the amendments and the informed consents is a nightmare, but having a single IRB of record that now everyone accepts has been really marvelous. We've talked to the FDA regularly. We've also wanted to know about extendability, and we'll raise this with the rest of your folks. The I-SPY platform actually was used during COVID for a COVID trial. We have had discussions with several other cancers about extending it, and there are many, many independent trials that are leveraging the same technology, so really great. I'm going to ask everybody else about what are the key success factors. I can just tell you with I-SPY, and I think this is true in many, many real big successes. Visionary, charismatic, and persistent leadership, absolutely critical. You know, this stuff is too hard if we weren't persistent, but we're visionary and charismatic, so we have lots and lots of people. We have many engaged partners, investigators, researchers, advocates, early and often, and pharma. And the environment, we'll talk a little bit about the culture for innovation. You need a collaborative, continuous learning culture. With that, I'm going to turn back to the panelists, and let's see, we don't have the names up. But going back to the things that you've already talked about, and as well as the other FDA activities that you're doing, what is critical to find the right fit for purpose? You know, I think I've sort of mentioned millions of things that I-SPY did, but each of them were designed for specific reasons. What critical factors, and I think some of you talked about this already, but do any of you want to elaborate on that? Deidre?
Happy to. Yeah, for me it's very clear. I mean, you said it basically. You said every innovation solves a specific problem, right? So you have to know what your problem is you want to solve for. If that's not clear, then it's not clear what you need to innovate about. And I think the next question is, how does success look like? Oh, I've been told I should use the microphone. Okay, so I will try to be brief, but repeat this. So I think it's very clear that you have to know your question. You know, what's the problem you want to solve for? That cannot be a moving target. You need to know what are your innovation, what is it about, and then you can look for the technical right solution to it. And also, I think it's very healthy to have a discussion about how does success look like. For instance, the pediatric development that I showed, we agreed with management if the trial is smaller than the last one, and if you can avoid the use of placebo or interferon, then that's a success. And then you have kind of a benchmark, right, that you're working with. I think that's very helpful to have success.
Mark, you look like you want to say something.
No, I'll just make a quick comment based on observing the examples we saw today, including some of the AI examples. I think all the examples still result in rigorous studies, and there's no lowering the bar here. I mean, starting with MPACT-MI, it's a randomized study, so you still have the power of randomization. So it's a very rigorous study that, you know, as far as FDA is concerned, there's really no downside. I know there's a lot of logistical issues that maybe you could talk more about. Even the subgroup analyses and the borrowing pediatrics are just still result in very rigorous studies. So we're not giving up anything. I think that's very reassuring to all, you know, all levels of FDA and across all disciplines. And I think we heard in the first session, you know, why is AI different than the rest? Well, obviously it's very powerful, and then Chi was really ahead of the curve in the early 2020s, showing us all the uses. But what I think one of the advantages of it is solve specific problems in traditional trials. I've always thought of patient enrichment, but you gave an example of the opposite, that you don't have to enrich. You can actually, the patient's actually more similar based on AI, or Chi gave examples of defining outcomes based on AI. So it solves very specific problems very well within rigorous studies. So that's my initial observations of what I heard so far.
So when these trials these innovations are put in place, they often result in the intended benefit, but sometimes they don't. Examples of when they did or when they didn't, and what you learned from that. Anyone? Chi, you look like you're ready to.
Maybe I can give it a shot. Like, I think actually I want to address the first question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Like initially, when
Sorry.
we talk about fit for purpose, I think fit for purpose is a very common used word. Everybody talk about it, but how do we achieve fit for purpose, right? And I think in terms of AI, last year in January, FDA published a draft guidance on the considerations of use AI for regulatory decision-making in drug development, where it introduced a 7-step procedure to establish and evaluate the credibility of an AI model. And it introduced a risk-based credibility framework. And here the model risk is defined by 2 factors, model influence and decision consequences. And here the model influence stands for what is the weight of the AI output when you make a decision related to the question of interest. Is this AI output going to be your sole evidence for making the decision, or is this will be supplemented with other data and evidence? And another dimension is decision consequences, which is, suppose we make a wrong decision on a question of interest, what will be the harm? So an increase in either the model influence or decision consequences can increase the overall model risk. And based on this, your validation activities, acceptance criteria, and also your documentation and communication with the FDA will be driven by the model risk tailored to the context of use. So I think this is an example of how we achieve fit for purpose. And as I think Mark mentioned really well, like when we use AI, we try to address a very specific context of use, a very specific issue. So a general recommendation for the sponsor is when you develop an AI model and you want to use it for regulatory decision-making, you need to very clearly specify what is exactly context of use. The same AI tools can be used for different purpose, but different contexts of use may have different model risk and then require totally different validation and documentation, etc. For example, AI tools can be used to generate digital twins, and digital twins can be used for various purposes. For example, for prognostic covariate adjustment. And because when you do prognostic covariate adjustment in a randomized controlled trial, it doesn't impact bias or type and error. And that's what, from a regulatory perspective, that's the most important thing we consider. So the risk in this case will be considered low, so you don't have to over-validation, take a lot of effort, right? But if you use AI-generated digital tool to form a control arm, and then that's a different context of use, different model risk, and then require different validation activities. So I think that probably make it more concrete about how do we achieve fit for purpose.
Gotcha. So very briefly, my summary is if fit for purpose means that you've done an adequate risk assessment and you have contingency plans, and that means that even if you don't get the benefit you were expecting, you actually have learned something from it. Yes. Other comments, examples?
Maybe from our Impactimize story. If we think about overall success of the approach we used, we consider it as successful. And what are success factors we're thinking about? First of all is what is needed is very thorough, thoughtful process of preparation. Because in case we want to, let's say, reduce data collection, if in case we want to streamline patient follow-up, we need to clearly understand what data available at the time, what we don't yet know, and what we have to get to know out of the trial. And this should be very, very clear understanding. And this will enable us further understand what we can reduce from data collection system and what we cannot reduce. So, and maybe this requires more thorough evaluation than in situation with classic randomized control trial. Second thing I would like to emphasize here is we need to assess regulatory aspects because across the globe, if we are running clinical trial globally, not all countries are ready to adopt streamlined approach at same level. And if it's if FDA is open to discuss it, and there are very straightforward channels to do it, and this is not the case in all countries. And if we take example of Impactmi trial, out of 22 countries participated in the trial, 8 countries in Latin America, Europe, in Asia, so across the globe, they requested protocol amendments to introduce additional elements of safety events collection, to introduce additional laboratory assessment like a creatinine over a time. And overall, this extended timelines for trial setup. So this is something which should be kept in mind when we are planning these things. And this is one of the factors which is sometimes becoming a barrier when companies are planning for streamlined approach. Because if we want to conduct the trial globally, we need to consider all regulatory stakeholders worldwide. Or we need to base our country selection also considering these factors. So this is also an important aspect. And another thing which is critically important is to, when we adopt something innovative in clinical trial design, we have to be prepared to be agile, constantly learn, constantly adjust the things we are doing. Because some things may happen which absolutely unexpected, and we need to be prepared to do it. For example, from Impactmi story, we observed in the middle of the trial that event rate for heart failure hospitalization lower than we initially predicted. And for us, because we adopted streamlined patient follow-up with rare patient visits and remote patient visits, it was a big question whether it's driven by our streamlined approach or this is another reasons. And we needed to introduce the program to ensure that we don't have under-reporting, and we confirmed that we don't have issue with under-reporting. But the both very big question, whether patient interview is efficient enough to collect all information from patients. And we also had to introduce additional measures, training for investigators, materials for them, checklists to ensure that they understand it. Unfortunately, we cannot be absolutely sure because patient interviews happen in a kind of behind the scene, but at least we did all our best. So the possible explanation we left with about our lower event rate is that impact of COVID, because COVID reduced the level of heart failure hospitalization by shifting to outpatient segment. But it was a kind of example of the challenge we faced, that we needed to adjust our plans, our operational plans, to ensure the trial is going in the right way. And maybe the last remark here is that when we're thinking about streamlined approach is a kind of reducing of complexity. Reducing of complexity very often coming with increased risks. And we have to be always thinking about it and to be prepared to mitigate these risks. So for every element we are reducing from classic scheme of randomized clinical trial, we need to think what risks this brings, and we need to implement some measures which will help us to mitigate it.
Right. I think one of the key things that you really brought to home is trials now are global, and it's really important for us to realize that. So innovation here may or may not fly elsewhere. But we heard in the previous panel that there's more and more communication between FDA and other regulators. But Mark, I'm going to put you on the spot specifically. FDA now has guidance and is moving ahead on Bayesian. A lot of people here have talked about interest in Bayesian approaches. How are your other regulators thinking about this?
Well, I can't really speak for them. An individual.
But you are talking to them.
Yes, we are. First of all, I think Mikhail brought up the important point that trials are international, and what FDA innovates might not be what other countries are innovating on, and we do have mechanisms to address that, but in addition to meetings with regulators where we can discuss confidential information. We also have, our ICH program where we try to address these through international guidelines. We have E20 on adaptive designs, which will address somewhat Bayesian adaptive designs as well. And we have, of course, E19 on selective safety. collection and a new one starting up on real-world evidence. So this is one of the big challenges, is differences among regulators. It's probably somewhat true in traditional trials as well, but most of that has been worked out. So hopefully these guidances will make some headway. E19 has been around for a while on selective safety collection, but what impact, I think Mary Tenhai could talk more about in the afternoon. But I think in general, to get back to your original question, I think there is openness to a lot of regulators on Bayesian statistics. As I said, they can be used in very rigorous studies without lowering any bar. And in cases of rare diseases, they may be our only effective pathway. But I really can't speak broadly for all regulators.
Right. Have any of you run into any issues with foreign regulators on non-U.S. regulators?
Yeah, I think to me that's the key topic, right? So if we innovate, it means we deviate somehow from the standard clinical trial. I think we need to acknowledge that first. Somehow there's a deviation from the standard, and then the question is this acceptable and why, right? And the views on this differ widely when you go to different regulatory agencies. So, I mean, there may be a general acceptance of maybe Bayesian statistics in some settings, but when you go to the concrete case and is that prior now, acceptable in this specific setting, it's very tricky to get global alignment, and then when you bring in safety as well and so on aspects, it becomes a tricky thing. And I think that's why, what I want to say is basically, there's some subjectivity to it, right? So these deviations, whether they're acceptable or not. So we need to be very clear, why do we accept them? And need to document this. And also I found that when we run trials for several years, sometimes there's a lack of memory within the regulatory agencies, that you get kind of re-challenged on the same things that we already agreed on, or we think we have agreed on. And so a super clear documentation of why is it acceptable, and what were the requested characteristics of this property. I think that's the key to also to align people. That's also how we manage to align people behind the trial design.
Gotcha. Katie, you hit on some things that are near and dear to my heart. I always say that we don't look at dosing, scheduling, and sequencing often enough in trials. Are there areas beyond rare diseases that you see some of these adaptive approaches going? Phase 1 trials often are Bayesian and are looking for dose optimization. And now that you're outside of rare diseases, are you promoting these approaches?
Absolutely. So several of the examples that I cited today are actually in the Office of Immunology, which makes me proud. And in particular, the one for the NASH biopsy, so the liver division is in our group, and you would not believe how hard it is to get a couple of hepatopathologists to agree on what a biopsy says. So I am really excited for machine learning, because I think it's going to improve the precision of that particular endpoint. But I wanted to double down on something that you said about involving patients early, because I think that adaptive designs give us another opportunity to really do that and do that better. And this one of the adaptive duration, I think, is a golden example of this, right? Like, I would love to see sponsors bringing patients in before they're beginning to design the clinical trial and talking with them about, can we agree on what success criteria might be? Can we agree on what failure criteria might be, right? Nobody wants to think about the possibility of a failed trial, but I think it's important that patients be brought into that conversation about, can we align on, a definition of, turns out this didn't work. Because one of the other challenges we're seeing in rare diseases is that sometimes patients stay on a treatment that's failed instead of enrolling in another trial where there might be more chance of success. And it's hard sometimes to get trials enrolled if patients are already sort of on something. And so inviting patients in and really, really leveraging their priorities and their values in terms of informing success and futility criteria for trials, I think it helps sponsors too, because that's such a difficult conversation to have at the end of a program. And if you've already laid some of that groundwork and reached understanding, I think it it builds trust and transparency. And so I would love to see sort of more of that. And I think it also invites patients in as part of the solution, right? So if patients want the FDA to approve a treatment that is modestly effective, well, that might require a randomized trial that runs a bit longer or enrolls a few more patients. And so helping patients really understand some of those trade-offs as they're thinking about, well, how long am I willing to be in a trial? And then again, the selective safety data collection, we're talking about it a lot in reference to sort of more common diseases or bigger indications. But I actually think in some of these rare disease trials that are longer, there's probably some opportunity to scale down safety monitoring. You know, you want careful monitoring early in the trial and in the first few months, but you know, by the time you're enrolling the last couple of patients and maybe the trial is now stretching out to a year or even longer, do we still need that same intensity? I don't know that we do. And so I think that's another opportunity to think creatively about like how can we minimize burdens to patients, you know, without radically increasing uncertainty around safety, right? So I think there's some opportunity to kind of calibrate that as the trials progress and think about, you know, do we still need labs every month after the first year of a trial? You know, have patients been tolerating it well with no problems for a year? Do they really need a blood draw again and again and again? And that's a big issue, especially for pediatrics. So I think there's opportunity there too.
Thank you so much. That was a great advertisement. I couldn't have said it better myself. But I'll return the favor. You know, when we first were going to do the I-SPY trial as a response adaptive trial, everyone said to me, oh, patients won't do that. They don't, you know, think you can do adaptive randomization. And after talking to a lot of patients, I said, you're wrong. Patients think that that's what we're doing all the time. They would be shocked to find out that we don't ever look at the results until after everyone is accrued, and we don't learn as we're going. So ask the patients. At any rate, we're running out of time, but I'm going to give everyone a last-minute lightning rod, lessons learned, or something else you really wanted to say, and I could see that Chi is raring to go, so go ahead. We'll go around this way.
I was just want to say, like, Jen, seeing you here and talking about I-SPAN, it's really touching and humbling, because I joined FDA 20 years ago, and initial 10 years was in oncology. So actually, I saw a lot of discussions about I-SPY and participated in some of the meetings. And I think I want to borrow your slides about key to success. You talk about leadership. I remember during the I-SPAN meetings, like the CDER leadership and oncology leadership are all there and very supportive. And the interdisciplinary collaboration, I remember we had big meetings with clinicians, statisticians, clinical pharmacologists, and many others, together with the clinical investigators of the trials, having very big discussions, cover a lot of topics. And also you mentioned about communication and collaboration, continuous learning, and that's exactly why it was such a success. And now looking back, you mentioned, like, in your slides, I saw the word time machine. That just reminded me so much. And I think that's exactly the same recipe for key to success for other innovations, including AI and Bayesian and many others. Thank you.
Another advertisement. Thank you so much. Deirdre.
Okay, thanks a lot. First of all, I really appreciate that I could be part of this discussion. I learned a lot today, and I think, you know, the C3TI or the CID process and so on, these are exactly the type of things that we need. The discussions also, you know, creating awareness of maybe the problems and so on. And I just noted down three things. So I think in terms of the question and the problem we need to solve, it needs to be patient-centric, right? So it needs to solve for a problem that patients are having, and we are having to develop drugs that are suitable for patients. And so we need to know the advantage of the innovation, why we're doing it. That needs to be documented. The second thing is it still needs to be evidence-based. It cannot be just something, right? It needs to be scientific, and it should not lower the standard. And that's the third thing. So then, how do we actually align as a community, you know, the regulators, the sponsors and so on, what are acceptable standards for innovation? I think these are the topics that I've noted down. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Mikhail?
Yeah, I think if you're talking about innovative approaches, the key thing is our right mindset. Patient in center, and we're serving to patients, and we need to think what we can do exactly to better serve the patient, to make the trial more efficient, maybe faster, less burdensome for patients. Sometimes in clinical drug development is a very complex process, and many things are happening because this is a standard. But we need to think when we can and should challenge the standard to make the things better, to make it more efficient and to produce evidence maybe with even higher quality that we can do it now.
Mark?
Well, in the theme of lightning round, I think there's two topics that haven't, well, decentralized clinical trials, I think someone mentioned that in the first session, and digital health technologies. I think both, I mean, decentralized clinical trials is more procedural and regulatory, and digital health technologies is more technology. But I think they both could advance, you know, patient-centric trials, getting more representative populations, maybe easier to recruit, and also creating more patient-centric outcomes. In terms of success, I do encourage people to take advantage of these pilot programs, which aren't really pilot programs, like for CID, for RWE, MIDD, Model-Informed Drug Development. These do allow greater interaction at with FDA people, including support from higher level people at FDA, and also subject matter experts. So you get, like, you know, the full support to move these projects forward. I think Megan in the first session talked about a survey of a survey of industry people, some of the obstacles, and a lot of those did ring true from, you know, formal and informal conversations I've had with industry colleagues. You know, there's a great risk. Any sort of delay in starting a trial is a big financial loss. So, you know, certainly the message of contacting the FDA early is important, and maybe in some cases for more the innovative stuff, these are secondary analyses that we can learn from. I mean, C3TI accepts that as well. So those are my lightning thoughts.
Okay, thanks. Katie? I'm good. You're good, okay. Well, I have one last thought. You know, when I speak to people who think they want to innovate, they say, oh, I can't because FDA won't let me. And we've seen here today, and I've learned over and over, that's an excuse. You have to talk to FDA early and often, and don't use that as an excuse. And with that, I want to thank the panel, great panel.
Hello and welcome back. It's a pleasure to welcome you back as we pick up on our conversations with session number 2, Addressing Constraints to Operationalizing Trial Innovation. My name is Craig Lipset. I serve as the co-chair for the Decentralized Trials Research Alliance, DTRA, which is a nonprofit organization working to improve trial access. I also serve as vice president for clinical innovation for the Buffalo Initiative, which is a nonprofit fund and development platform for otherwise neglected rare disease therapeutics. And I'm a patient and advocate myself in the sarcoidosis community with the Foundation for Sarcoidosis Research. With those different roles, you might be wondering which persona I'm going to be playing here today. And I was thinking about that in this morning's session and during the break. And I think the role that I'm going to play here for this panel is old disgruntled guy who's been talking about clinical trial innovation for too long. In my past life, I was head of clinical innovation for a very large pharmaceutical company. And like so many of you in this room and online, I've probably heard just about every reason for why we can't innovate, why we can't embrace a new approach, why we can't leverage a new strategy that could improve access, or adopt a technology that's right at our doorstep that can dramatically improve how we collect data in our trials. And we've heard so many interesting examples from several of our speakers already this morning of what's already possible and what can be done. But why are we not finding that opportunity to drive scale and meaningful adoption? And so with that, I'm thrilled to welcome our panelists for this session. After I introduce them, I'll invite each to share a quick reflection on this topic around addressing some of our barriers. But we'll do that with a bit of a theme around some examples to pick up on what Meghana called for us at the beginning of the morning and trying to bring some actual experiences and examples into the fray. First, I'd like to welcome John Alexander, cardiologist and professor of medicine at Duke School of Medicine and senior investigator at Duke Clinical Research Institute, DCRI. John is also the co-chair of CDI, the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative. We also have David Burrow, director of the Office of Scientific Investigations within CDER and the Office of Compliance at FDA. I'm pleased to welcome Teresa Mullen, who is the Associate Director for Strategic Initiatives at CDER. She leads the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative, PFDD, as well as CDER's international program. So I'm sure as we're talking about regulatory variability around the world, we'll have eyes on Teresa. I'd also like to welcome Magnus Oman. Magnus is the Vice President of Global Development in General Medicine at Amgen. We have Soni Prasad, Senior Director of Global Regulatory Strategy at Pfizer. And finally, I'm pleased to welcome Nicole Stansberry, Senior Vice President of Global Clinical Operations at Premier Research. And so our panel is a nice representation of folks from research institutions, collaborations, biopharmaceutical companies, CROs, regulators. Let's dig in. To kick us off, I would like to welcome Soni first. Soni, I'll pull up a slide of yours here and would welcome you sharing some of your perspective to get us going.
Thank you, and thanks for having me here. It's really nice to meet people who are actually collectively trying to solve a large problem. So let me go at it from the regulatory perspective. I'm not going to read through these slides. We know innovation is worthwhile. We wouldn't be here if we thought it wasn't, right? What we are trying to do here is trying to find that collective ways of reducing the uncertainties that are currently preventing why we are not able to innovate at scale. At the end of the day, when I go ahead and read the many guidelines that are there, right, at the core of clinical research is enabling public health benefit. And then I read other guidelines, other places that says patients may only be enrolled in clinical trials if they can go ahead and benefit the end goal of public health. So innovation is important from exactly that perspective. We need to get the medicines more efficiently to these patients. But on the next slide, as we will see, it remains uneven. Why? It remains uneven because there are uncertainties from the regulatory perspective. There are uncertainties when it comes to the operational perspective. I've been a big fan that if you've got compelling science, if you can make the right justifications, why would it not resonate with the regulators? Of course it should. But that's not the point. The point is that you can have the most compelling science, and then you can go ahead and you can meet up with the regulators. But if the expectations vary at the level of the core questions, and we are talking really basic questions, how much pragmatism is okay? What is the comparator that's going to be accepted? What is that method that is more established, would be accepted? These all start to add towards unknowns. Unknowns reduce predictability, and that prevents how much we can scale up. Now, I'm going to give you an example of a Bayesian study, and we utilized an external placebo control borrowing. We had two phases of the study, one which was fully borrowing the placebo, the other one which had sort of supplementation of external control arm with some internal in-study control arm. And we had multi-stage engagements at one of the agencies, and at the end of, say, 7-8 months, we got agreement, okay, fine, this is what we should go for. We took that trial, started to negotiate with other global regulators, And even though the regulators agreed that in principle the trial could deliver the evidence that was needed for the registration, they also very clearly said, okay, we preferred the more traditional approach because when a traditional approach can serve the same objectives, why do you want to use this other innovative, complex objective design to serve the same objective? It is my view that we should not just innovate because of necessity. I mean, think about where we would be if we only did things out of necessity. We were alive very long time ago as well, right, in the Stone Ages. We've got to move on. We have to advance. Innovation is for advancement, and with that goal, I think the purpose should be fit for purpose evidence and not just a case of, yeah, it is necessary and therefore innovate. Because what you would find is if we did that, much of the examples would keep constrained in, say, that area of rare diseases, in that area of pediatrics, or those areas where nothing else can be done. But we want to broaden, right? We want to be able to use it more often, and we want to innovate. That is one of the things. From the point of inspection readiness, from the perspective of sites and operationalization, I would say we do worry. We think that inspection readiness could be more complex when you're utilizing complex or innovative designs. When it comes to sites, we worry that there would be additional workflows, there are going to be additional training needs, there's going to be additional X, Y, and Z needs, and it's just going to lead to a lot of variability. But that's what we think. We may be overthinking, but that is how we think. And then when it comes to the point of the guidance, they are principle-based, and I like that because it gives you the flexibility. It has to be principle-based. But then when we get to the point of implementation, there are so many different interpretations when it comes to implementation that we try to think how we can go ahead and just operationalize one thing at a global level. It is difficult. Now, all of these together, what it does is it heightens the regulatory uncertainty, and that can drive return to the most conservative, globally acceptable plan. And that is not the only issue. I have to admit that there is some sort of an inertia at the point of the sponsors. We are more comfortable with agency-precedented established methods. Actually, it gives us some advantages, though, doesn't it? Because if it is precedented, it is well established, we are not running multi-dimensional agency engagements, right? We're not delaying time to trial start by 10 months because we were just trying to cut those many, many interactions and get those global alignments. Helps us progress. It helps us progress faster. Maybe the execution of the trial will take more time up front. We have reduced the times. Somehow it helps. So these are some of the things that kind of I should raise from the regulatory point of view. So then what it is that we need, right? From my perspective, what is going to help scalability is going to be predictability. And it is for this predictability that what we require are clear expectations. We require principles that are globally acceptable. On the very core questions, I mean, we really do need to have aligned expectations on what is going to be acceptable, under what conditions, what justifications are going to allow those things to be acceptable. If we can get some kind of predictability on these core aspects, it would help us adopt more. It would help us design the trials upfront to be more inspection ready, to be more operationalizable. And that is going to help immensely. And what we need is a pathway for international alignment, because there are hardly any trials that are run now in a single region, in a single country. We need global alignment, so we need to be able to get to these things faster. We don't want to have to run 12 months of regulatory engagements just to get to the point of designing the trial before we can execute it. And I really think that cross-stakeholder inputs, such as via C3TI, via the demonstration programs, but more broadly, we need something more, something that gets us to that international alignment to progress us towards more adoption. So thank you.
Thank you, Soni. Magnus, would you mind sharing your perspective as we kick off this conversation on addressing some of the constraints?
Yes. Let's see. Is this on? Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, first of all, it's a great honor to be here. I grew up in pragmatic trials. For those of you who are from Duke here, you will know this at heart. But it's really interesting now. I work at Amgen. It's a biotech company, not entirely small, but it's been an interesting journey. I've learned over the last several years what are the boundaries, what are the challenges. So let me speak a little bit not only to the challenges, but also on some of the good things that I have observed. Let me first say thank you to the FDA. You're leading the world in this, and you should be proud of that. I have been on calls with other agencies, no names, where I've been told, well, that's an interesting idea, but pragmatic trials is really for guidelines only. Well, that misses the point in a great way, because ultimately we're here to do better for our patients. And while guidelines are important, everybody knows as an industry we have certain responsibilities to actually be sure that it gets into a label, so i.e. the same burden of proof of evidence needs to be there, not only for guidelines, but also for the practice of medicine. So to me, I just want to say thank you to the agency for doing this. Secondly, we at Amgen have put our toe in the water as far as pragmatic trials. Now I should declare here that this was before you had C3TI officially, but even actually going back and trying to align a study that was started with a process that is more aligned with C3TI, it's not been easy. I'll give you an example for those of you who are either regulatory, safety people, or clinicians. What is safety reporting in standard of care? How do you, as a physician, define safety reporting in standard of care? Because it is what you do. Yeah, bad things can happen. We all know that, and they can be unexpected. But generally speaking, it becomes, if you do a trial where standard of care is your control arm, then it becomes a real challenge to understand, because the quote-unquote new therapy is the one, oh, that must be an adverse event related to the medication. But you, as a physician, you would be very reluctant to sort of say the same thing for standard of care. So I think we have a large opportunity here as an entity to try to address this and make our trials pragmatic. We're reasonable. Now, this is obviously, from what I described, this is a phase 4 program, so it's not a novel approach. You wouldn't do a novel approach against standard of care, or you might just have placebo to make sure that it's blinded. But there are times where endpoints are blinded, i.e. the assessment of the endpoint is blinded, and therefore that might be a reasonable approach to take, particularly in more complex diseases. So to me, I think we made some great progress. We can do better. And I think our goal, at least as Amgen goes, we're going to continue to put maybe our foot in the water this time, but actually get a little bit deeper into this, because ultimately, as I see it, we have many more patients to serve, and they deserve better therapies. And the only way we can actually do that is with evidence that is randomized and controlled. That is the motto that we all should follow.
Patients deserve that. Thank you. Oh, and rest assured, there are a few other Duke people in the room. In fact, there's a sign here that says I'm not allowed to mention UNC. But to keep that going, John, actually, would you like to go next and share some?
Sure. Thank you, Craig. Let me share a couple thoughts I have. First of all, thank you for having me here. I'd like to also second Magnus in congratulating the FDA at leading. Take this slide down for a minute, please, if you can. Thank you. So that's my closing slide. So I'm John Alexander. I'm a cardiologist at Duke University, and I've, for the last 30 years, been running multi-center clinical trials. I've been involved in the leadership of around 30 of them, and in all of them, I've tried to implement something novel with varying degrees of success. As a general rule, the larger the sponsor, the bigger the organization involved in the trial, the harder it has been. And I think that's important, and we'll come back to that. I'll come back to that in my closing comments. As Craig, you mentioned, I'm also the co-chair of the Clinical Trial Transformation Initiative. It's a public-private partnership between FDA and Duke University, multi-stakeholder with representatives from across the clinical trial enterprise. And we put out recommendations on particular pain points in clinical trials, trying to improve their quality and efficiency. And over the 20 years or so that cities existed, what we've realized is putting out recommendations isn't enough. There's a barrier to adoption, and I think that's what we all need to be thinking about here today. So I want to give a quick example of a trial that I led about 10 years ago now, right around the time of COVID. It was initially sponsored by a company called CryoLife, which makes a mechanical heart valve, and they wanted to study apixaban, one of the new oral anticoagulants, versus warfarin, the standard care, therapy, in that heart valve, in patients with that heart valve implanted. Both apixaban and warfarin are already approved for use in other populations, but not in this population. And so and actually apixaban has a black box warning on its label for use with patients with mechanical heart valves. So we designed a randomized trial of apixaban versus warfarin in patients with mechanical heart valves. This was pre-C3TI, but we designed this trial with CDRH. FDA had some discussion and decided that because we were studying two drugs, it would be better off in CDER. So the trial moved to cardiorenal in CDER, and all the issues of adverse event safety reporting came up. Well, as I thought about this, the safety profile of both apixaban and warfarin are well known. They've been studied in tens of thousands of patients. Both drugs cause bleeding and prevent blood clots and really don't do anything else. And we were collecting blood clots as our endpoint and safety on the case report, bleeding on the case report form. And so I thought, maybe we don't need to collect any other adverse events, any serious adverse events, any other adverse events. A bunch of my colleagues said, there's no way the FDA is going to agree to that. It's in the guidance. You have to, this is under an IND. You have to collect adverse events. So we had a meeting with FDA, with the cardiorenal division. I knew a bunch of people in the meeting, which actually I think is important and helps that you have established relationships. And we presented this to them, that we were proposing not collecting any adverse events in the trial other than the endpoints. They had a brief sidebar discussion and said, that sounds fine. So the key to this, the message of this is you do have to ask if you want to do something innovative, especially if it deviates from sort of standard interpretation of guidance. But this was a case where it made no sense. Now, we were going to conduct this trial in the United States and Canada. We submitted it to Health Canada. We got written responses a couple of times, and we responded to them. One of the issues they always raised was not collecting serious and non-serious adverse events beyond the endpoints. Finally, we had a meeting with them, and I presented our rationale, and the reviewer said, that makes complete sense. It's totally rational. It's good science, but we can't do that. And so we had a discussion among ourselves. Our options were, don't do the trial in Canada, collect safety data just in Canada, which sounds sort of silly, or change the way we're collecting safety data. And we decided not to do the trial in Canada. So I'm just echoing, though, that global harmonization is a real issue. Go to my next slide, that one slide. So as I was thinking about this from a big picture standpoint, you know, we talk in this meeting about sort of traditional approaches versus innovative approaches. And this was my attempt at using AI to create this slide, so I'm pretty limited, but you know, I got somewhere. But if you think about our sort of traditional approach to clinical trials, it's all those things on the left, right? We want precedence and standardization and harmonization, standard operating procedures and consistency in policies, and this is where we have experience. And that differs from innovation, which is all those, I tried to make a little word salad with all those things on the right, you know, quality by design, creativity, innovative, principles-based, novel, you know, and we've in this meeting talked about how trials are one or the other, and I think that's isn't serving us well. I think we should be thinking about where are we innovating in every trial we do. And where are we using best practices? And some of those best practices are going to be new best practices in every trial we do. Thank you.
It's a great setup, John, and it's going to cause us, I think, to have to question why do we assume that innovation is jeopardizing quality? Why do we assume that innovation brings increased risk when there's so much risk in everything we do, including the status quo? That's a great setup. And I need to remind myself and all the panelists, make sure you are speaking to your microphones. Next, I'd love to turn to Nicole. Please.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Nicole Stansberry. I'm Senior Vice President of Global Clinical Operations at Premier Research. We're a mid-sized global CRO. We operate in about 70 countries. And those 70 countries certainly do not operate the same way. I am also the co-chair of the CRO Forum at ACRO, the Association of Clinical Research Organizations. And I've served in that role for about 12 years and had the opportunity to sit in several listening sessions over the years with the FDA. And I think it's one of the huge values of being part of an association like ACRO. My role in particular at ACRO was driving risk-based quality management, RBM, RBQM, adoption throughout the industry. And the listening sessions were phenomenal because that is really what allowed us to dive deeper into conversations with our customers to help them get past the level of fear, you know, to be able to say, we've run this by the FDA. Now, they don't give us yes or no's. I wish they gave us yes or no's. We ask a question, we get more questions. But if you think about it, you can kind of ease your way into the direction that they're pointing you. I understand their unique situation that they're in those circumstances, but I will say that has been super beneficial in driving forward RBM since, I think, 2006 is when I first started working on that. Now, my job has been more focused on innovations, or not even innovations, but simplification in study startup, in contracts and legal and all of those kinds of things. So, Craig, if you'll move to my next slide, I think that we think about a couple of different things when we look at innovations in some of those other areas, and just operational day-to-day. I think you guys have talked about safety. Serious breach is kind of another place where we don't operate the same. It's not really a thing in the US, but everywhere else in the world it is. And I think John mentioned, the constraints between SOPs and standardization from a CRO. I'm trying to get thousands of people to do things in a similar way. I don't think our sponsors would trust us if we didn't have a lot of that standardization. So I'm trying to do a fine balance between standards and flexibility. And that can be hard. And it's hard when we're also trying to write SOPs where in the US do it this way and everywhere else do it this way. Another place recently that we've seen this difference is in the investigational drug brochure updates. When there's an updated drug brochure in the US, we do it simultaneously. You send it to the ethics committee at the same time you're sending it to the sites so that those PIs have that up-to-date information at their fingertips. In Europe, it says wait until you have competent authority approval for implementation. And our question has been, which I wish we could have the same dialogue that we do with FDA, with other authorities, because we say, what are we approving? What is the competent authority approving in the IB? Are you editing it? Are you asking for changes? I mean, it's approval to continue the study, but I feel like I should inform the PIs at the same time. And you do the question and answer for those regulatory authorities, and even in their documentation on the Q&A, it says, don't send it, but don't hold back information from a PI. And we are stuck, like, what do we do? So those are just some day-to-day examples. Another one I have here is, I think it was in November of last year, the FDA put out a updated guidance on protocol deviation management. And so, what happens when all these guidances come out from any agency, our CROs, probably just like sponsor companies, scour through these, word for word. We're hanging on every word. Is this giving us approval to finally do the thing that we thought we were going to do to innovate? And so one of the things in that guidance document that I saw was kind of buried, but it said, hey, if you have FDA, if you have PI, sponsor, and IRB approval for a deviation to eligibility criteria, I'm paraphrasing, it doesn't exactly say that, but you can proceed sometimes without having to meet that urgent safety measure of the patient. I'm like, wait a minute, is that what this says? Because my CRO specializes in rare disease studies. We probably averaged 20 protocol deviation or protocol amendments for every trial because those one patient were trying to get in the study when they were one day past what we said. It's not flexible enough. So we'll say within 45 days. Well, now the next patient comes in and it's 46 days. Darn it. So now we got to go back and amend the protocol again. If something like this is real, for those rare disease studies and those rare disease patients, this is an absolute game changer. We're not waiting on a full-blown protocol amendment with updated, ICFs, and we're talking 45 days later, getting through all of the red tape to enroll them in a trial. I've had patients that wrote letters to our company, the parents begging us to put through the red tape and break the barriers down because every day we're delaying their child treatment, they're declining, and we'll never get that back, never get that back. So timing is everything. I think this is one good example here. I've got a couple others, but I'm not going to go through that. I'll save those for the discussion on the panel, but thank you.
Nicole. Great content there. Let's turn over to David for some opening perspective. David, I always appreciate your lens that even when we're innovating, we're not changing the rules when it comes to inspection.
Yeah, thanks. It's an honor to be here again. It's been 2 years and it seems like a lot's changed, but also you listen to our panelists here, a lot hasn't changed. A lot of these are the same conversations, and that's because clinical research is hard. This is not easy stuff. You think about clinical research in its own right is innovation in the development of novel treatments. And you talk about innovating different ways to innovate in clinical research, innovation squared. The danger there is that misunderstandings and misalignments can compound and that risk grows exponentially. And we see that all the time. We see misalignments and misunderstandings in terminology. And that's critical for us in this conversation when we're talking about how to advance new innovations, because if that's based on a flawed understanding or a misaligned understanding of the terminology, we're not going to get a true sense of what works and what doesn't. Great examples of that exist in just clinical research generally. Quality by design has been around for forever, not forever, but a long time. And we still see misunderstandings in what quality by design is and what it isn't. We see big companies that back their way into quality by design. They use retrospective strategies rather than prospective strategies. That's not quality by design, that's like kappa by quality. So like these fundamental misalignments and misunderstandings taken in isolation are probably small, but when stacked on top of innovative ideas start to become a much bigger issue. We see the same thing with risk-based monitoring. Often you see companies that say that they use risk-based monitoring, but what they really do is just less source data verification or less monitoring, but without that risk-based strategy to really guide it. Now, those misunderstanding, misalignments in terminology in clinical research, we can work through those. Those are old problems. They're parts of our conversation, the evolving dynamics of this discussion. When you talk about regulatory uncertainty, though, whole different lens, because depending on where you sit in this evolving industry, the regulatory uncertainty that you experience is going to be much different than other entities. If you're a sponsor, if you're an applicant, if you're a site, if you're a clinical investigator, if you're study team members, you might be worried about whether this innovation, whether this drug development program is going to really drive approval. You could be worried about whether your individual data is going to be accepted, whether there are going to be quality concerns at your site level. You could be just worried about if you're going to get a warning letter or if you're going to get a 43. Or you could just be worried that if something goes sideways, are you going to get blamed for it personally because you just followed your instructions? Those are really critical aspects of regulatory uncertainty that we need to talk about. We also have the elephant in the room, the fact that this is a for-profit industry. And as we continue to innovate, if we make things simpler and easier, we're necessarily going to change the profitability metrics of many of the entities involved in this industry. That's all part of this conversation that we really need to appreciate in driving actual clinical trial innovation. So if you ask yourself, like, what's the key question here? It's how do we assess true clinical trial innovations to determine if they are really meeting their intended purpose? How do we know that that's true or not? How do we ensure that regulators are going to look at those same things the same way across the spectrum globally? And how do you understand as an industry that when you hear those fancy buzzwords, those terms in clinical research, that it means the same thing regardless of where you are? And if you're like me and appreciate the fact that that's probably one of our key questions, then the other aspects of how do you minimize the chance that an inspection raises an issue that is not significant? How do you minimize the chance that regulatory uncertainty is something that could otherwise be mitigated if there was a proper conversation at the right time? Now, I think that the answer to those questions is going to be the same no matter where you are. Because if you're in industry, it has to start with a shared understanding of the true use of quality by design. If we can really implement prospective strategies from the very beginning, data management, vendor management, prospective strategies for the assessment and reassessment, changing as new information comes to light. If you could do that, you have absolutely put your best foot forward in advancing any other type of innovation that you might be interested in working through. That also includes, as you've heard from our panelists previously, the communication with the agency, not just FDA, but globally, and making sure that you document the rationale behind the choices that you're making. If you can document the why and not have to explain it on the back end, you are, again, going to be positioning yourself in the best light possible. Now, for the agency in working through regulatory uncertainties, we have a big job to do in working with our global regulatory counterparts. We have a lot of really strong relationships with our global counterparts, and we work with them not just on setting new standards like policy development, reg development, things like that globally, but also in just sharing information about individual policies, how we're going about looking at certain fact patterns and things like that. We also have an incredible training process, relationships with our foreign regulatory counterparts where we help to show alignment with our foreign regulators in outreach, journal articles, things like that. I will add a shameless plug that we have a joint symposium with our colleagues from the UK's MHRA and Health Canada coming up in June, where we are going to be more fully discussing these aspects of quality by design, innovations in clinical research. I would highly I would highly recommend that you attend if you're interested. And lastly, a topic that I'm sure that we're going to get to later is inspection approaches. How are we in the agency tailoring our inspections and our assessment strategies to focus on those aspects of clinical trial design, conduct, and reporting that are most critical to that individual protocol? I've got a lot of work in that space. Happy to share my thoughts later.
Thanks so much, David. And finally, Teresa, this is, going last. We have a very easy list for you to cover. We want regulatory predictability and continuity globally, and we want details and specificity, but we want to have a lot of flexibility to innovate.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go back, I think, somewhat to Soni's presentation too, because this is the first time I've been at one of these meetings. I did mention a couple of years ago, I think when we first started C3TI, that my only concern was if it was only the FDA that was going to be operating with these and inviting innovation, it was going to be challenging because I've been sort of leading our work at ICH since about 2014. And gotten, I've been with the organization as it's kind of grown up. We did reforms that were accomplished in 2015, and then we've proceeded to grow the organization. And so it started out with the three sort of founding regulatory regions, US, Europe, and Japan, with Health Canada and Swissmedic also there. And now there are over 20 members and about 40 observing organizations, and actually it's greater than that, but that just gives you a sense of how much it's grown. And there's great, it's great because the organization has expanded so much in terms of it, including other perspectives and area and parts of the world. But you can also see this huge diversity that we now have in terms of level of experience, level of resourcing that other regulators have. And so at the same time that this has been going on, I'll describe some of the dynamics. So you have harmonization of the guidelines. And so that's one of the things, to sort of harmonize what at least is written in that expectation. But the challenge that we begin to really appreciate a lot more recently, especially as we've moved into guidelines that are in sort of innovative areas, where we talk about a risk-based approach or a risk-proportionate approach, or is it fit for purpose? Those terms can mean something different to each person, even as we know within our own agency, FDA. We know that two divisions or two different perspectives may be quite different on that. We'll just multiply that times a global perspective. And so what we see is a real need to emphasize the training. And while you might need to have a guideline that's high-level principles in order to keep it flexible, because you do need to allow for a lot of innovation, how do we do training and come up with specific cases that help to show how to apply those principles in very specific cases so that we're being consistent? That's kind of a challenge of where we are now. So Meghana asked me to join this because I got to hear about some of the issues that we're having around E19. And one of the things we've been looking at in ICH is whether we can, it's a nonprofit organization under Swiss law, so can we have ICH provide a secure, shared, cloud-based platform that would allow a party, for example, a sponsor, to upload information that they would like to have more than one regulator look at, maybe have multiple regulators. They're explicitly naming which regulators and giving permission for what information would be shared, with the idea that they would like multiple regulators maybe to discuss with each other. How would you apply E19? Is this, I want to apply E19 in this protocol in this way, What do you think? I mean, just get more, have regulators talking to each other and reaching some convergence. We think this might really help. There's been work that I've been co-leading in ICMRA, that's the International Coalition of Medicine Regulatory Authorities, heads of medicine. And during the pandemic, because of the problems of supply chain disruption, we started a project because companies were starting to, it's not just clinical trials where this is a problem, okay? So we got to hear about site transfers and how difficult it was to get post-approval changes for manufacturing approved, because you have to get approved in every market around the world in order to make those changes. So you can't be innovative in manufacturing without really going through a very serious process of getting these kinds of reviews and approvals. And it can take a couple of years, actually, to get approvals from all markets, which is hugely problematic, right? So this project was focused on post-approval changes to manufacturing. And it primarily involved EMA, FDA, and PMDA, and Health Canada and Swissmedic were involved a bit, MHRA. And so you've got the most, I'll call it the most advanced regulators involved in this work. And what they found was that they really had some work to do to get totally convergent in terms of how they were looking at this information and what they were doing with it. And we've really had great success there. But it really sort of made the light bulb go on and say, we need to actually be able to talk to each other about real examples, real submissions to really get to convergence in how we're looking at it. Maybe we can anonymize that or generalize it later for training purposes a little bit, so those can become ways to learn, keep the guideline high level, but still have these specific cases to learn from. And so that kind of inspired this idea. So we're pursuing this because we think that E19 is one example, but there are others. Another one in non-clinical would be S1BR1, and that's about trying to apply a weight of evidence approach using literature and available studies so far, maybe a 6-month study, a rodent study, to see whether there's really any value in doing a 2-year rat study, which would have to normally be done. And if there isn't really information value there, that you can make the case to maybe not to skip that, to omit it. And so this could be really hugely resource saving and time saving when appropriate. But that's another example in a non-clinical space. And then we have continuous manufacturing, where there are all kinds of advanced manufacturing techniques that companies want to try using. And again, regulators in different regions have different levels of experience and expertise that they're bringing to those discussions. And it would be really helpful to have them work together a bit and have that discussion to see if we can come up with a convergent approach to that. So there's Q13 is continuous manufacturing guideline. So those are some examples, E19, S1BR1, and Q13s that are really we're using to think about, can we provide a platform or make it easier for regulators to talk to each other, and make it easier for companies actually to get that kind of information instead of having to go around and have separate conversations. And there is, of course, a big challenge with commercial confidential information or even just other commercially sensitive information. Regulators have to go through great process steps in order to be able to have those confidential conversations with each other. So this is a way to also try to reduce that burden of trying to share and talk to other regulators. So anyway, I'll stop there, but we are trying to work on this problem because innovation in a lot of the approaches, and I would say AI guidelines are likely to go this way, right? MIDD has a sort of set of principles that you'd follow and trying to validate models. We're likely to see that with new approach methodologies where there's going to be a model, and are you going to accept the model? So I think that this is a problem that we'll continue to see and that we're going to want to try to address going forward. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Teresa. It's provocative to imagine a Slack-like group of for regulators to be able to connect and share. I'm going to just put up a slide, if we can switch over. And the slide, can we change from, there we go. So let me click back here. I don't want to give away Mickey's content. There it is. For folks, whether in the room or online, if you have questions or thoughts you want to drop into the conversation, we'll be keeping an eye on that on a screen in front of me. And so there won't be a separate audience Q&A. We'll be looking for your feedback throughout, and we'll be weaving that into the conversation. That is your QR code for Slido. Magnus, I'd love to bounce back to you because we've been discussing these 4 big themes around regulatory variability, regulatory ambiguity, inspection concerns, site operationalization. I'm curious if you have an example that jumps to mind of where you had an innovative approach you wanted to bring forward, but you ran up against one or some of those. And I'm also in particular curious if it surprised you in your transition from what you thought it would be like coming from academia to the challenges you're actually facing now within industry.
Thank you, Craig. I do have the example where we essentially moved forward with the pragmatic trial in 3 different jurisdictions, one being the US, one being Brazil, and one being Sweden. Don't ask me how those 3 countries came together, but and we couldn't actually get alignment. Now it is a phase 4 trial, and so we proceeded at risk, and that's sometimes what you have to do. It's not ideal. I give credit to the people who I work for to see that going forward isn't entirely a bad idea, because ultimately it may actually help patients. But it is uncertainty when you do those sort of things. In this particular instance, Brazil and FDA were actually fairly much aligned. And as I already hinted to earlier, on the European side, it was not so easy. So in a way, I think that makes it harder for industry to do these types of things. It becomes easier to do, in US or some other jurisdiction. But I think this is where, and what Teresa said earlier here, if there is a way that you can align ahead of time, and so you don't actually go through this asking one first and then gets a set of suggestions, you go to the second agency and they give another suggestion, you have to go back to the first agency to get another set of, you can see how this will become a tennis match, which is ultimately not good, because if we want to advance science sooner and faster, then this is wasted time and wasted effort. So hopefully, Teresa, you will sort all this out, and we will be in good shape. So to me, I think we have work to do, but I also want to say to companies who haven't done pragmatic trials, you ought to do it. And I know C3TI offers you an opportunity, maybe only in the US, but it is actually better for industry sponsors to get into this arena because you learn from it. There's no doubt that you can't expect, just like conducting a clinical trial, you never know what's going to happen. Well, you don't really know what's going to happen when you actually proceed with clinical investigation. So I would encourage everyone to do it, number one. Number two, try to use the C3TI process when you can, because you will learn from it, and I believe, I can speak on behalf of FDA here, but I think FDA will learn too. And I think that's what the shared learning will drive us all forward.
Sonia, I'd love to turn to you on this same question, because I'd love to imagine that C3TI has a line out the door, that it is the hottest club in Washington, D.C., and that every company would want to take advantage of this door that the FDA has created that says innovators welcome. But I get the sense you also find yourself pulling some study teams to get through that door?
It is true. So it's a lengthy process. You got to prepare. Often there's a paired meeting. You have to fit in the timelines. And timelines are important to us. I mean, one of the things that we talk about here, innovation, right? Efficiently, speedily getting to the goal of serving the patient health benefit. But if we are losing months and months, sometimes a whole year, whilst we are cutting these engagements right through the C3TI elsewheres, it can be challenging. And then I question, that is always the C3TI leaders' eventual output totally aligned with the review divisions? can we feel safe enough? Here is what C3TI has told us. Here's my written documentation. Can I go away with it and hope that the review divisions are not going to come back with a divergent view? Because it matters. It matters because in my experience, when I got this output, I took it and I ran it through some very tough engagements outside of the US, trying to explain why this should be done. And there is one regulator support, but if that regulator then were to turn around and not be supportive anymore because there's some kind of a divergence and views and expectations different within the review divisions, how do I deal with it? How do I cope?
Nicole, I'm curious, from where you sit within a CRO, do you find there are sponsors that are raising these questions and opportunities of can we engage through, say, C3TI with some of these demonstration projects? Is it a lack of awareness, or are there these concerns that we're hearing around what will the implications be to my timeline?
I think that there's probably both, a lack of awareness and implications to timelines. I mean, timelines drive everything. We can give a sponsor feedback on a protocol and say, this will probably be approved in the US, this will not be approved in Germany, this will not be approved in Italy, here's why. We recommend you change the protocol, we'll do a delayed submission, and we can get it all, out at the same time. And they're like, no, we'll go with what we have now because we have investors that we've committed to, a timeline, and the timeline is what drives everything. And I think that's so unfortunate because that's when a lot of errors and omissions and you get labeling inconsistencies happening because we're rushing through to, get through things that just don't seem to align because we're driving off of that timeline as the major target. And I don't think they're appreciating the slowdown that takes. It might seem like you're hitting your first site activated, but that doesn't mean anything because your last patient in is going to hold everything up. And so it's balancing that and really getting them to understand the value of that pre-work, everything that needs to happen up front. It's worth the investment, whether it's talking to the patients, talking to the regulators, rethinking the strategy. That early investment is going to save you time in the end.
John, I was thinking how earlier we were hearing some discussion about being at an inflection point. And I kind of feel like we've been at an inflection point in this industry for a long time and yet somehow managed not to inflect. And so as we're thinking about these four big themes, regulatory alignment, variability, inspection, site level, I'm wondering, are these the right themes? Are there others that we're missing? Because we've heard in the room this morning examples that were called out around examples that folks have done and are trying to do around community-based research and bringing research into care settings, efforts to improve access, leveraging EHR data more for electronic source data. We heard earlier about adopting standards. None of those feel to me like those ones require, this significant regulatory shift. Some of those feel like they ought to be a little easier for us to get through. So as you think about sort of these challenges, what are we missing as barriers?
Yeah, so let's see, I'll try to answer your question. So I do think we continue to be at an inflection point. I think there's a lot of interest and momentum and recognition of a challenge with our momentum toward innovation and recognition of a challenge with our current sort of traditional model that's slow. I think that the four themes that were in our title are relevant, but are not the key thing. And what I think the key thing is, and I want to echo on some comments that previous speakers had just made, is that best practice, innovative best practices toward doing clinical trials needs to be something we're all doing all the time. And And there will be times when the timelines make that impossible, but there'll be times when they don't. And when they don't, we should lean in to thinking about innovative approaches and getting practice with them. The example I gave in my opening comments, part of what made it successful around selective safety reporting was that I had experience with the Cardiorenal Review Division, including the individuals who I would be interacting with. I had had conversations with them about other issues, and so I had some level of confidence that if I raised this with them, we could have a productive conversation and they would agree with me. And in this case, they happen to. They don't always. In this case, they happen to. But I think we all need to sort of lean into having these conversations and trying when we have the opportunities to. So, you know, from a C3TI standpoint, I think we should all look for something we can bring to C3TI and talk to them about. If it doesn't go forward, that's fine. If it's not on our critical path, that's fine. But we'll get more comfortable with this, with the process of innovating and doing trials in the smartest, most modern, best practice way.
Thanks, John. Magnus, I'm curious your perspective there as well. I can imagine at Amgen, you manage a drug portfolio through a funnel with different gates along the way. But here we're almost talking about the non-drug portfolio of innovation opportunities. And if we thought about it like a funnel, sometimes it feels like nothing's getting out the bottom, since maybe electronic data capture, at least reaching global enterprise scale. And so as you're thinking about some of the top challenges that you're trying to tackle to drive innovation at scale in the development org, what else are we missing here beyond these four?
The one area, and I think there was in the first session, somebody brought this up very quickly, but I think it is a much larger issue than I think any of our industry partners actually will concede to, and that is SOPs. SOPs are written because, in my interpretation, is something went wrong along the way in the last 30, 40 years, and so SOPs were put in place. Well, SOPs, managing outside SOPs, you can write deviations and make that work, but it's not ideal. And it's almost like the process, at least, don't quote me on this as far as Amgen goes, but it's almost a longer process to write deviations than there is actually to go and talk to the FDA, in the sense that it is a much more difficult process. It seems that this somebody from Amgen cut me off. Here you go. I'll try again. So I think this is one area where we haven't solved it, I'll be the first one to say, but I think all of us need to start thinking about a different type of take here. Could we, should we develop pragmatic trial SOPs that follow certain directions? That would be a novel approach. It's not easy to do because we, you know, as John very eloquently said, we are wanting to innovate all the time. Writing SOPs for innovation is kind of really difficult because nothing stays the same. But I think there's something to this in the sense that we as industry partners, we do need to sort of look at ourselves sometimes and say, okay, what can we do internally that wouldn't upset the cartwheel too much as far as SOPs and other documents? Because once you operate inside SOPs, I think there's a level of comfort within the industry that we're doing something that is right. Acting under deviations is a little bit on the fringe. Doesn't mean it can't be done, but that is one area that I think we as industry should think about.
Teresa?
Yeah, I think along these lines, I mean, I think companies it's sort of the chicken and egg, right? They're not going to go there unless they feel there's going to be some comfort level or confidence or trust. I mean, there's an element to me of culture change here that, you know, I mean, and so it's familiarity. innovative methods sometimes require that people have some methodological training that they may or may not have. So it's actually getting the skill level up sufficiently among enough of the people, I'll just say even on the regulatory side, so that there's a level of understanding and comfort and familiarity that really leads to this sort of sense of confidence. And I mean, some of that can even lead to, and we talk about this in the international kind of area, among regulators, confidence and enough understanding of what another regulator does that you can even somewhat rely on what they've done. And sort of like, I know enough about how those people make decisions, and I got the same submission, and you know what, and I'm looking at it, it's okay. And so we're even looking at how to build that up. But I think this idea of making innovative approaches become standard practice is really kind of where you want to go. But there's a cultural, I'll call it cultural aspect to this, where it's just bringing up the level of understanding and kind of familiarity and trust. And so a lot of conversation is needed, and I think a lot of communication is needed among regulators, between regulators and company, and then figure out how to do that in a sustainable way, because that's part of what we're trying to look at now. How do you do that, but scale up, but make it sustainable and feasible?
David, do we have SOP delusions of grandeur? Are we overconfident in the power of our SOPs? Should we be making room for innovations that could actually improve quality?
We should absolutely be making room for innovations that improve quality. I think that's why we're all here, right? That's the fundamental principle of C3TI. You know, I like SOPs, but I also hate them. It's a love-hate relationship because they can give you a whole lot of consistency in the operationalization. I said that word properly. Give you a whole lot of room to increase the consistency in how you operationalize a trial at a specific site or across a network of sites, and there's tremendous value in making sure that you have that consistent strategy at a site level. One of the biggest things that we see is the inconsistency in how a trial is administered across sites. That's one of the key drivers of our meaty recommendations to the review division about the acceptability, the interpretability of study data on the back end, because you have study protocols that have the dirty words in clinical research all over them. Should versus must, may versus shall. And when you have a network of sites that are operationalizing that same protocol requirement differently, it's a tremendous challenge in the interpretability and the reliability of that data. So to the extent that there are institution or site network SOPs that can bring about that same level of consistency, I think that's going to be absolutely in our best interest to be able to advance whatever the innovation is that we're trying to work through.
You know, David, John had kind of set this up earlier with some of his opening remarks, but I can't help but think, how do we get to a place where our inspectors are actually the catalyst for change and innovation? When I think about the informed consent, it would seem to me that a paper consent is a liability. I have no auditability to show that a signature and date was actually captured associated with the right version. E-consent would seem to solve that out of the gate. But so many sponsors will look and feel that paper is safer. Is there a future where they act differently because they see inspectors sort of signaling differently?
I'm sure there is, and a lot of it has to do with our collective growth as an industry, including training within the agency. What's true today is not going to be true a year from now, and we need to continue to evolve. That means evolving our inspection strategies too. The way that we inspected 20 years ago can't be the way that we inspect today, and we are growing our inspection strategies just the same. We have a lot of work ongoing with our OBMI, our OII colleagues, training and helping to get them the information they need in order to be able to properly focus an inspection. The days of running a full compliance program for every inspection need to be at an end. What we're trying to do now is to really focus our inspections with directed inspection instructions to look at those critical to quality factors and make sure that our inspectorate has the time, resources, the training, the expertise to be able to look at those critical to quality factors, because that's what really matters in our assessment of data reliability and interpretability. Now, that's not to say that running a full compliance program, a comprehensive inspection, doesn't have a place in industry generally in our inspection portfolio. But we're talking about developing new tools, new strategies that can be used in whatever way that might be necessary for that application or that inspection. We talk all the time with industry about being risk-based and risk proportionate, but the agency needs to do the same thing. So we have many different strategies at our disposal for inspections, and it's not just traditional inspections. We're also talking about RRAs, the use of 704A4 requests, the use of remote interactive evaluations. There are ways for us to be able to get the information we need to make an informed evaluation of the reliability of study data that are available to us now that probably weren't even just a couple of years ago. So, we continue to evolve our practices in the assessment of clinical research just the same as industry is evolving your practices.
Thank you, David. I'm going to follow Jane's lead from the last panel and declare this a lightning round, maybe 1 minute each as we lean in towards lunch break. We've talked about a number of barriers, both the big four that are the themes for this morning so far, as well as a few others you've raised. Realistically, which should we prioritize first? What should we be trying to tackle, either because you feel it's something we could accomplish relatively quickly, or because it's really the critical path in all of this, and if we don't tackle this one, none of the others will matter. And Nicole, I wonder if you can get us started.
I would say one of the barriers is fear, and we've got to get over that. That is holding us back. We need to be bold, we need to be brave, we need to do it for the patients, and I think that's just, we've got to get over the fear of innovation.
And hopefully some of that fear busting comes from sessions exactly like this. Thanks, Teresa. Nicole. Sony, if you don't mind picking up next, what priority would you want to take on first?
I think that's right. Fear is a very, very important factor that prevents adoption. And I mentioned that fear leads to that sponsor inertia. We don't want to go there. But then we also have to get to the point, why are we fearful? We shouldn't be scared. Why are we scared then? I think that we need some kind of understanding of those globally portable principles. And if we had that bit of an understanding of this is what the global expectations are, we are talking what is it that is going to be accepted, we are talking about under what circumstances, what justification, I think it'll help us overcome some of that fear.
It's an interesting setup of why aren't we afraid of status quo, right, from the conversations earlier. Teresa, what would be top of your list to tackle?
I think if it's going to be something that can be done immediately, I would say even more communication around this, talking about why the innovative approaches, which may involve some feeling of risk and novelty, are so important for patients. I mean, most people and most regulators can get their head around that and their heart around that. So I think at the same time that we're trying to overcome fear, we have to give people a sense of greater risk tolerance by talking about the stakes and how important it is, and the examples of like the rare disease patient, the child that can't get in the trial because things like that make it real for people. And I think that kind of communication strategy should be increased so that this isn't just a special club, which it is very special, but I mean, kind of really getting the word out there for greater receptivity.
Thank you, Teresa. David, I'd love to bounce back to you. What's first on the list?
Yeah, I'll give you a two-parter. First is I absolutely agree with Teresa that the monsters under the bed disappear when you shine a light under them. So we need to be able to talk about these types of things openly, fully transparent, with warts and all, everything. The wild card, the thing that we haven't talked about yet, is the demands on the clinical research professionals in practice. It is a crippling environment out there. The demands on their time, absolutely short-staffed, overworked, maybe undertrained. I think there is a tremendous opportunity for us to help the clinical research professionals with the boots on the ground be able to do their job better, more efficiently, because that's where quality really starts and ends. And I think that's one of the barriers for us, is being able to get the clinical research professionals out there the time and opportunity to be able to do the great work that they're charged in doing.
I love that you called that out, because in truth, if we fix all of these other pain points, all we're going to do is expand the portfolio of medicines landing on the same saturated clinical research professional ecosystem. Magnus, what would be first on your list?
This is an interesting industry. We want to all think that we're ahead of the game, we're the first, but we're really not. We are all wanting to have training wheels before we get on that bicycle. And I think what we need to do as jointly between agencies and sponsors is share where it works. And confidentiality gets into all of this, so you can't really do while you're doing it. But I think we need to have forums where we share, this is how we did it, we took this risk, and then we hope that on the other spectrum, that the agencies around the world don't say, well, it's okay, but we didn't agree with that, so, but it happened. So that would create a real challenge for us. So my hope is that we need training wheels in clinical trials.
It's a great call out, and it's a reminder of a forum, whether Transcelerate and City, DTRA, what we have here with C3TI, creating these spaces to make sure those that we're putting sunlight on these stories. John?
Yeah, Craig, Magnus 50% stole my item. But I think it's really important. So when I hear all these novel approaches, you know, what I reflect on is most of them have been done before. I mean, most of these things have been done. And we all think they're new and novel and that you can't do them. And that illustrates a problem, that we don't know where to find them. And, you know, when I think about the example I gave, PROACT 10A, so there's a little paragraph in the discussion that talks about these issues, but you'd never find it. I mean, it's not in keywords. It's not, you know, so I do think there's this real need for us as an enterprise, the clinical trial enterprise, all of it, to think about what are the forums? How do we share all of this stuff that's worked? Because I think it will address the fear and the uncertainty and the people's stagnation and inertia and inability to do this. Maybe it'll push up some competitive juices among people to, you know, not want their competitors to get ahead of them. But, you know, I think we have some work to do to think about how best to share these examples of things that have already been done.
I'm going to use my moderator's prerogative to throw one other in the mix. It was years ago, I remember being in a room where at the time HHS Chief Technology Officer Todd Park was sharing reflections on what was broken in the healthcare system. And at the time he reflected that the healthcare system isn't broken, it works exactly the way the misaligned incentives are structured for it to operate. And so I would argue here as well that clinical trials aren't necessarily broken, they're operating exactly the way our misaligned incentives have structured for them to operate. Well, on that cheery note, no, this is tremendous. Please join me in thanking our panelists here. And I have confidence that this was the end of the Debbie Downer portion of the program because now we're going to pick back up after the lunch break at...
Welcome, everyone. My name is Miki Kwon-Wolkowitz. I'm the Executive Director at iCubed, which is the Center for Clinical Research Innovation at the Duke-Margolis Research Institute. First, I want to thank the organizers for scheduling our session right after lunch. And we wanted that because we have no slides and we have the most energetic panelists, no pressure. But you know, our session, you know, scaling culture change for innovation is important. I think we heard this morning common themes around, you know, what kind of innovations we can apply in clinical research, and we can develop them, we can evaluate them, we can test them, we can do pilots. But ultimately, how do you do that at organizational-wide culture change, whether you're an organization of 10 people, 100, 1,000, or 100,000? It gets into a big challenge, but also a lot of opportunities. So I think on our panel today, you'll hear from folks that are at the center of doing culture change or even leading culture change in innovation. So first, I want to ask them to join our stage, starting with Shraveri Buckham Gardner. She's the director of the Office of Translational Sciences at FDA's CDER. Next, I want to introduce Jeff Francer. He's the vice president and head of international regulatory affairs and global regulatory policy at Lilly. Don, if you can join us next. Don Harder, he's the head of trial solutions design at Care Access. And then finally, I want to welcome Kent Tholke, who's the CEO for Paradigm Health. And so I'll ask our panelists to do a brief introductory remarks. But first, in preparation for this meeting, I decided to do a very not scientific, very anecdotal type of survey of some of the people that are doing this work on the ground, right? So those are the sites, study coordinators. So when I ask them about, what do you think about innovation in clinical research, I'm going to just read you verbatim some of the responses. One, we talk a lot about innovation, but when it comes to do something different, everything slows down. Two, this one is interesting. We're told to take risks, but we're still measured on not making mistakes. There are great pilot projects, but it's hard to see how they become the new normal. And this one is interesting, and the last one. We hear a lot about AI, but we're still trying to understand how to use it, what it means for data and compliance, and how it fits into our day-to-day work. And so as we think about innovation and culture change, I just want you to keep that perspective in mind in terms of what people on the ground are dealing with as we try to implement all these innovative approaches. And so maybe to start us off, Jeff, if you can start with a brief intro, and then I'll go over each of the panelists.
Sure, thanks everybody, and hope everyone had a great lunch. So, as was mentioned earlier today, about 6 years ago, we were in a totally different place. And Lilly's journey on clinical trial innovation, and in particular community-based clinical trials, really was transformed during our experience during COVID. And Lilly developed one of the COVID antibodies and decided to test it in clinical trials in a very alternative way. They bought a bunch of RVs and drove them into the community. And we still have those RVs. And the interesting thing is we innovated because we had to. How do you get to test people in nursing homes in the middle of a pandemic? But now we've continued. And so Lilly now uses the same RVs in cardiometabolic health for screening, Alzheimer's, and some of the other clinical trial programs that we have. And we do it because our leadership became enamored with it during COVID, but also because it's the right thing to do, as was said before, to meet patients where they are. So I say that because this is about cultural change, and we're doing it because we have a passion to meet patients where they are. I will say it's not without challenges, right? It's not without how do we do this without making mistakes. And I will say that as a non-practicing lawyer, we also are aware of compliance difficulties and challenges when we try to do something different. So I'm one of the proponents of the theory that the FDA has to open up the clinical trial regulations, because if we want to meet patients where they are and meet investigators where they are and expand the number of patients and investigators, we have to look at the burdens that we're putting on them, and some of that is driven by the regulatory requirements, and so I'm a big proponent and really happy that the FDA continues to innovate and to encourage innovation. I say we continue the journey together, and I think the natural place to continue is in the regulations themselves.
Thanks, Jeff. Don, do you want to go next?
Well, thanks again. I think it says a lot about our morning panelists that y'all came back after lunch for more. So good job, everybody, and thank you. Thank again for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. My name is Don. I do head up our solutions design team at Care Access. I also come from Eli Lilly, a long career there before I came over here. So very on-the-ground experiences, literally on the ground in those nursing homes during COVID myself. So I know about what some of the stuff Lilly's doing. When it comes to culture, one of the things that I've seen a lot is, I've seen, as a career innovator, I've seen a lot of initiatives succeed, fail, and some still to be determined are out there. Many of those rose or fall based on the things that Jeff was talking about, leadership, excitement, and getting behind these things and pushing it within the organizations, and then just the stamina to see them through. That's a big part of it. But when I think about innovation, I really think about it as a way of challenging assumptions and looking at risks, and then evaluating those risks not just against the innovation itself and the pilot maybe that you're going to run or the new thing, but looking at the inherent risks in the existing system as well, and sort of comparing those two things against each other and saying, a lot of times we think about the innovations and we say innovation equals risky equals bad, versus the status quo equals known equals good. But really what we need to do with innovation is evaluate these risks against each other, and then look for ways that we can put together good mitigations against those risks. Because we're accepting risk in the existing system, right? We're accepting manual or paper processing as just because we know it and we're used to it, it's okay, but really there's probably quality issues all over. We don't have perfect quality systems and zero issues in the current system. We know timelines are slow. We know representation isn't great. High dropout rates, things that we've talked about this morning. So it's not like the current system is perfect, so we do have to look at the innovations and then internally start looking at where those existing risks are versus the new risks that are introduced with the new system that might mitigate some of the other risks that were currently existing. So I look at that as a big part of the culture, is how are you looking at risk and how are you evaluating risk, not just around the innovation, but also comparing that to the status quo.
Thanks, Don. Before we move on, can you say a little bit about Care Access and what you do?
Sure. Care Access is a clinical research company. We have a site network, so we run about 40 sites across the U.S., and then we have sites globally as well. We also run a community health screening program, similar to what Jeff was talking about with Lilly. It's called the Future Medicine. We go into communities. We partner with nursing homes, churches, community centers to bring health screening into those communities. Give these community members information about their health, and then we can contact them based on the results, refer them into clinical research studies is the purpose for us. So we work with a lot of sponsors to do that, to do the screening and then look at what's important to them, what tests we should be offering, and then how do we get those participants into research. And then we also have staffing services as well. So we do clinical site augmentation services.
Thank you. Kent, you go next.
Hi, I'm Brady. I'm Kent Tolke. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Paradigm Health. I'm also a recovering contract research organization executive. I feel like I spent the last 35 years having this conversation with clients about change and innovation from the early 90s. I think probably the last 17 of those have been the same conversation. I think that change management is such a challenging piece for this industry. Every other industry has adopted kind of high-speed technology and certainly large language models and AI, and healthcare, as well as the drug development industry, has been slow to adopt it, primarily not because there's not lots of incentives. In the executive level, there's a ton of incentives. At the mid-level, the mid-management level, the people that do all the work every day, we just don't have any incentives for them to change in this model. And so And everybody that told me no all the time on the CRO side, no, you can't remote monitor, no, you can't get access to the EHR, no, you can't do this, no. Then COVID happened, and all of a sudden everything was yes. Oh yeah, we can totally do that. Yeah, why? We'll do it all remotely. It's amazing. And then COVID ended, and we're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if we can do that anymore. And I'm like, we made all these, and the agencies, the regulators, everybody got together and said, okay, this is what we have to play with. How are we going to solve for this? Because patients still need care, drugs still need to be developed, and we can do this with the technology we have. And then we started going backwards. And so I left that world. I launched a company about 4.5 years ago. I also knew that this was not a single technology, and we couldn't do it by raising $5 or $10 million. We went out, we raised well over $250 million with the idea that we could try to solve this from the regulatory perspective or the pharma perspective, or we could go to where the patients are and start solving it from there. And so we went out and created a company where we build data pipes into healthcare systems. We operate under business associate agreements, so we're an extension of the physician and the healthcare systems. We ingest all of that data. We use AI and large language models to read the entirety of a patient's longitudinal record to support the physicians. And then we use that technology to match those patients into clinical trials. Why is that important? Because 85+% of the patients in this country live in community and rural settings that have zero access to clinical trials today. 90% of all trials are run in academic medical centers. 70% of trials never meet their patient accrual. Something is broken with the system. So we're trying to solve that, which is at the community and rural setting where most patients get their care today, how can we systematically support those physicians in matching those patients to trial, which today is a manual process. Somebody is sitting in front of a chart on an electronic terminal and matching those patient records. The other half of this is, if you go hire a bunch of 25-year-olds like I did, and you tell them how the drug development process works, they look at you like you are crazy. I'm like, no, really, we have people sit in front of computer screens and they re-enter data that's electronic into another electronic system that somebody built and charged about $500,000 for, and then we take that data and we go re-monitor it with the person that we flew there on a plane, and then they create electronic queries and some paper queries, and then we tell everybody what they did wrong, and then they redo it, and then 6 or 9 or 12 months later, we resubmit that to the data and biostats group who redoes all the data, and then sends the entirety of all that data to the FDA, who has to collate it, re-review it. I mean, they look at me like I'm just dumb. And so then the question was, what can we do? So since we already have data pipes into the EHR, it is the source of that data. We can take that data today, especially with large language models, both structured and unstructured, and port it directly into an EDC system, and eventually directly to the sponsor and the agency, bypassing that entire system. That's important, one, for speed. It's important for access. But also, the CRO industry, the people that run trials, it's a $120 billion industry. Half of that is in data collection. The other half of that is CRAs that are going out and monitoring electronic data, which if you have chain of custody and data, we can bypass most of that. Why is that important? If we can minimize the cost to develop drugs, companies like Lilly, Pfizer, et cetera, can take more of that money, put it back into their pipelines to bring more drugs to patients. And if we can do it in a model where the majority of patients are in the community and rural setting have access, then more patients get access to care. So all of that sounds amazing. The one thing that I'm lucky about today is that most of what I just explained is not regulated by the FDA, right? So we're not in decision support. We're simply helping the physicians do things they can't do manually, which is match patients to care, and then they decide if that patient should be presented to a trial. And then the data entry piece. And so Part 11 compliance aside, so all of the data entry that we do is Part 11 compliant for eventual review. But generally speaking, I couldn't beat my head against the wall anymore. Now, having said that, I talk to pharma clients every day who tell me the FDA will never allow us to do what we're doing. I can tell you today we operate in 165 healthcare systems across the US. We absolutely are doing it today. We operate in Israel and in Japan as well. In Israel, at Sheba University, they have decided that this is the only way they want to do research moving forward. So if you want to do research at Sheba and have access to their patients, they're not going to do manual data entry if they can avoid it, and they don't want CRAs flying in and reviewing all that data and take up time that could be focused on patients. And so we're just trying to flip the narrative so that healthcare systems can push back on the entirety of the system and say, this is a better way for us to do research. It allows us to get more patients into trials, and we can do it with less manual labor.
Thanks, Kent, and we'll come back to some of those topics in a little bit, but Shaveri, any opening remarks?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Shaveri Beckman-Garner. I'm the Director of the Office of Translational Sciences in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. For those of you who don't know OTS, we are a hybrid group. We have about 600 plus staff, largely in the Office of Biostatistics, the Office of Clinical Pharmacology, the Office of Study Integrity and Surveillance, and the Office of Computational Science. Now, why is that important, right? Well, when you talk about innovation and fostering innovation, you also need to look at a matrix, right? And you need to be able to bring everything to bear that you can to solve a problem. And I think what's helped us in the environment we're in, working, of course, with our colleagues throughout the center, has been really being able to leverage that capacity to be able to bridge a variety of different specialties, right? A variety of different capabilities, and try out new things, right? Examples of that you heard earlier today in some of the panels: the Model-Informed Drug Development Program, the Complex Innovative Designs efforts, efforts around fit for purpose. We're not talking about qualification today, but the qualification program started off in our office. Efforts around how we engage early and often, critical path innovation meetings. When I look back and think about, I've been at FDA for a while now, we won't talk about how long, but I look back at the Critical Path Initiative. Some of you may remember that initiative that launched in 2004. It was a bold statement at that time that really started to set the environment for how we look at change. It really was one of the first types of bold statements that put out there that we're not just making policy, we're not just reviewing drugs and biologics and devices, et cetera, but we also have a role in innovation. We have a role in being a driver. And so that bold statement kind of set the stage, right? After that, we had 76 different opportunities that came out of that. Out of that effort came public-private partnerships, a ton of them. Out of that effort came a lot of efforts around clinical trial modernization and Bayesian methods and adaptive designs and a ton of guidance. And so with that, I think we're riding on the heels of all of that. Yes, it's been 20 plus years, but we're riding on the heels of all of that to say, what's next, right? As we think about digital health technologies and what's happening with real-world evidence, and how do we get to the right level to be able to incorporate this, and how do we make sure that we have confidence in the data that we're getting, we have been able to start to develop these programs like C3TI and others, right, to be able to say, how do we get our staff ready for this? How do we build those opportunities for engagement with all of you? We don't have all the answers, of course, but I think that we are at a critical tipping point, right, because we've had 20 years plus of effort in this space. And now we have a lot of this infrastructure that we didn't have before that allow the conversations, right? And I heard people earlier today saying, well, you know, we think we'd come to the FDA, but the answer would be no. Well, we have to have the conversation. I heard others speaking up about, you know, establishing those relationships, and that's why meetings like this are so important, right? We have to ask the questions and not assume that the answer is no, because things are changing. Our structure is changing, our leadership is changing, and what may be possible now may not have been possible 20 years ago. But I feel like the environment is moving in the right direction. And so this is why it's great that we're here. We want to hear from you. We want to hear what we're not doing that we need to be doing. And I may not have the answer, but we may have others here who do. I'm excited that you have still Mark Levinson in the audience. He's our Director of Biostatistics. He was on a panel earlier today. You had Shi Lu, who's heading up some of our CDER AI efforts. You have a ton of people who are very vested in figuring out how this works better. What we need to do is hear from you and continue to work on that collaboration and work on trying to see how we continue to, as we heard this morning from Diane and others, move the needle. Because I think we can get there, but also we need to take perhaps some smaller bites and not try and boil the ocean. And we have to be able to celebrate those successes. When I look at the MIDD, Model-Informed Drug Development Program, that launched in our office, when I look at where it was in 2018 and where it is now, tremendously different, right? We have a whole quantitative medicine center of excellence now. We have examples of impact that actually do streamline drug development efforts, that quantitate to financial gains, right? But that took time to be able to establish, and it took time to develop that culture. But I want to bring that positivity today to say, it is possible, but we have to be able to prioritize. And I think that's why this next session after us is important, because we can't do everything, but we have to figure out what will really move the needle, and then what can we engage upon to really make a difference. I'll stop.
Thanks, Shaveri. And we're definitely going to come back to model-informed drug development at the end. All right, so we're not going to go into the Q&A, and I'm going to remind people that are here and also virtually that there's the QR code. I'm not sure if we can put it up for people to ask questions. But maybe start, I think we've heard this morning, and some of the panels already started alluding to this, when we think about innovation and how to implement it and how that influences culture change, immediately people start thinking about risk and whether it is real risk or perceived risk, something that is top of mind. So I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about how do you think about risk aversion in your organization? Where does it show up? And then what have you all done to help reduce it? And maybe we can start with Jeff.
Sure. Well, I think Kent did a great job explaining that many aspects of our current model are irrational. We can understand how things got the way they did, and it makes sense, for example, that there would be a phase 1 and a phase 2 and a phase 3. But we're now obviously in a different place. We're accelerating. And the interesting thing is, as the status quo got cemented and as our companies have grown, for many reasons, we have structures that are used to what they're used to. But our leadership is not okay with that. Our leadership sees that we have a very expensive, burdensome, and sometimes slow drug development system, and we're constantly looking for ways where we can accelerate and improve patient access. So how do you square the systems that we have with what leadership says is a priority to accelerate and to innovate? I personally think that the solution to that is goals. It has to be in all of our goals to innovate. If it's not in our goals, then it's much harder to do. Then you revert to the status quo. As you said, you revert to what you're measured to. And so it's in part of my goals to innovate and to look for ways to innovate. And it really is up to leadership, I think, to provide those incentives in our day-to-day. So I agree, we shouldn't bite off more than we could chew. And I think initial pilots are completely acceptable and ways to accelerate. But then when we find that something works, we should think about how do we move it away from a pilot.
Thanks, Jeff. Shaveri, I wonder how you think about risk aversion from a regulatory perspective.
I think, it's about the environment, right, and setting the expectations of the environment. I think that, I can speak from the perspective of our office, right? A lot of the focus has also been around how you provide our review staff, especially when they're encountering an approach that they haven't seen before, or a methodology that's different, or a design that's not what they're used to seeing. It's how we bring the right expertise to them just in time, right? You can't expect someone who's pulled in multiple directions, who has so much on their plate, to be an expert in everything, right? So what we've been trying to do also is, especially with new approaches, AI approaches, things of that sort. Chi-Lu, who I mentioned before, she's heading up what they call the R3 program. Now, don't ask me what R3 stands for, because I won't be able to shout it out right now. But the bottom line is, when reviewers have a context that's for an AI application, we have a group of people who are experts in that area that they can engage with in real time to say, hey, I have this, I haven't seen it before. I need some help with how to do that. We're doing it in the translational science context, where we have new types of biomarkers and novel endpoints, and we have a translational science team that engages with them to say, okay, you haven't seen this before, what do we need to do, right? We need to be able to meet people where they are, right? And not assume that everyone has seen everything. And we have to be able to change, I think, the environment such that we have this expertise that's available to us quickly, when we're in a review setting, so that we can provide them with what they need in real time. We also bring in special government experts. We have other ways that we engage with the best and brightest to be able to help us when we run into, a challenge, right? I think that's part of the issue. Resistance isn't always necessarily because there's not a desire to do something different. It could be a matter of time. It could be a matter of trust in the outcome. It could be a matter of exposure or training. All of those things weigh into all of this, right? And when you're dealing with someone who's extraordinarily stretched, we need to figure out how to meet them where they are and get them what they need to be able to evaluate fully and in a timely fashion.
Yeah, it seems like you're implementing different things to de-risk their adoption to that particular innovation. Don, you mentioned before that you look at everything through you evaluate risk as you're thinking about delivery. Can you maybe expand a little bit on that and share how you think about risk aversion within care access?
Yeah. For us, it's really about outcomes. So what are the risks to the outcomes that are important, not just internally, but we work a lot, obviously with our clients, and that's where the innovation is usually happening. We could innovate internally all day, but at the end of the day, if nobody buys it or uses that service, it's not really an innovation. So our most successful services have been the ones that we've built with a partner, with a company like a Lilly or others who also have the same level of belief and dedication to that thing. And then we're willing to partner with us so that when those risks do get realized, they're not pulling the plug and running away, but they're doubling down, they're learning, we're learning together, and then we're dedicated together to iterate. So there's a huge partnership component of that in the innovation, because most of drug development is not a company out there that just does everything on their own, right? There's all kinds of companies like some of us in the room that are helping with pieces and parts of that. You have your site network, your physicians, et cetera, that you have to work with. So what I have found is that when the outcomes get in jeopardy, if you're willing to sit down, think about it, work together, think through the mitigations, iterate, and then keep going, that's where you really see the innovation come through.
Great. I'm going to go to the next question, but I'm going to start with Kent. And I'm not sure, Kent, given what your company does, whether this applies, but you can share that with us. So is there a way, you mentioned that culture change is very hard, and I'm not sure if that was based on your prior experience, but you certainly have your early adopters at every organization. That's like the very minority, but then instituting change across an entire organization is something else. So can you share maybe one example of culture change around innovative clinical trials in your organization, and then maybe more specifically, what behavior actually changed?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, well, there's a couple things. One, I do want to go back to Shabray's point around the change and bringing people along, and to this point, some of the most forward-thinking conversations I have had in the last 6 months around AI and what we do have been with people at the FDA, right? So there is this mindset that you hear from pharma that FDA won't allow. I'm like, that has not been my experience the last 6 months. I think it has been phenomenal conversations. I think, so that's one piece of change management, like bringing those people along in some of these offices, whether they're reviewers or division people, just helping them. And then you get to that point where they start asking questions, the what ifs. Well, could we do this? What if? And that is like the amazing change management. On the pharma side and the change management, pharma likes to have proof. Show me it works, right? And so for us, this model of You know, when pharma clients today go and they pick sites to be a participant in a clinical trial, much of it is anecdotal. They go talk to a doctor there. Do you see these patients? Yeah, I do. Then we open the site. No, they don't. And then no patients go on, and it's very expensive and time-consuming. And really, the sad part about that is the patients that need access to those drugs are not getting them. And so when we show them that because of our BAA access and the ability to see PHI on our side, we can see patients in real time that would be eligible for the trial and have those conversations at high volume with these physicians to get those patients on trial in the community. We have a community in North Dakota. In the first year that they deployed this program, we went from 3% participation rate at that institution to 12% participation rate in trials. When we show people those numbers, all the people that say, no, we shouldn't do that, to your point, Jeffrey, if their goal is to get those trials enrolled, and I can show them that we can do that in this model, all of a sudden they're bought in. Like, show me how I do that at these other sites, right? And so that becomes valuable. Again, metrics are important. We have a large pharma client. 9 of our 10 programs are currently enrolling 20% to 400% greater at sites that deploy this platform than sites that don't have the platform. That is what they want to see. So change management is a little bit of like trying to bring people along, but it's a lot of show me, right? Show me this works, because I get incentivized when my program works. Otherwise, the status quo is pretty good because none of the programs work very well, right? And I'm not going to get in trouble for doing the same thing everybody else does. But if you can help them win, right, show that. And then at the end of the day, we talk lots and lots in change management about bringing people along about the importance for patients, right? So if it was your parent, if it was your child, if it was somebody that you desperately knew needed access to better care, you would want them to be part of something like this. Faster access to drugs, better regulations, faster access to trials. So there's lots of reasons you can get people along, and not everybody's goal-oriented piece is going to be the same. So meeting people where they are and what's important to them, whether it's a regulator, a clinical trial person, a lawyer, like everybody has different needs and wants, and we just try to bring them all along the journey along the way.
Yeah, I can appreciate how, metrics-driven approaches can help, like, show me the money, and that's going to help sponsors move forward. And then linking it to the mission. I wonder if our other panelists want to share some examples of culture change within your organization. It can be whoever.
I want to double down on something you said with the show me the money. It's really hard the first time you do an innovation. It's a really high bar to show you that it's better the first time, right? Because the first time there's bumps and bruises, and sometimes just showing that it's not worse, it might be like a major win. And I think that's where that that determination and that repetition comes in, where like the guts to keep going and say, well, we did it once, it didn't break everything, it was hard. Maybe the outcome wasn't 10% better or 50% better like we think it's going to be, but that's not a reason to stop. So that's one of the things that I've just seen in our organization is keep going, right? If after the 5th or 10th time you're not seeing anything, then maybe that wasn't the right thing. But that's why like pilots are fine. I think pilots are good, but you're only going to see, certain things you see at scale, certain things you see after your 10th implementation, you don't see it after your first or second one. So that's like the stamina to keep going in an innovative path and not expect the first implementation to be the thing that saves the world. I don't know. That's what I've seen a lot of, is just like good old-fashioned guts to keep going.
Jeff, you mentioned during COVID that there was some temporary culture change. Can you talk a little bit about how that stuck or not, or other examples that come to mind?
Yeah, and I'm sure there's so many different examples around the room of then versus now. I think that the key is how do you keep momentum going, and I know it's such a big issue for clinical trial innovation and regulatory innovation in general, because at the end of the day, the agency has a mission, right? It's to ensure that drugs are safe and effective, that the clinical trials are compliant, et cetera, and but yet we all share this goal. Which may not be in the regulations, which is to try to help as many patients as possible. So there is tension between kind of our formal guidelines in a way and why we got into healthcare in the first place. So I think it's been said many times, patients have to be the North Star. And a lot of what we're talking about today is making it easier for patients who might not otherwise be able to participate in clinical trials to participate in clinical trials, especially people who don't live near academic medical centers. And this is true around the world. So as we have this discussion here in Washington, they're having similar discussions in Europe, similar discussions in Asia, and there's an interesting phenomenon right now where there's actually competition for clinical trials, and you hear the FDA leadership talk about trying to make sure that clinical research is done in the United States. Again, something that may not be in the regulations, but it's another kind of policy incentive. And what I say is this type of competition is actually a good thing. It can help us innovate. It can help provide an incentive for regulators to innovate, and I kind of welcome that. So in some respects, thinking about the patients is really obviously key, but also thinking about these other incentives that regulators have as well.
Thanks. Shaver, you mentioned a couple of examples of culture change across the years. So you mentioned CPATH, you mentioned modeling informed drug development. So I wonder if you can expand a little bit on what worked well? Why were those how come they came together? Because they were not solving easy problems. And so can you speak a little bit to that?
So I'm fortunate because I had a chance, as I said, to be with the organization for some time. So I've had a chance to watch a trajectory, right, from idea to pilot to instantiation, for lack of a better word. And I also had the benefit of seeing leaders that were able to champion that positivity that's needed to keep things front of mind for staff, right? And it's not just about what goes into your performance evaluation or that's one of your goals, but it's also about a culture that anticipates, right, that innovation is part of your job, right? That it's not something that you're doing extra, and it incentivizes it, right? That's not something that's easily done. And it also creates a culture where it's okay to fail. I know that's a bad word, but sometimes in order to be innovative, you do have to fail sometimes. You want to fail quickly and hopefully keep moving forward. But we've tried very hard to develop an environment where people can raise ideas, right? With that also, we've tried to develop an environment where we want to catalyze those conversations with external stakeholders early, right? Perhaps not even in the context of a particular drug product that's coming in for review. So an example of that is our critical path innovation meetings, where we're talking about the science, or we're talking about a methodology or an approach, and it may not necessarily be linked to a particular submission, right? But it's trying to have a conversation around what might we do in this particular case? And that has catalyzed a variety of different efforts, workshops, white papers, even guidance development, right? So it's really about laying a foundation that allows receptivity, and it also is about bringing, as we talked about, other people to the table, both internal and external, that can help us get over some of these hurdles. Because adoption, you have those folks who are very early adopters. The minute something comes out, they're right on board, let's do it. And then you have the others that you're trying very hard to pull along. And you're never going to get everybody, right? But you have to get to that critical mass. With model-informed drug development, right, it started out, of course, as a pilot program. It started out with some of the, PDUFA-related negotiations, same with complex innovative designs. But over time, it becomes more inculcated in something that we expect rather than something that's just, oh, that's nice to have. That's great you're doing that on the side, but we really don't think that's going to be important. But that takes time. Right? It's not something that you change on a dime, but you also have to celebrate the wins. You have to be able to, especially when you're in a large organization, people need to see, yeah, we're over here and we're still at this, and this is what we've accomplished. Say, for instance, in the model-informed drug development setting, it has made a difference in at least 5 different approval settings where we were able to rely on that data to be able to help inform a decision. Certainly it didn't carry the decision, but it helped inform the decision, right? And we've now gotten to the point where with our Quantitative Medicine Center of Excellence, for which MIDD is a component of that, right? We realize that that training is necessary, that we're getting use case examples. We're about to send something out, to staff to be able to help them see these examples in action. We call it Quantitative Medicine in Action, where they can see the trajectory, right, of the outcome and how it's affecting, right, a decision. We partnered with the Critical Path Institute to develop a set of 20-some modules on model-informed drug development that are available to everyone, right? So it's a matter of identifying a problem and hammering at it from multiple sides, right? Not the least of which is leadership continuing to champion those efforts as well. Meghana talked to you this morning about the C3TI champions. We have champions for AI in the agency, right? It's trying to figure out how you meet people where they are and get them what they need and lower that barrier to feeling comfortable to ask questions and to perhaps look at something in a different way. And it's not fast, but it is possible.
Thanks, Sherry. I want to pick up on that and maybe for some other panels to think about, so if you think about the study team and the task at hand, and I think the prior panels mentioned this too, where your job is to deliver this drug, these trials, this approval, and you're laser focused on doing that. And then here's the innovation arm. It's like, do this and do that. And so how do you work with study teams to, let's just say, stay on task, but at the same time, try to infuse, some innovation and immersion training, having the expertise available, but what are other things that you've seen help with study teams when they're told that this is the task at hand, but there could be opportunities for innovation in what they're doing?
Well, sometimes we get our hands slapped, of course, in some of these meetings because we bring sometimes big teams. I'm looking at Mary Tanhai back in the back, our Director of Office of New Drugs. Sometimes we bring big teams, right? And that's because we may have people looking at the particular problem from a variety of different lenses, right? And now with the evolution of, AI issues and things like that, we need to bring that other expertise to the team as well. So I think it's really looking at that hybridization of the approach, right? The goal is still the goal. What you need to get done, but by whatever time frame you need to get it done in, doesn't shift. But it's bringing other expertise to the table that may be looking at the problem in a different way. And I agree, it's tricky because it's this juxtaposition between, going quickly and being able to get to your decision, but you also need those people that are looking at this a little bit sideways to say, well, what about this? And perhaps even that knowledge management piece of saying, okay, we might not have done it this way this time, but how do we start to think about an approach for the future? Right? And so we constantly have to have those innovation hats on, and we have to constantly have those people involved that, really are trying to push the needle in that way. Again, not simple, but sometimes we bring kind of larger teams to the table because we're trying to get those approaches out there as well.
Don and Ken, do you want to comment on that based on work on the ground with your teams?
Nothing unites like a common enemy, right? So, knowing what the problem is and sharing that problem. If you're working with somebody, if I approach a client and I say, you have this problem, right? And they go, not really. There's not much going to happen there, right? And so I think, one, motivating the problem really getting aligned on what the outcome is that you're trying to achieve, what the problem is, and then bringing a solution that everybody can see, at least has a chance of slaying that dragon that you're looking at. Another thing that's really helpful is a checkbook. So like internal, trying to drive innovations internally, one thing that we have struggled with when trying to move in innovative spaces with clients, but also saw a lot working internally trying to get changes, is I think by definition, innovations sort of break boundaries, and study budgets are set, and they're set well in advance, and they have categories for spend. And when you come in with something that I don't know where to place this thing, it's really hard for teams to say, well, I can fund that, right? There aren't, a lot of companies do not have central budgets that are just sitting there for platform level initiatives or innovation, just like, oh, I'm just gonna put $1 million in my budget for innovation, That doesn't happen, when they start cutting and they start squeezing and everybody's doing it. So having teams that can come not only with an innovation, but also come with some money to say, hey, we've funded this other group, not just with people, but also with some money to get some of this stuff off the ground, so that then we can start to create new categories, and then we can build that backwards into our funding models and things like that. So those are the two things that I've seen really be helpful in working with these study teams. And both from the client side, working inside sponsors, but also having been in a sponsor and trying to get things worked out internally. It was always helpful if I said, hey, I'll fund the first project from my budget that is given to me for you, right? to help you. That was always easier. You still have to slay the dragon. You still have to know what the problem is, and that has to be the common goal. But I think if you have money, money's helpful.
Kent or Jeff, any comments?
I do, I think part of the problem is, especially in those conversations, the fact we call it innovation, it stops right there, right? Because there's an innovation department, which was likely the worst thing any pharma ever did, was create innovation department. So, because the innovation is like, it's full of pilots,
career, man.
right? They're gonna start an airline of pilots. And so I think that's a challenge as well, because what we're talking about is actually modernizing the process and the deployment with tools and technologies that are already widely used in every industry. If I went and told my staff that when they went to the bank tomorrow, they could use the electronic version, but the next day they had to use the paper, because we're still kind of testing out each one, nobody would do that. And this kind of dissonance for our staff who lived their entire life at 25 or 30 in a world that is AI moderated. And then they come to work and we put them back in a kind of, time warped, like, well, that's not the way we do stuff at work. Artificial intelligence, large language models, they are widely deployed in every industry. It is not innovative anymore. And if we keep thinking that it is innovation, we fall further and further behind. Wow, and this goes to Jeffrey's point earlier, and part of the challenge the current administration has is there are other geographies and there are other regulators who are quickly adopting the use of these tools, which is why we are seeing pharma clients take their early development to places like Australia and to China. I mean, that's bad for lots of reasons, but when I think about it, it's bad for patients in the US, right? It means that patients in rural and community-based healthcare systems are not getting access to drugs that literally could be life-impacting for them. And so there's lots of reasons that we have to change this narrative. I think we have to start by, to your point, stop calling it innovation, because that freaks everybody out. And then they're like, oh, we can't do that. I'm sure there's a compliance issue, a lawyer, an FDA, somebody, right? It's the boogeyman to say, oh, innovation is it. So we got to reframe the conversation. I also think we talk a lot about risk. I mean, patient risk is paramount, right? We are always thinking about patient risk. I think there is greater risk in not deploying some of these tools very quickly than there is in deploying them.
Totally agree.
I just want to respond. I think it's an interesting question whether it's whether this kind of regulatory competition is a good thing or a bad thing for patients in the U.S. At the end of the day, we want to get our medicines to patients in the U.S. as quickly as possible, and we have to do global trials if our medicines are going to be used globally. That said, I view this moment as an incredible opportunity because people want clinical trial innovation for different reasons, whether it is community-based trials, whether it is the Bayesian models. There are all sorts of flavors of innovation, whether it's increasing the use of AI and going. I mean, one of the things that I think all companies want to be able to do is, in essence, move the data from patients to us, to regulators, as quickly as possible, because right now we have, as you said before, a very inefficient process. So we have all of these systems, we have regulations, we have guidances, and in a way, if we are going to be able to compete, we have to be able to take a fresh look at them, and we have to see whether they're all fit for purpose. And so I'm personally optimistic about this moment, and I think that we will be able to accelerate and to help patients in the U.S. get access. But we kind of all have to be in it together.
Thanks. I think this morning I heard several times people talk about pilots, and I think that there's people on the camp of let's start with a pilot, see how it goes, and then see if we're going to scale. There's other people, and I'm pretty sure I know where Kent sits, that say let's just scale on day zero, right? And so can you all speak a little bit about this? I'm not sure if it's tension or even more like what investments need to be made in people, process, infrastructure to go from pilots to full-scale, culture change of some of these innovations. And maybe I'll start with you, Kent.
I mean, I think to be fair to the people that have to make these decisions and budget calls, I mean, if my budget is only $50,000 for innovation and can't really scale, that's not like a scalable thing, right? So you do have these people with great intentions who want to try these things, who sit within a system that is limiting them, because to your point, like somebody 50 levels above them set the budget for this trial and said, this trial can cost you $8 million, figure it out. And in the current model, that requires 15 countries and 4,000 people. Like it's mind-boggling how we expect them to do it. And then they're like, also you should innovate while you do it, right? Even though you don't have a budget for that. So some of this is it's unfair. We're putting people in positions to try to innovate with limited tools in their toolbox. And to your point, sometimes we fund some of that ourselves. Like it is important enough at this point that you need to do that. Now, we sit in a very unique situation, right? Most tech companies do not raise the kind of money we did. But when we went out and raised money, it was talking to people who realized that to do what we wanted to do in this space, it is a massive undertaking. It requires a lot of people. And so I think you've got to figure out how we give people the tools to do what they need to do. That said, you're always going to run into, my favorite quote is one guy who was like, I don't know if we want to run a pilot, and like, we don't want to be first. We don't want to be second. Maybe we'd be third. Fourth. Like fourth, we will totally be fourth, right? So not only did he not want to run the pilot, he wanted to see everybody else do it first. And I'm like, wow, risk aversion, right? So, but I think a lot of people think that way. I don't want to be first, right? And the risk of failing, our entire drug development industry is set on failures. Most of our drugs fail, right? That is how we get better drugs. And so to put a bar so high for innovation and technology, be like, well, this cannot fail. I'm like, well, that's crazy. So.
Other comments around pilots versus scale or investments to scale? All right. We do have a question from the audience, and I think, Don, you touched on this before. And I think the question is, how do we get around the concept of the benchmarking of how we're evaluating these innovations versus the status quo, right? So are we putting these innovations at a different bar that they have to go through versus what we have today, which sometimes, it's at a very low bar. So how do you square those two things together? What bar do we use to evaluate these new innovations?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges is things are moving so fast, right? So like the work that FDA is doing with IND submissions and even the manual labor to compile INDs. Like I am old enough to remember when we used to ship like trailers full of documentation of, all the CMC and the product. I mean, it was just crazy. And now, like, I don't even know how you would compare that as a benchmark. Like we used to send trucks of paper and now we do it in a PDF. So it's not even the same, so I don't know how to benchmark that. Even on EDC completion, if you have people at a site who are manually entering data. Like, we are reducing that by 80 or 90%. So it's a little bit artificial to require people to like, oh, we're going to benchmark this to show it's better. I'm like, well, but it is better. Like, I don't have to benchmark that, right? And so I think we create these artificial things, and it comes from leadership a little bit down. Prove this is worthy before I give you a budget to do it. And so some of it is, it's just so phenomenally better. Like, we just need to put that out there. Show me the money, be done with it. Let's stop having the conversation. And every piece is different, right? Preclinical, clinical, they're all different in how we deal with it. And benchmarks will be different because in drug discovery, as an example, there are much different benchmarks than there are on the clinical side, and how we apply these kind of technology innovations and AI and things like that. So it's probably fit for purpose.
I think there's a level where the benchmark should be higher, right? You shouldn't be doing something and then it's not better, right? If you're going to innovate, it should be better. But better is like, what are you actually measuring? And one thing that I've seen is we take these micro measurements, and it's like, did it cost less on this one thing, right? Did it cost my patient acquisition cost? Did that go down? Versus looking at more of a macro level. So I think in drug development, there are some like macro level benchmarks that have been probably stood the test of time, right? Like time to first patient enter, and time to get all your patients enrolled, and time to submission, and those types of things when we're looking at the drug development process. But when you get that high, it's hard to see the impact of any individual thing. So that's where what we've tried to do is it's that category bending thing to say, well, this thing over here actually does get more expensive, and the people who are paying for that thing don't like it. So they are pushing against innovation, but you can go over here and go, but this thing over here disappears altogether. Well, somebody's got to be high enough to see that that's a good thing, because the people that work there, they don't like that either, right? Because literally you're saying, oh, you're going to need less of me, or you're going to give me less money because you're giving it to these people over here, right? So you have to have like multiple levels of looking at it, and be real about where you're spending more money, but also be real about where you are saving money, and then that's where change management comes in, right? It's like, well, let's just shift these people from here to here, or yes, over time, let's, maybe if it's a people issue, like let's, we will have attrition and we will, reduce, but yeah, I think that's the thing, is you got to look high enough, and you got to have people who can see that and say, oh, I see the value. I am going to save across clinical development or across my entire phase 3 program, but I might spend more on this one thing or less on this one thing. So
but
I think it's
on change management, and this goes to Jeff's earlier point, if the goal setting is aligned, right? If everybody in that stream has the same goal, which is to get this drug to market faster, and they are working collaboratively, then you get away from some of that, but it has to be top down. People have to say, look, like if I go talk to a CFO at a pharma company tomorrow and I say, look, this is going to cost you an extra $4 million up front, but you're going to get to market 6 months sooner. None of them would say no. They'd be like, go spend the money. But if that is not cascaded down, all the people in the middle there are responsible for the budget they had. Nobody told them they could spend more here and less there. That's not a thing. Like the person in clinical development, they don't know what the data management people do. They don't care. Like, that doesn't affect me, right? So until you cascade it down from a change management perspective, and you make that clear to everybody, and everybody has aligned incentives and goals, and it doesn't really matter. Like, you and I are never going to change that internally at these vendors or clients, I guess.
Can I piggyback a little bit on that? So I think each of you have mentioned some sort of allusion to leadership and how leadership can support, change management or culture change. And certainly one is like budgets and money. But what are other things that you've seen in leaders that have worked well in terms of culture change across organizations, or things that have not worked in terms of culture change from leadership specifically? And I'm just going to open it up to whoever wants to take it.
Well, I'll say, if I go back to my initial example, which was COVID, it was necessity, okay? And leadership reacting to the pandemic was necessity. Now, I think it's different. Now, if we want to accelerate patient access, we have to be willing to invest, okay? So it is true, what Don was saying, if, again, going back to the RVs, someone had to buy the RVs, right? That's an investment. And then you can see what it does. The same is true with systems. The same is true with AI. Another thing, Kent and I were discussing this before, is companies want to be able to submit to multiple regulators at the same time in the cloud. And you'd think, yeah, of course we should be able to do that. I mean, the technology is clearly there. But yet, there's difficulty even convincing the regulators that that's a good thing and that's the right thing to do. And so change can be difficult, but if we're all aligned to whether it's accelerating or making clinical trials more efficient, then I think we can align, and then we just have to change the systems.
I'll just add, I think, just to reemphasize, I think that that leadership role is around setting the vision, right? And I agree, it's the alignment piece that we don't always have, right? We don't always spend the time to make sure there's an alignment. I think, just like with everything, putting something out there, but not giving the resources, the infrastructure, the support, the incentives, all of those other things that need to be in play, you fall short. Having been in the agency for a while, I've seen a lot of different initiatives get off the ground. The ones that have sustainability are those where leadership is engaged, gets the alignment, stays engaged, stays focused year over year. It's still a priority. It's not something that then the next big priority has come out and this goes down to the bottom of the pile. So I think it's critical, to have that leadership engagement and follow through. And it's not just about the resources, it's also about how you get the people aligned with that vision. And you are able to articulate what's in it for me, what's different because I'm doing this, right?
There's a question from the audience that picks up on leadership. And so we've been talking about leadership within a single organization. This person is asking, how can you get leaders from multitude of organizations, either within the sponsors or others, to work together and then now have like a more global culture change rather than at a single entity? Have you seen that, and what are best ways of doing that?
I mean, if you take lessons learned to the points we talked about earlier, the last time that actually happened was COVID, right? And before that, to a lesser extent, was probably response to the HIV crisis. There are points in time where we have had this kind of collective response where it is so imperative. I think at this point in time, and this becomes a policy issue and really more around HHS and CMS, but at some point, whether you believe in some sort of single payer or national healthcare, the current healthcare system we have is unsustainable, right? And so from a collective point, part of that is that it costs a phenomenal amount of money to bring drugs to market, even if it's capital in the private system versus the public system. But this kind of $1.5 billion or $2 billion to bring every single drug to market, and the cost that trickles down to payers and PBMs and then to patients, like that is unsustainable. If we can fix part of that, which is the drug development cost, right, and then make sure that it trickles down, then it becomes an imperative for everybody. This imperative that patients, the majority of patients in this country who live in community and rural settings and away from academic medical centers deserve better care or better access to clinical trials as an option, because the long-term outcomes for most of those patients, regardless of whether they get active drug or they're on standard of care, tends to be better. The longer-term outcomes, the lower cost to payer, like there is an incentive if we can align on messaging, which is this is not just a healthcare issue, it is more of a national security issue. It translates across FDA, it translates across the administration, it goes into healthcare providers, it goes into their costs, it goes into better care for communities. And I mean, there's all reasons, but short of kind of those references to HIV and COVID, we rarely have had an opportunity where everybody comes together for a collective reason. And I think that we are going to get to that point with healthcare in this country. When and how it happens, I would rather be ahead of the curve than behind it. And I think it will start with agencies like the FDA who take this kind of proactive move, and with HHS and CMS collectively to say, how do we solve for this? Because they really, between the VA and the majority of patients in this country, 50% who are Medicare and Medicaid, how do they access these drugs and trials? Like, that is a tremendous amount of power to make change. And so the question is, how do we use that to drive innovation and some of these changes?
We're getting to the end of the session, and I'm going to ask each of you to maybe end, like if you had one piece of advice that you would give sponsors on how to change culture around clinical trial innovation or increase adoption, what advice would you give them?
I'll go. Over-communicate. Over-communicate. I think that I've learned over time that if you don't reinforce and find different ways to reinforce the message and incentivize the reinforcement of that message, that doesn't always have to be financial incentivization. Is that a word? But I think that's the piece that I'm seeing over and over again, is that communication piece. And that also entails coming to FDA early, right? And not making assumptions about what's not possible, but ask the questions.
Jeff?
Well, I think that's a great answer, and I'm not going to copy it. But I would say, along those lines, be persistent, because I think a lot of what we're talking about, whether it is about the data, whether it's about getting closer to patients, whether it's new ways of the FDA and sponsors working, we are breaking the mold in some respects, and it's easy to revert back after a pilot, so I think we have to be persistent.
So over communicate, persistence, Don?
Still mine, but I have another. I think know your problem. So there's a measurement aspect, and then get real about solving it, and then that's where the commitment comes in. But I think a lot of times, if we're solving problems that people just don't yet believe in, right? And so if you see that, then go find another problem, right? Because it's not important to that leader, or they don't believe it yet. Or find another organization to work in if you believe that is the problem. So I think really if you're defining and know your problem, know your dragon, and get other people to also believe that that's the dragon, then you'll go get them. And the commitment is easier because I think that's like your example of COVID, and it was obvious what the dragon was, and we all went and got it. And so I think know what it is and then believe it.
Kent?
I mean, a lot of change management is psychology, right? And so I think the question that I like to ask a lot is, what has to be true for this to happen? People tell me all the time why things can't happen, especially my lawyers, right? No, 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 no. And I'm always like, okay, well, let's just pretend they were going to say yes. What would have to be true to make this yes, right? Legally possible, I'm not going to go to jail, nobody's going to get hurt. What are the things that need to be true for this to happen? And it works across the organization, right? Because everybody has a preconceived notion in your head. You start a conversation, they've already decided what the answer is. I'm like, okay, just take a breath. What would have to be true for you to actually believe this is valuable, that we can do this, that it would work? And it works across the organization, it works across agencies. And then the other piece is I'm like, how do we get to yes? What's important to you to get to yes? Whether that's change management, whether that is a budget, whether that is a policy, especially when you talk about the agency and we think about forward movement, is it a guideline? Is it a policy? Is it in the CFR? How do we change it? Can it be changed? Those are all questions because immediately people go, I can't do that. Why? Oh, it's in the CFR. Is it? We should look. Let's do it together. Let's do it together. This would be an amazing exercise. You look it up, you're like, wow. It's not. I'm like, yeah, but the mythology for the last 35 years has been everybody you've ever known has said you can't do that. Why? Oh, it's in the regs. Is it? Did you ever look? Right? It's what people talk about the Constitution all the time. Never read it. So, I think that is the idea. How do you get to yes? What has to be true? This is I am an internal optimist. I think everybody's heart is in the right place somewhere. It might be deeper for some than others. How do you get them to move to the place you want to go, right?
Well, I think we're getting to the end. I just want to summarize a little bit of what I've heard. I've been taking some notes here from our panelists. So, I think the task for us was to think about, how do you scale culture change? And what I heard is, you have to have leadership support. I think that trickles down to having funding and having persistence and stamina to be able to continue to push. You have to evaluate the risk and identify the dragon so that you know what your problem is and you can go solve it. And if that's not the problem, go find something else. Having the expertise available for teams and having it just in time. And also training so that they can feel comfortable with the new innovations, partnering with sponsors, having metrics to use that as drivers of culture change, link it to the mission so that people have a North Star and they can continue to look at that as they think about culture change. And I think the last thing is, maybe not make it worse than what you currently are doing. So I want to thank our panelists for joining us. Maybe one last remark. I want to say I got into research about, maybe 25 years ago, and it was specifically around pediatric drug development. And back then, a lot of kids had not been studied for like 30 or 40 years, and so we were in a situation where we didn't even know how much dose to give kids, even though we needed to treat them. And everybody said, you can't do this is not ethical, you can't even consent parents, you can't get PK samples, you can't design the studies, you can't. And then it took the US government, changed legislation so that we can study drugs in kids. That created the right incentives so that companies wanted to study drugs in kids or were required to study drugs in kids. We had the FDA that developed new methods on how to study drugs in kids, and that's why modeling informed drug development has been so important to our industry. And now, 25 years later, I'm not going to say it's perfect. There's still pediatric trials that are not completed, but I'll say that there has been an enormous change in terms of label changes for kids. And if we can do that for kids because the mission is aligned and the leaders got behind it and we have the regulation, I can't see why we can't do that for other areas of drug development. So I think everybody in the room here have the opportunity to chime in and do that. So thanks, everybody. Thank you for our panelists.
All right, everyone, welcome back for our final session of the day. And I'm really excited to build off of the insightful discussions and close out what's been a great day of conversations. I'm Brian Cantor. I'm an Assistant Policy Research Director on the Biomedical Innovation team at Duke-Margolis, and I manage one of the cooperative agreements that Margolis has with FDA. And I'm honored to be moderating our final session that's titled Next Steps and Priorities for Clinical Trial Innovation. And I'm going to introduce our panelists and let them provide some opening remarks in just a second, but reflecting upon some of the initial takeaways, we heard that clinical research itself is difficult and innovation is hard. So our tasks should be fairly easy then, just to be able to decide and prioritize kind of what's next. But I think the good thing is just chatting with Mary, it looks like and Stacy, it looks like we all took notes and have a chance to compare our notes. So we've been good students throughout the day, and we'll be able to reference them. Along with continued questions from the audience, both here in DC and online. But I'd like to formally introduce our panelists before giving them an opportunity to provide their perspectives. Pleased to be joined by Kimberly Hawkins, the Global Head of Clinical Project Operations and Dossier Delivery at Sanofi. And also joined by Stacy Hurt, who's the Chief Patient Officer at ParXL. Matthew Rowe, who's the Global Medical Lead for early cardiovascular, renal, and metabolic R&D group at AstraZeneca. And finally, Mary Tan Hai is the Director of the Office of New Drugs in CDER at FDA. And I'd like to start with Stacy for some brief opening remarks.
Wow. First of all, thanks for sticking around. Last panel of the day, we're going to make it worth your while. So just want to say thank you, Brian. Thank you, Duke-Margolis, for inviting me to be part of this prestigious panel. I always like to, I have sort of an interesting story, so I kind of want to lead with that. First of all, I'm Chief Patient Officer at ParXL. We are a global clinical research organization specializing in phase 1 through 4 clinical trials, all therapeutic areas, all indications. And we are the only CRO with a chief patient officer, and I'll kind of get to that in a minute. But in my remit, I help head up patient strategy, patient recruitment, patient engagement across our various clinical programs. But what's more important, I would say, I'm kind of biased, is that I am a stage 4 colorectal cancer survivor, 12 years this year. So, and that never gets old. So. Yeah, that was less than 10% chance of living 5 years at diagnosis, and here I am. All I wanted to do was make it to my 50th birthday, and I'm going to be 56 this year. Not afraid to say that. And then I'm also mom and caregiver to my son, Emmett. He's 20. Emmett is affected by a very rare chromosome abnormality. For the scientists in the room, it's a 1q duplication. At diagnosis, he was one of 3 in the world. And how this renders Emmett is he's unable to walk, talk, or do anything for himself in any way. He's completely dependent on my husband and I and a home health nurse for all activities of daily living. He doesn't point, he doesn't sign. He's like a beautiful 20-year-old baby, if you would, and he's doing way more than the doctors ever expected, and he's my why. He's why I work in clinical research. And for everybody out there, thank you for what you do, because at the end of what you do is a Stacy, is an Emmett. And so while I'm up here representing the CRO voice, I'm up here representing the patient and caregiver stakeholder voice as a proud mom, survivor, thriver, caregiver, and advocate. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacey, for sharing that powerful story. Next, I'll turn it to Kim.
Thanks so much for having me here today. Kim Hawkins. I work at Sanofi in the clinical operations group, and I'll keep my sort of opening very, very short. So my every day, all day, we run about 300 clinical trials at any given point across our portfolio is about speed, 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 and speed. I think one of the panels before earlier today from a CRO said it's all about the timelines. And so we are doing a lot at Sanofi to think about how we can incorporate different data and a lot of AI to change that paradigm and to speed things up. But not just speed, to also make sure that we are making better decisions. Right, so we have, you've all heard the numbers, you heard them earlier today. It takes about 10 years to develop a new medicine. It's costing between $1 and $3 billion. And with a 10% success rate, we as an industry have to do a lot better. And we see the way to do that is through the use of data, through the use of AI, so that when we are making those bets, when we are deciding what molecules to invest in, we're really making the most educated bet that we can. So hopefully today share some of those thoughts with you on this panel.
Thank you, Kim, and I would definitely want to get back to see sort of what problems you all are tackling with the data and AI, but first I want to pass it to Matt.
First of all, I'm just going to say these are my personal views and opinions and don't represent positions of my company. But speaking to the last panel, which was quite funny and engaging, should we change the terminology from innovation to improvement and modernization? I think labeling has a really big impact, and I think we all seek to improve how we do clinical trials in a continuous fashion. And that might be something to think about. Secondly, how can we change our mindset from being petrified by assessments of risk or perceptions of risk to being enlightened and invigorated by the pursuit of opportunities to do better, to improve? And then thirdly, how can we rekindle the halcyon days of clinical trials when it was fun, uplifting, exciting to be involved in clinical trials? In the cardiovascular disease area where I sit, in the early 1980s, we had these large international academic groups doing amazing clinical trials that showed reductions in mortality for acute treatments for patients with heart attacks. As a storytelling exercise, I was an intern at Duke Medical Center enrolling patients with the coordinators on call in the middle of the night for patients in one of those trials. I caught the magic of clinical trials, and it's propelled me throughout my whole career, and I feel very fortunate to have been part of that. However, we're at this point now where we have to have incentives aligned. I think many people have said that. We have to actually celebrate and motivate and stimulate people who are doing the work, whether it's at a company, a CRO, an ARO, a site, to actually want to do better and improve, and give them the tools and the incentives and the approaches to do so. But we have to understand ways of working and workflows among all these different groups in order to improve, and we have to continuously scrutinize those. So I hope we can discuss that during the panel today, but I think the world's an oyster. There's a huge amount of opportunity there, and I hope we can stop driving at neighborhood driving speeds and start driving at Autobahn speeds without car crashes, without breaking the speed limit, and with high quality.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. And I think I want to get back to that point as well later about sort of how to awaken and enhance the innate kind of curiosity that gets so many folks into clinical research in the first place. But Mary, happy to have you round out the opening remarks for the panel.
Great. Thanks so much to the organizers for inviting me and having me actually be a part of this session here. So I've been with the FDA for a long time. Actually, Shabri, I'm not afraid to say this. I've been with the agency for 28 years, and since you shared in terms of, well, I'm older than you, how's that? But I was born, if you celebrate Lunar New Year, I was born year of the fire horse. So I'm 60, but 60 is now the new 25, right? And the reason why, Stacey and I have notes here is that when we were actually preparing for this session, the moderators were saying, well, it's a hybrid meeting, some rules here, you need to show up 15 minutes before your session. Oh, and by the way, you're going to be summarizing things, and you're going to talk about what others have talked about. And we're like, how are we going to do that if we're showing up 15 minutes beforehand and we're at a hybrid session? So came prepared with notes and all. So this has been really an excellent day, and hearing and learning from everybody. So from my notes, actually, just because of the last session, I also had to change some of my wording here. I've heard, why do we need clinical trial innovation? But to Kent's point, I'm not going to use the word innovation. Why do we need clinical trial evolution, perhaps? And the reason why there may be some resistance is that we often hear we have well-established pathways and processes and policies already, and they served us very well. There is no doubt about that. You just need to look at the numbers in terms of the increases in drug approvals, the decreasing time in drug approvals. Why do we need to evolve or innovate? So there are definitely successes. There will be challenges to evolving. You have to do changes in the SOPs. There are going to be risks. How do we de-risk? There's going to be expenses to actually pivoting from what is tried and true. But I think I would summarize, in 3 simple reasons why it's important to innovate or evolve. I think the first one is that it does decrease burden to sponsors. The second one is it does decrease burden to regulators. And the third one, which is very important, it decreases burden to patients. I can elaborate on it a lot more on each of those 3 reasons and the decrease in the burden. But for each of those 3 different parties where you have a decrease in burden, there is a common goal. And that common goal is increasing the availability of safe and effective medicines to patients. So I really, really do look forward to continuing to collaborate on this and making sure that we continue to evolve in the clinical trial space.
Thank you, Mary. And I really like how you encapsulated everything with the terminology of clinical trial evolution, and want to tie that back to several elements from the panel's opening comments. But really want to start, Kim, when you talked about sort of the progress you made with data and AI and kind of other new approaches. Where are you seeing some of the real progress in clinical trial evolution?
Yeah, so maybe I'll start with kind of where we thought about sort of some of our lowest hanging fruit or sort of easiest areas to start to implement innovation. Certainly one was in document generation, right? Where I think a lot of industries started there. and we really started with our clinical study reports. Interesting that, a typical clinical study report is about 250 pages long, and we thought, really if we're getting the safety and the efficacy really spot on, is it really worth having somebody copying and pasting from, a million different documents into that document? So let's give it a try. What is really the worst that's going to happen? And we saw a lot of benefits from sort of very simple document generation. Some of the more innovating and maybe interesting pieces that we've moved on to is in our digital twins. And a lot of simulation and modeling. So both from a discovery standpoint, but also we've been very successful in being able to really model the outcomes of a clinical trial and then actually running the trial and seeing a very, very tight match to what those models predicted. So those are some of the more sort of interesting and innovative ways that we're using it. But I would say what's been very, very important at Sanofi anyway is, and we've talked about this in some of the other panels, is that leadership and the leadership support of everything we're doing. So it very, very much came sort of top down at Sanofi, where we have been given tools, but we've also been given permission to try things out, knowing that not everything is going to work. And even in those places where it doesn't work, that's really where you can learn the most as well.
No, absolutely. Appreciate you sharing the specific example and tying it back into the organizational workflow and support from the top. Matt, wondering if you have anything to add there.
Any examples, you mean? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think my organization, AstraZeneca, has developed a more automated clinical endpoint adjudication process that is under review in the FDA right now through that pathway as a tool for drug development. And if you haven't done clinical endpoint adjudication, it is a very manual and time-consuming process. The sites who are following the patients in the trial will be notified that the patient was hospitalized, for example, either at a study visit, in between. Then they have to collect all these source documents, the hospital discharge report, the lab report, imaging, all these things to then submit. Then the team that runs adjudication, whether it's at the company, the CRO, assembles a packet, that you get a packet sent. It's usually PDF files that can be 50, 60 pages long. If they're in another language, they have to be translated. And then 2 independent physician adjudicators review the case, apply the criteria, and if they match, that's considered a match, and that's an endpoint. If they don't match, then you have to review it at a committee and come to a decision, almost like the Supreme Court does. And then there's a QC going on in 5 to 10% of the cases where you randomly go back and do them again with different people, and you see that. And it's mind-numbing in a larger phase 3 clinical trial how much that costs, how much time it takes. And I think the processes that we're doing, there was a great paper published a week or 2 ago in JAMA Cardiology where teams went back to 2 clinical trials, including Odyssey outcomes from Sanofi that I worked on, to redo this, and there's pretty good comparability. So I think that is one process that can really be improved and made more efficient. However, many different groups have to change their workflows, and we have to actually have agreement with FDA, which I think they're doing through this pathway, to really say this is a high enough quality, it's more efficient, it's the right thing to do, and then how do we build that so that other companies and other groups who run clinical trials start doing that. So I think that's one area that actually there has been some progress, but I can tell you there's so much more to make just in endpoint adjudication.
No, it's a really great example and hopeful that if evolution becomes more sustainable and is more widely adopted, Stacy, it's able to reach more patients like you. And so we'd be happy to have you weigh in both from your patient hat as well as from your industry experience as well on this topic.
Sure thing. I think throughout the day we've heard all the different ways that patient input can contribute to making trials better for patients, and that trials should fit into a patient's life. A patient shouldn't have to upend their life to fit into a trial. And in terms of, we did hear that it's speed, speed, speed. Data from one of our partners has shown that patient and site input can accelerate recruitment by 25%, and it can reduce dropout rate and number of amendments by 10%. So there's definitely value here. And how we're working innovatively at ParExcel is that from the minute that we get an RFP in the door, our team goes to look for a patient voice, whether that is with a patient advocacy group, with a member of our internal patient community, which is comprised of 20,000 employees, whoever wants to bring forth their lived experience, and also our patient advisory council, and also other partners that we work with. So that's the very first thing that we do, is how do we get an authentic patient and or caregiver voice to inform that trial design. And then we work from there, and we look to reduce pain points, and we look to reduce burden. And all along the way, we keep that patient voice involved across every single function. And in terms of something innovative is having a chief patient officer. And one of the things that I'm often asked is, what does a chief patient officer do? And the best way that I can frame this is, if you have a chief medical officer who brings in the physician perspective, you absolutely need a chief patient officer to bring in the patient perspective. Because no offense to our healthcare professionals in the room, but it used to be that that was the proxy for the patient voice. Now we see a much more informed patient population. 80% of Americans go to Dr. Google before they see a doctor. You can now eliminate Google and put in ChatGPT. I regularly sit on webinars where they're saying to patients, put your diagnosis into ChatGPT, put your genome into ChatGPT, and I'm like, no, no. But that's what people are doing, and in my notes somewhere I have that one of our panelists even said that the patients come in with 10 pages of notes because they've put their diagnosis into ChatGPT. So instead of kind of revolving trials around the process, we should be co-designing trials with the participants. And that's a mindset shift that we need to embrace.
No, absolutely. And Stacey, I don't think that's necessarily what Shavri had in mind when she talked about over-communicating would be bringing 10 pages of notes in. But I do think it speaks to the enthusiasm and interest that there is for patients with their own healthcare journey, and knowing how they can evolve it through clinical research and early engagement. And Mary, I know that is the advice that's often given to sponsors and other stakeholders, is to engage early and often with FDA. But maybe you can talk as well. I know Meghana mentioned in her overview of the progress that C3TI has made, the important role that you and others throughout CDER have played. But where are you all seeing the progress to support broader adoption of innovation at scale?
Sure. I don't think I can actually get through this panel session without bringing up SSDC. And the reason why is because that's very near and dear to my heart. One, I was the rapporteur for ICH E19 expert work group, and you already heard from Meghana this morning. She was giving the history of how E19 became a final guideline and became an FDA guidance. But my awareness of, and it was even before it was called E19, was actually around 2015. And definitely by 2016, I was the division director for metabolic and endocrine products, and it was at a time where we were actually asking for a lot of cardiovascular safety trials, and there were a lot of meetings held with our cardiology colleagues. Duke was definitely very much involved in it, in conducting these trials, and they were talking about the expense of these trials. It's just, these are billion-dollar trials, 5-year trials, 3 to 5 year trials. And I remember speaking to a couple of colleagues from industry and saying, well, you've heard about our FDA guidance from 2016, because these drugs, by the time you're actually initiating these trials, whether it be late stage or post-marketing, you know a lot about them. I mean, the diabetes programs are not small programs. We're collecting so much information, and all we want to know, I shouldn't say all we want to know, but our primary interest is cardiovascular safety. And I remember one company saying, yes, we know about that guidance, but the problem here is that drug development is global. And so when we take this over to our colleagues over, or to another regulatory agency, they expect us to do a lot more. And so it makes it very, very burdensome. And so when ICH E19 was established, I just was very, very fortunate to be part of that group and see it go forward. And so with that, that's where I see C3TI, but not just C3TI, but other areas where we can really get out there and communicate our ideas, collective ideas, on how to actually evolve in this space here. There's so much that we have learned. I mean, in the area of drug development and collecting of data, let's step away from even selective safety data collection. You're talking about all the information that you're gathering, collecting from patients, the cost of that, the burden to patients. But when it comes to the regulatory agency, we have to review all that. And if we're viewing through just thousands and thousands of pages of data, we may actually miss the things that are important. Or it's the time and resources that staff have to put into looking at all that, where it's nothing new that we're going to learn from it. It's actually already been seen in many other trials that let's kind of hone into what matters. And that's where I see it's not just in SSDC, but in other areas as well, whether it be MIDD, CID, the STEP program. I think that this really gives us an opportunity to really reduce the burden for sponsors, so you can actually focus on assets that are most likely to actually get across the finish line, reduce the burden to the regulatory agencies so they can focus on what's important to also help get those safe and effective products across the finish line. And particularly for patients, when they're being asked to come in for multiple visits and being asked to take, do a lot of tests, that you often ask, well, is it necessary for those tests? And also to travel to different sites, or to the investigator site multiple times, whether or not that information is really going to ultimately change the benefit-risk calculus. That's a burden to patients. It's perhaps not a surprise that it's difficult to retain patients. It may not be difficult to actually enroll, but to retain is certainly very difficult. That these are all the things, the changes that I've seen that are really important to move forward, just to change the whole ecosystem. And finally, well, as we're learning on this, it's sharing this information. I love these sessions here because while one group or one organization may have an idea, it doesn't help if you keep it small. It's to get it out there and share it. I don't know how many times I've been to many of these types of meetings where I'm actually learning about why such a great idea that was being put forward, it's still challenging. And so we have to pivot and say, okay, let's see how we can address that challenge so that it can actually continue to move forward. Hopefully it's not going to be, it takes 5 to 10 times and we fail and we give up. It's, as somebody said in the earlier panel, hopefully we learn early and not call it a failure, but fix that so that it can continue to move forward, so it will continue to evolve and be successful.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. A lot of great threads that you pulled on, starting with your history of working with E19 and SSDC, and then also really discussing how the administrative burden is a shared burden throughout the clinical trial enterprise, and want to move the panel a little bit towards some forward-looking questions, as we promised the audience, but maybe to kind of also touch on the point that you did, Mary, about the importance of storytelling and knowledge sharing, which is, again, one of the key pillars of C3TI. But what's one of the, something you heard today from a different sector or perspective that you're not just going to internalize and process, but plan to share with colleagues when you travel back to your own organization? And Matt, looking at you, if you want to get started.
I think one of the things that is really important for all of us to scrutinize are the incentives, and I think Kent, nicely described that. Other people did as well, and that is there are incentives within an organization, different groups, and how they work, how they're recognized and rewarded. It takes leadership to really drive incentives in a way that result in the outcome that you're hoping, which is more efficiency and improvement. And I think that's something that I think all of us, wherever we work, we need to understand what those incentives are and how we can influence those in a positive way. I think FDA is doing a tremendous job of guiding that, like you've described, and all the FDA speakers and panelists have described as well. But we have that issue of the global regulatory environment, which is quite disparate and asynchronous in some sense. So I hope there'll be a way to do that on a more global level. But if we really look at incentives that are financial, reward, recognition, and align those towards what we hope to the outcome will be, I think all of us can have an impact within our organization.
Kim, happy to have you weigh in next.
Yeah, completely agree. I think I would add that for me personally, I was pretty surprised by the lack of industry sort of involvement in some of these projects. I mean, to hear that there's 0 in 2 years in the STEP program is disappointing as an industry. Like, I feel like we're showing up badly. So personally, I already have a plan with my regulatory colleague here to go back and see which study is going to be first to submit for that program, because there has to be people that are looking at these opportunities. Again, even if they don't work, even if something goes wrong, it's a learning opportunity, and we need to take advantage, or else we're not going to move forward. And I think for me, in addition to that, it's really the emphasis on early. I mean, the earlier we can engage, the better. So that's kind of a personal commitment from me today.
And just to follow up there, Kim, not to put you back on the spot, but if there is some skepticism to identifying a particular study or thinking it, how are you thinking about sort of the messaging there, or ways to kind of indicate that there are some benchmarks or outcomes that would showcase value potentially? Yeah, so it's there's definitely hesitation and nervousness that exists, but there's also a time factor. Right? And so I feel like the time is what drives the decision making a little bit more than the nervousness at my company anyway. That, to have an interaction takes a couple of months, and there may be iterations of that interaction. So I feel like if we can convince people to be having these conversations a little bit earlier, that's better. For me, the biggest driver for the STEP program anyway will be to talk about what is not a randomized clinical trial, right? I mean, that is a massive investment. And if there is a way to do it simpler, that will be faster. So bringing some of that evidence into the conversation that hopefully will change people's minds. And Stacey, what struck you most kind of about the conversation today?
So there were a couple things in Dr. Liu talking about the SUPAR biomarker using machine learning to identify patient populations. I thought that was super cool. And I think that just as we look at precision medicine really starting to drive these things, but then I always kind of marry that back to my patient lens, and patients are nowhere near educated on the implications of biomarkers or precision medicine where they need to be. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity for patient education in that arena. Of course, I was super excited about Katie Donahue talking about adaptive design in clinical trials, and kind of what we were talking about with once you've established tolerability, is it really necessary to be doing those additional blood draws? And that's what our team does every day. We look at these protocols, and we look at the schedule of assessments, and we look at biopsies. Some of these protocols, 6 biopsies, 10 biopsies. I had 1 liver biopsy. It was a needle this long going into my liver to get tissue while I was awake. Now, I'm a pretty tough cookie, but I was holding on to the table in pain. And I think about that, and then I read these schedules to see all these, and I'm like, no way would I do this. No way would anybody do this, And so I think, that's a real opportunity for us to put ourselves in the patient's shoes and say, and look at these programs, would you do this? Would your mother do this? Would your loved one do this? Would your child do this? And really look at it through that lens. But I'm super excited for, when we talked about administrative burden and how can AI sort of reduce that, and how can we look for these trends, how can we get ahead of disease management by looking at disease patterns and things like that. I would never want anyone to go through what I went through with colorectal cancer, and if we can at all avoid that with artificial intelligence, I'm here for it.
No, that's an important point to make every patient interaction and sample count, and really to have some forethought and insight ahead of time from patients. Mary, I know you initially brought up the idea of sharing learnings from forums like this, and didn't know if you wanted to expand upon kind of any specific ones that you really took to heart.
Well, actually, this morning's first session, I can't remember which panelist mentioned it, was the tabletop exercise. That was like a 4-hour session. Was that right, Meghna? 4-hour session with multiple parties from industry, multiple parties within the agency. This was for selective safety data collection. And I have to say that was a lot of fun. I mean, for a regulator to sit here and say, I had a lot of fun spending 4 hours with many parties across industry. But the reason why was because we had a common goal to actually work through the problems there. And there were 2 cases. I think there were 2 cases. Maybe there were 3. But there was probably some aspect of truth in terms of an actual candidate in there. We could probably guess which ones they were. But they really were useful examples for us to problem solve together. And so I think that's one area that is really, I found very, very useful. I think the other one here is more of these sessions, but more of these sessions perhaps globally. So, one of the things that took me by surprise was when I was listening to other speakers. I think it was John Alexander who said that the larger programs, larger company, it was harder to implement. And I'm not sure, that took me by surprise because I would think that a larger company is actually, has perhaps the resources to actually innovate and evolve. And but maybe it's because they actually have been successful because they've always done things the same way. They kept to the traditional path. And the risk takers are the ones that really don't have the resources and they have to push the envelope. And I think that, to take this conversation on a broader level, particularly internationally, and I'm not saying this because I want all of a sudden to be, sent over to an international, although it would be nice to actually go over to Europe, right? Is for that reason, because we here at that tabletop exercise, we heard this is great. One of the hurdles we run into is actually getting our other regulators to get on board. And we heard today from Teresa Mullen that there is this approach that we want to take. I think it was a platform for regulators to share information, an MOU for confidential sharing of confidential information. I think it's just so important to keep that up. Interestingly, this morning, I got an email from one of my former colleagues who was on the expert work group for E19. And she shared that there was a publication by one of her colleagues, this is from PMDA, about looking at statistical analyses of trials, several different trials that actually have applied selective safety data collection. And in that same email thread, they said, and we just noticed that on May 4th, there's going to be a webinar on selective safety data collection, and Mary's going to be on it as well. So, but they didn't know, and then I shared with them what we've been doing the past couple of years. They didn't know about that. How could that be? They were in the same work group. We were all in the same work group, and we didn't know about that. So I think that, having more of these sessions to share and spread, the collaboration, spreading the communication is really, really important. That's it.
No, thank you, Mary. And I think we're wrapping close to time with maybe only a couple of questions left, and I think wanted to try and challenge the group a little bit to see if taking the lessons from from today, if there's, one particular behavior or process or approach within the clinical research enterprise that, our own organizations are doing, what should be done to kind of modify that process or that timeline so that there can be more space for evolution or a change in behavior?
I mean, I'll start in just one part of the clinical trial timeline is site feasibility assessment. I'm sure this is near and dear to your heart, Kimberly, but it's typically done very manually. You send a survey to sites, they fill it out, they don't give you honest answers because they want to be selected for the study, and then you get it back and we keep selecting the same sites we've worked with before, and it takes 6 to 9 months, and all of these sites have well-curated electronic health record clinical databases that we could easily get in a day or two, a reliable, accurate output of the number of patients they have that meet the protocol criteria, and then work with the sites on what would be a suitable recruitment plan, and reimagine site feasibility assessment for trials in a data-driven, technology-enabled way. I think that could change the game. However, so many groups of humans working together, because that's what clinical trials are all about, would have to fundamentally change this part. But that could be an upending, transformational bit of progress in this journey that we're on.
No, an important issue, and I don't want to go down the line again, so I'm going to skip Stacy, wondering if you've if you've got thoughts either from both the patient or the CRO side.
Well, I'm going to double click on what you said about site selection, and I was so delighted to hear from Kent because Parexel has a partnership with Paradigm Health, and it just really fits together well with what Parexel is about, meeting patients where they are and being patient first and whatnot, because if I may face reality for a minute, what's coming down the pike in terms of legislation is that we're looking at potentially 10 million Americans losing health insurance, and we're looking at severe cuts to rural hospital funding. We've already, many of us in this room have seen our deductibles double. So what this leads to is fewer and fewer Americans going to the doctor to even hear about clinical trials. They're not going to go. They can't afford to go. So it's really critical, I keep saying it, but meeting patients where they are and thinking more creatively about clinical trial settings and clinical trial sites is going to become paramount in the next year or 2 years. And so, that, again, we're talking about evolution and fitting trials into patients' lives, meeting patients, being more creative about clinical trial settings. I mean, that's going to become to the forefront more than we've ever seen it before. And yeah, that's what I have.
No, I think Stacey, touching on sort of the bigger problem potentially, right, that could be more unifying for everyone, which is sort of the need for access to medicines and therapies and the availability of those medicines, and that's only made possible, Mary, right, by the FDA, and so wondering, in terms of, I think C3TI is a good example, right, of along with a host of other guidance documents and other processes that Mark even talked about in his opening remarks. But I think maybe can talk a little bit about the point you made for the need for FDA to continue to work with global regulators and sort of what behaviors you can help to change for them so that alignment globally is more feasible.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is actually going to be communication early. It's when a sponsor has actually submitted the protocol, they probably have already considered the sites for that trial. They probably considered what things that they want to evaluate, what labs they're going to test for, the study visits, and to get a advice that is late in that process or that is divergent across different regulatory agencies, it really does mean that they have to go back to perhaps the drawing board. So it actually eats away at that time for drug development. So to the extent that we can be involved early and also set up a way, and if this is just companies also allowing us to share this information and engage with foreign regulators on this, where are the points where there's not going to be agreement so we can help facilitate or they can help facilitate. Sometimes they may be the ones that say, have you thought about this? And actually work through that. Stepping back, if I may, with respect to global drug development, but also ensuring that we have clinical trial enterprise here in the U.S. To make sure that patients in the U.S. are also getting access to better health care. I think there needs to be also investment in clinical research and development of clinical investigators in the U.S. So that there's better establishment of investigational sites, the ones that can actually deliver for companies, but also understand what are the requirements of good in clinical investigation. So when the regulatory agencies are actually looking at the data or having to consider evaluation or inspection of the sites, that they have been fully trained to be able to provide excellent data that can be relied on at the end of the day. So I think that it really is also scaling up for the next generation of clinical researcher, clinical investigators.
No, absolutely, and I think the point that David Barrow made earlier about the workforce development piece is crucial too, and it was something that David, that you had made 2 years ago at the clinical trial innovation meeting. So I think to transition Kim to, I think you'll get sort of the last word here, but maybe also you can weigh in quickly on sort of what success can look like a year or 2 years from now.
Yeah, and I kind of want to follow the same theme. So there's some investment we need to make in maybe the healthcare practitioners of the future, but really essential, I think, to changing the paradigm of running clinical trials mostly at academic medical centers is also simplifying our protocols, right? Designing them to be more in line with routine medical practice is hugely important. Something that we talked about a little bit peripherally today is the endpoint assessments, right? So we have a lot of very antiquated, biased endpoints that are like a point-in-time measurement of some aspect of a disease that may not even be important to a patient. So that's a really big area where we need to collaborate with regulators to change that. So I think along with upskilling and making the healthcare practitioners of the future understand clinical trials, we have to lessen the burden for them so that community centers can participate in research without building up this huge infrastructure. So that's going to be a part of our responsibility. So maybe next year we'll see that number change from, a majority of research being conducted at academic medical centers to even 10% more going out into the community. That would be a huge success.
Yeah, absolutely, and democratizing clinical research, I think a good uplifting note to end on. I want to thank all of the panelists for the session and for engaging in really such an informative discussion. And now I'll transition to our closing remarks for the day. That'll be given by Michael Davis, the Deputy Center Director of FDA and CDER.
Okay, no, thank you so much, Brian. So, hi everybody. My name is Mike Davis. I'm the Deputy Center Director for the FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. So, I work closely with many of the people who've been presenting today, and I've seen firsthand how excited they are about a lot of the innovative work that's been going on and how much work they're putting into supporting it. So today, we've really covered a pretty large number of important topics, and I just wanted to highlight a few of the takeaways and some of my thoughts that I was really, I got so much of just kind of soaking it all in and just being so excited about hearing about all the innovative studies going on. This stuff, kind of like Mary said, that she loves the tabletop exercises, which I was at too. I love hearing about this kind of stuff. It just gets me excited. So one was the need to bridge the gap between conceptual acceptance of innovation and broader implementation. And I think that topic was covered at length in some of the challenges in doing so on the sponsor side, and also sort of the value of regulatory certainty or regulatory acceptability in sort of supporting the implementation work that's necessary to do things a little bit differently. The next point was that advancing implementation requires increased global regulator alignment on innovative approaches, including Bayesian analyses and selective safety data collection and training and capacity building to standardize knowledge management and inspection approaches. And I really appreciated this firsthand at the selective safety data collection tabletop exercise, just hearing how, and my thought was, people sort of understand the concept of selective safety data collection, but the selective is sort of in the eye of the beholder, and how if one regulator is more selective than another one, it sort of can kind of go down to the lowest common denominator as far as what assessments are accepted in the study, if for sponsors who want to have a unified protocol across a global program. The speed to market also remains a top priority, and panelists discussed the need to address timeline complexities that deter investment in innovative approaches. And about this point, I really was just thinking back at the remarks that Katie Donahue has made about how some of these approaches can take more time, like integrating adaptive components of different elements in the study. But in the end, I think we'd really encourage sponsors to, when appropriate, take a chance with this and make an investment, because really I think it may take more time, take a little more expertise and complexity to get it going, but I think with some of these adaptive approaches, you can reduce the likelihood that a promising treatment for a condition will end up with a failed study and end up not being able to the end benefit patients, which is the ultimate goal for all of us. This afternoon, panelists discussed how scaled culture change requires stakeholder convergence around a shared priority and metrics that show the benefits of culture change. And I appreciated, several commenters made the point about how the leadership and the vision, one commenter talked about the charisma and just that sort of leadership and perseverance and persistence. It's not easy to do something different, and how that can really help drive the innovation forward, because it's not doing something different. There's obviously not going to be as easy on its face as doing something the way you've always done it. And so the leadership is important. And an earlier commenter was talking about the inflection point for innovative approaches and how, and I have to say, my perspective just being at the agency now compared to, this is my second sort of tour in the agency, and I really do think that there's acceptance for innovative approaches all the way to the very top of the agency, and I've seen it in with everyone I've interacted with in CDER. I think perhaps it may be a different time now as far as if there were challenges in the past. And one commenter talked about some of the discussions going on about phase 1, first in human studies, and it's not directly applicable. A lot of the discussions today have been more focused on, say, phase 2, phase 3 type studies. But I think there's that same culture of looking at the way we're doing things, how our trials done, and thinking about and more sort of openness to change and doing things differently, because we do see that thinking about the sort of emergence of other countries who are trying things different and trying new ideas, and seeing how that and how we do want the U.S. to be the U.S. FDA to be the premier regulatory agency for pharmaceutical development, and we want the United States to be attractive, most attractive for sponsors to conduct their programs to support development of treatments for patients. And our closing session highlighted the ways innovation can create a more efficient and less burdensome drug development process that encourages knowledge sharing and shared incentives that ultimately benefits patients. And that's really And that's in pretty much everything I do. I always try to think about the North Star is really delivering treatments for patients, and it really puts things into perspective. And finally, before we conclude today's event, I just want to thank everyone who made such an excellent event possible. First of all, thank you to all the speakers and panelists today for sharing their work and engaging in such thoughtful and interesting discussions with one another. And thank you to all my FDA colleagues who were part of the event planning and presented today, including Meghana Chalasani, Sally Mae Shakabe, and Abigail Boer. Also, these events would not be possible without the excellent team at Duke-Margolis, including Luke DeRocher, Hannah Vitiello, Brian Cantor, Nora Emmett, Molly Shields, and Alyssa Wong. Finally, thank you to everyone who attended today in person as well as online and engaged with the event both virtually and here at Gallaudet University. And as one final logistical request, we kindly ask all participants to drop their badges in the recycling boxes as they exit the room this afternoon. So thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of your afternoon.